Chapter 1. Ugh. Sitting in the courtyard in front of the door, Hyoga-chan couldn't help sighing. Why hasn't the system been woken up yet, and it brought me to this deadly village of Naruto world, then like a bubble it disappeared. Hyoga-chan couldn't help complaining, feeling that this cheat was a bit unreliable. Hyoga-chan was originally from Daxia, and he didn't know what was wrong. When he woke up, he came to the world of Naruto, and he was a newborn baby. When Hyoga-chan was just born, the voice of the system appeared in his mind. Before Hyoga-chan was happy, the system disappeared like a bubble. I said it was updating the system, but 3 years have passed, the system has not been updated yet, and I don't know if it's crashed. Fortunately, when the system disappeared, the novice rewards were already sent to Hyoga-chan, which is why Hyoga-chan didn't suicide yet. When the system disappeared, it gave Hyoga-chan the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, and also cleansed his body so that his blood was sublimated. After the blood sublimation, Hyoga-chan has a pure Byakugan, coupled with the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, and the help of the system, so Hyoga-chan started with Tenseigan, which is so cool. This is also the reason why Hyoga-chan doesn't panic. With Tenseigan, Hyoga-chan's talent has been improved because of the system's improved body. So if the system will never appear in the future. He does not say that he can dominate the ninja world, but self-protection is more than enough. Taking out a mirror, Hyoga-chan looked at the azure blue in the mirror, with eyes like a starry sky, with a smile on his cute little face. If you go out, you can definitely reach a group of big sisters. I have to say, I still have good looks. I can eat with my face in the future. Hyoga-chan said narcissistically. Oh. Tenseigan is powerful, but I can't afford it. Otherwise, I really want to try if I can cut the moon open all at once. After stroking his eyes, Hyoga-chan said sadly. Tenseigan is too powerful. Hyoga-chan said that he can't afford it, because chakra is not enough. Therefore, the current Tenseigan, except to its good looks and Byakugan's detection ability, the other ability Hyoga-chan simply can't use it. If Hyoga-chan wants to use Tenseigan forcibly, it's okay if chakra is not enough, because it can be filled with vitality, just like Uzumaki Nagato. But Hyoga-chan doesn't want to be like Uzumaki Nagato's ghostly look. So let's use it when chakra is compared with the tail beast in the future. Anyway, after getting the blood of Otsutsuki, Hyoga-chan also got the sage body, and when he grew up, chakra was at least comparable to Senju Hashirama. Now that World War II has not started, and there is still more time, Hyoga-chan is not in a hurry at all. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hyoga-chan, you waste with impure blood, look at my forehead. The elder said that only the genius with a pure blood of Hyoga can have this mark. You waste is not qualified at all. While Hyoga-chan was sitting in a daze, the boy pointed to the caged bird mark on his forehead and showed off to Hyoga-chan. Hyoga-chan's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to tell this silly boy that he get a time bomb, and he didn't know where your superiority came from. Hyoga teppanyaki, don't bother me, okay, go find someone else to show off. Hyoga-chan didn't want to talk to this second person, so as not to lose IQ. You must be envious of me because you didn't get this mark. Hyoga Teppan feels good about herself, and she doesn't even see Hyoga-chan's idiotic expression. This is like being sold, and you have to help the other party count the money. Hyoga-chan murmured secretly. It can only be said that the brainwashing of the Hyoga family has also reached a level. A time bomb has been installed, and it is considered a glory, which is terrible. When he grows up and he think about this scene again, will he think he is so stupid? Hyoga-chan thought to himself, with a smile on his face, really wanting to see if his tears would flow after he knew the truth. Seeing the mockery on Hyoga-chan's face, Hyoga Teppan was very upset and asked angrily, "Are you laughing at me? I want to fight you." Hyoga-chan was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said with a smile, I laughed at you because I was actually jealous of you just now. Speaking of Hyaga-chan, he also showed an expression of envy, which made Hyaga-teppan's mood very good and his vanity greatly satisfied. Patting his chest, Hyaga-teppan said, "Whoever talks trash about you in the future, you will come to me, and I will cover you." Hyaga-chan smiled and then it took a lot of effort to send this boy away. Unexpectedly, Tensagen let me escape directly, otherwise I am afraid I will not be able to escape the fate of being taken caged bird. Hyaga-chan chuckled lightly. Yes, in their eyes, I am a trash that doesn't even have Byakugan. How can they waste their time and give me some troubles caged bird. Hyaga-chan never thought about exposing Tensagen's secrets, even if he exposed, at least after he have the ability to protect himself. There is also a perverted Danzo among Konoha, he doesn't want to be caught. In the ninja world, there is also Black Zetsu. Hyaga-chan does not know whether Atsutsuki Hamura has Tensagen, and Black Zetsu does not know the existence of Tensagen. But everything is better to be cautious. Although Black Zetsu doesn't seem to be combative, he can slay Lord Madara, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Having lived in the ninja world for thousands of years, who knows what kind of methods he has. Now Hyaga-chan can only be said to be an opening advantage. Without growth, he can only be regarded as an ant. If Tensagen is exposed, he will not be able to keep it. The first to attack him is the Hyaga family. The temptation of Byakugan evolution, can they resist it? So even though Hyaga-chan was scolded as waste, Hyaga-chan endured it all. Before the crossing, he was an adult, not a child, and he could still tolerate this anger. At least compared to the boss who always troubled him before crossing, the Hyaga family was not bad. After doing this for a while, Hyaga-chan left the Hyaga clan and headed towards the Hokage rock of Konoha mountain alone. Hyaga-chan was walking on the street, and people kept greeting him. Although Hyaga-chan is not welcome in the Hyaga family, in the eyes of others, Hyaga-chan, a cute little boy, is still very popular. Hyaga-chan did not pretend to be cold. When someone greeted him, he would respond one by one. After coming to the back mountain, Hyaga-chan began to exercise. He is only 3 years old and cannot get the chakra refining technique at all. So in order not to waste the body's recovery ability, Hyaga-chan began to exercise at this time. Although there is no chakra, the basic recovery ability of the sage body can still be used. Even if you have Tensagen, if you don't work hard, everything is in vain. Chapter 2. There was no cloud in the sky, a scorching sun and no wind, and all the trees stood listlessly and lazily. Hyaga-chan was sweating like rain at this time. He was still young, and he couldn't hold on after doing 100 push-ups. But he is also very abnormal. He couldn't do so many push-ups before crossing, let alone Hyaga-chan is only 3 years old now. Lie on the ground, Hyaga-chan gasped, with a wry smile on his face. He found that he couldn't hold on anymore. It seems that my perseverance is still too bad. Hyaga-chan sat up with his sore body. At this time, Hyaga-chan admired Might Guy, and Xiaoli in particular. If compared with talent, Hyaga-chan is in the sky and they are underground. But compared to perseverance, they are in the sky, and Hyaga-chan will fall to the ground. After taking a few breaths, Hyaga-chan stood up and began to practice kicking and punching. Although Hyaga-chan wanted to take a rest, thinking of the big bosses in the future, every day and every second, he forced himself to train. He has a sage body, and he is not afraid of leaving hidden wounds. If he slackens, he would be too sorry for the talent of this body. Training until the afternoon, when it was close to the evening, Hyaga-chan stopped panting, then took out the kettle and drank a few sips of water. Then take out what to eat, because it is the Hyaga family, even if both parents die, they will not be treated in the clan, but there is still a lot of money, so Hyaga-chan's meals are very rich. Hyaga-chan's cheap father, as early as Hyaga-chan was just over a year old, he died unexpectedly while performing a mission. Hyaga-chan's mother died of dystocia when Hyaga-chan was born, so Hyaga-chan is now an orphan. But pensions, as well as family subsidies, are still quite a lot. This is the benefit of having a family. Regardless of whether Hyaga-chan is trash or not, for the sake of Hyaga's family, they cannot treat Hyaga-chan materially. Otherwise, it is not Hyaga-chan that is being laughed at, but the Hyaga family. After a nice meal, Hyaga-chan regained his vitality again. At this time, Hyaga-chan really experienced the metamorphosis of sage body. Although the fatigue did not fully recover, he also recovered 7 or 8. Hyaga-chan stood up vigorously and walked towards home. The sun is about to go down. He can't practice all the time, he still knows if it's too late. Back at home, Hyaga-chan took a comfortable hot bath and felt the cells in his body were extremely active. At this time, Hyaga-chan was very eager for the chakra extraction technique. Although the children of a large family would have to be 4 years old to practice, otherwise it would hurt themselves, but Hyaga-chan is different. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. With sage body, his vitality and physique are very strong, and chakra can be refined at this time. Originally, Hyaga-chan's cheap father was also a jonin. Hyaga-chan thought he would leave chakra refining technique, but Hyaga-chan rummaged through the entire house and couldn't find it, which disappointed Hyaga-chan. In a blink of an eye, the sky dimmed, around like a crescent hanging in the night sky, and the sky full of stars Chen continued to flicker. Hyaga-chan looked up at the sky, with infinite emotion. He did not expect that one day he would cross to the second dimension. Perhaps this is also good. A smile was drawn from the corner of Hyaga-chan's mouth. Anyway, he is an orphan on the earth, he has nothing to worry about, that is, he has met a few friends at work. If you say it is a friend, the relationship is just average. It's a superficial friend. It's not bad if you don't stab you in the back. Compared to the earth, the environment here is indeed better, at least you can see the sky star Chen. After a sigh of emotion, Hyaga-chan looked at the crescent moon in the night sky. Does anyone know that Kagayaji, the ancestor of chakra, is sealed on the moon that everyone can see? System update is complete. The mechanical sound, remembered in Hyaga-chan's mind, made Hyaga-chan stunned for a moment, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. The system finally wakes up? Are you in the system? Hyaga-chan asked in his heart. After a long time, there was still no response. Hyaga-chan was a little confused. What was going on? Did it make a bubble and disappeared again? Hyaga-chan wore an uneasy look on his face and shouted, "Open the system panel." A light curtain that only Hyaga-chan could see appeared in front of Hyaga-chan, making Hyaga-chan a sigh of relief. Then complained, "Why don't you answer the system?" The system remained silent, as if it had not heard Hyaga-chan's question. "Okay. My system is a dumb system." After making a complaint, Hyaga-chan looked at the system panel with joy. The system panel is very simple, just a lottery, a shopping mall, and a backpack, not even a task panel. The system was very cold, and there was no sound. Hyaga-chan could only explore it by himself. First, Hyaga-chan opened the mall. After clicking on the mall, the 8 characters tolerant of all things, omnipresent appeared in Hyaga-chan's eyes. Then the row of items below dazzled Hyaga-chan. Looking at all kinds of things that are easily extinct, Hyaga-chan's saliva flowed out. But after looking at the price, Hyaga-chan showed a bitter smile. Seeing the string of numbers, Hyaga-chan said his head was dizzy. Looking at the exchange point in his hand again, Hyaga-chan was stunned. What he saw, he actually had 30,000 exchange points. A string of question marks crossed Hyaga-chan's mind. Where did the 30,000 redemption points come from? Is it a system reward? but there is a redemption point, which is a good thing. Hyaga-chan slides the panel and wants to find something to enhance his strength. But the sliding Hyaga-chan's hands are getting sore, and those products are still priced at 8 or 9 digits. Although Hyaga-chan is greedy, he can't afford it. The system, help me list the products I can afford. I couldn't help it anymore, Hyaga-chan shouted to the system that had been silent. Originally, Hyaga-chan had already done it, and the system ignored his own preparations. I didn't expect that the system would really help. Commodities above 30,000 disappeared, and all that remained were 30,000 and below 30,000 commodities. Hyaga-chan glanced, frowning. There are still too many things, like some sci-fi laser cannons, fantasy cultivation techniques and medicines, flying swords in the world of Xiangxia. He is in the Naruto world now, and he may not be able to use it if he takes it, and Hyaga-chan also looks down on it. 30,000 items, of course it is very profitable. Look at the flying sword, the rusty Madara, it seems that it is going to be scrapped, and there are also the exercises, the gravel fist. Do you dare to fish a little more? Hyaga-chan turned on the mode of frantic complaints in his heart. Chapter 3. The system, only the things in the Naruto world are left, and everything else is shielded. Hyaga-chan said to the system. The mall panel was refreshed again, and all the messy things disappeared, leaving only the things in the Hokage world. Take a look, Hyaga-chan found that it is only 30,000 exchange points, and at most you can buy B-level ninjutsu, such as, Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Style Head Hard, Lightning Style Pseudo Darkness and other ninjutsu. Hyaga-chan didn't see the A*level ninjutsu, let alone the S-level ninjutsu. Hyaga-chan felt a little disappointed, and felt that there was nothing powerful. In fact, this is Hyaga-chan's insufficiency. B-level ninjutsu, generally only Jonin can have, so B-level ninjutsu is already pretty good. Hyaga-chan glanced, and then began to look down. He didn't want any ninjutsu, and the one that had the greatest effect on him now was chakra refinement. In the place below, Hyaga-chan finally found chakra refining art. Don't look at this chakra refining art as the foundation of the ninja, but it doesn't require many exchange points. That is, 1,000 exchange points, and Hyaga-chan will exchange it out. Although I know that the family will issue it in the future, when the family issues it, it will be a year later. Hyaga-chan doesn't want to waste a year. After redeeming the chakra refining technique, Hyaga-chan glanced around and found that there was nothing to buy. At this stage, it is enough for him to have the chakra refining technique. But after thinking about it, he still took out 10,000 exchange points and purchased Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Although it is a C-level ninjutsu, its power should not be underestimated. It is more cost-effective to increase chakra and even achieve the power of B-level ninjutsu. After the purchase, Hyaga-chan closed the system store and looked at the lottery page. Hyaga-chan reached out and clicked. A big turntable appeared in front of Hyaga-chan, with the words beginning of the lottery written in the middle. Hyaga-chan glanced around and found that the number of draws at the bottom showed 3 times. Hyaga-chan raised his eyebrows, and then asked the system, "System, are you gifting these 3 lotteries?" "Yes. The system will give you a lucky draw every year, and there are 10,000 redemption points." The mechanical sound of the system answered. Hyaga-chan raised his eyebrows again, and then asked, "How can I get the redemption points and the number of draws?" The system fell silent again without answering, making Hyaga-chan a little helpless. "Pick it. It's useless if you don't stay. It depends on whether it is African or European." Hyaga-chan said helplessly, "Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz." Then he reached out and clicked to start the draw. At the moment when Hyaga-chan started the lottery draw, he was drawn into another space. The space was a bit dim, and there was a shining star-chen hanging in the sky. On the big roulette, 8 items appeared, dividing the roulette into 8 evenly. Hyaga-chan looked at 8 items, and his breathing suddenly dropped. The first thing that catches the eye is a simple long sword. Just looking at it, Hyuga-chan feels as if burned to ashes. Ryujinjaka, it's actually Ryujinjaka, Zanpakuto of Yamamoto old man. If you can get it, you will get the air every second. Hyuga-chan is extremely excited. This is a sword that can destroy the world. Although Zanpakuto's strength has been controversial, Ryujinjaka has always been in the forefront and has never fallen. Enduring the excitement in his heart, Hyuga-chan looked at the second item, which was also a sword, and it was Zanpakuto. However, after seeing Hyuga-chan, his interest was not too great. It is not that this Zanpakuto is not strong, but that it is too restrictive and not very useful in Hokage. This Zanpakuto is Muramasa, once considered the strongest Zanpakuto, but it is only fierce in the Shinigami world. It is used as a chicken in the Hokage world without Zanpakuto. Then I was looking at the next one, a pair of azure blue eyes, but they were a little different from Hyuga-chan's Tenseigan, the magic eye of death, so awesome that I couldn't explain it. I don't know if the demon eye of straight death can kill the immortal Kagayagi. Hyuga-chan tilted his head and thought. The fourth is devil fruit, which is known as the strongest thunder fruit in Logia. Of course, whether it is the strongest or not is still a big controversy. But Hyuga-chan didn't want it. It wasn't that it was not strong, but it was afraid of the shortcoming of sea water. It was too big in Hokage. Hyuga-chan didn't need to leave such a big shortcoming to himself. The last four are Observation Haki, Sword Mastery, Raise-Non, and Marine 6 styles. It seems good luck, at least not an African. Before, Hyuga-chan could see that there is everything in this big turntable, just a match, a stick is possible. These 8 items are at least useful to you. Blessed by the Jade Emperor, Taizhang Daezu, I must let me get Ryujinjaka, and the Demon Eye of Death is also okay, bless. After reciting a few silently, Hyuga-chan pointed his finger to the beginning, and then the dial pointer began to rotate, at a speed that Hyuga-chan couldn't complain about. This is beyond the speed of light? Are you afraid of breaking it if you spin so fast? Amidst Hyuga-chan's complaints, the roulette pointer began to slow down, and Hyuga-chan also became nervous. In Hyuga-chan's nervous look, the pointer skipped Thunder Fruit, and then the Eye of Death also passed, slowly pointing to Ryujinjaka. Hyuga-chan jumped up happily. The luck was too good. Ryujinjaka was done properly. With Ryujinjaka, what Uchiha Madara, what Otsutsuki Kagaya, all were hacked to death. The facts tell us that we can't be happy too early, because the other party will always give you a head-on when you are most proud. In Hyuga-chan's ugly face, the pointer crossed Ryujinjaka and came to Raise-Non, which Hyuga-chan considered the worst. Then the words Raise-Non disappeared, and the sentiment about Raise-Non was instantly passed into Hyuga-chan's mind. If there is chakra, Hyuga-chan can now use Raise-Non. But Hyuga-chan's face is very dark. Although Raise-Non is also good, his cultivation methods are all in Hyuga-chan's mind. Originally, he was thinking that after he had chakra, he went to tinker with Raise-Non. Draw Raise-Non now, at the most, it saves Hyuga-chan's time, which is of no use. Oh. Good, it just saves time to practice, it's not bad. Hyuga-chan kept comforting himself in his heart. I have already drawn, and I can't go back. I'm not optimistic at this time. What else can I do? Can he make him cry? There are 2 more opportunities, it's okay. To a European emperor like me, just wasting one opportunity, there is nothing wrong with it. Although the blood was dripping in his heart, his face was calm, and he looked at the lottery roulette again. Chapter 4. Blessed by the gods and Buddhas, if I can get good things, I will definitely enshrine you with incense, bless. Closing his eyes and praying, Hyuga-chan said to the lottery. Following Hyuga-chan's click, the items on the lottery roulette were refreshed. This time there were only 5 items. In addition to the observation haki that appeared in the previous lottery, the other 4 are, Pupil Surgery Susanoo, Pupil Surgery Planetary Devastation, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, and Sage Mode. It seems that praying for God to worship Buddha is really useful. Except for observation haki, a little bit of waste, everything else is super strong. Hayagachan said excitedly. Needless to say, Susanoo and Planetary Devastation, one is the ultimate skill that Mangekyo Sherinan can use, and the other is Rinnegan's ultimate skill. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, Zanpakuto of Aizen Boss, can complete hypnosis with 5 senses, and get it invincible. Sage Mode is also very strong. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are a few who have learned Sage Mode, even Uchiha Madara. Observation haki is a bit worse. Of course, this is for Hayagachan. He has Tensagen and 360 degrees of sight without blind spots. Observation haki has little effect on him. Unless it is like One Piece Roger, who can listen to the sounds of all things, it will overlap with Tensagen's abilities, but one is the difference between seeing and listening. Among these 5 prizes, what Hayagachan wants most is Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. After getting Kyoka Suijutsu, it is a bit exaggerated to say invincible, but as long as the characters of the 6 levels do not come out, they can hardly even touch the clothes of Hayagachan, Kakuzu. At the 6th level, Hayagachan doesn't know whether it can be hypnosis. After all, the 6th level is basically a god. In short, these 5 rewards are already very good. As long as they don't get observation haki and planetary devastation, everything else is fine. Although planetary devastation is Rinnegan's big move, it is not very tempting to Hayagachan. Like the rays non-drawn before, give Hayagachan time and he can develop it himself. Planetary devastation is simply gravity. Tensagen can also manipulate gravity, even stronger than Rinnegan, so in theory Tensagen can also use planetary devastation. The lottery began, and the pointer turned frantically. Hayagachan looked at the crazy turning pointer, feeling a little dizzy. He closed his eyes quickly and was no longer watching, just waiting for the final result. When Hayagachan waited in a hurry, the pointer stopped on Susanoo. Hayagachan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Susanoo is not the best in it, it is very important to Hayagachan. At this time, Hayagachan also thought of a question, whether his Tensagen could use Susanoo belonging to Mangekyo Sherinan. The system should be able to solve it. Hayagachan thought that his Tensagen should also be the help of the system to evolve. Otherwise, Hayagachan doesn't believe it. With the blood of the Otsutsuki clan and the high-purity Byakugan, it can evolve 100%, and Hayagachan has no fetal movement period, and directly becomes a perfect Tensagen. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This kind of trivial matter, the system should be easy to solve. Hayagachan feels that he is not worried about eating carrots. Sure enough, after a streamer shot into Hayagachan's eyes, the huge pupil power surged and then calmed down. Hayagachan can clearly feel that the power that resides in his eyes, although temporarily unavailable, is real. Finally got a good thing. With Susanoo and Tensagen's summoning technique, maybe the Senju Buddha with a big pillar can be stiff. Hayagachan couldn't help but yell. Tensagen's summoning technique can summon a stone statue that can suppress 9 tails. If it is combined with Susanoo to form a prestigious Susanoo, it should be stronger than Susanoo plus 9 tails. And Sage Art Wood style true number Senju is tough, it shouldn't be a problem. Only the last draw is left. Hayagachan is no longer wordy. He is content with Susanoo anyway. No matter what he draws next time, it doesn't matter. In this lottery roulette, there are a total of more than a dozen items, but many items are very pitted. Hayagachan was still inside and saw a pancake fruit. Is this preparing a midnight snack for myself? Hayagachan spit out, then clicked on the draw. After turning for half a minute, The pointer stopped. It did not point to the pancake fruit, but the observation haki that appeared in the first 2 times. You are included in the 3 draws. It seems that it's hard not to get you. Feel the usage and practice methods of observation haki in my mind. After accepting observation haki, Hyuga-chan found that he underestimated observation haki, in addition to improving his 5 senses. Observation haki has cultivated to a high level, and can even predict what is about to happen, and see the fragments of the future, which is the 6th sense. This is a bit bullish, it is the nemesis of Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. But if you want to use it, you must practice to a high level, although Hyuga-chan can learn directly from the system. But it's just learning and being able to use it. Hyuga-chan's current observation haki is the 1st level. If you want to improve, you have to pass training. Exiting the lottery page, Hyuga-chan saw that there was a character panel in the corner, and then Hyuga-chan reached out and clicked on it. Host, Hyuga-chan. Age, 3 years old. Bloodline limits, Atsutsuki bloodline, Tenseigen, Sage body. Chakra attributes, wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Tenseigen ability, control repulsion, Tenseigen chakra mode, golden wheel reincarnation, silver wheel reincarnation, summoning technique, chakra extraction, spirit ball, puppet control, time and space control, Gao Tianyuan, Suzanu. Ninjutsu, chakra refinement, Raise-non, A** level. Other capabilities, observation haki. Equipment, none. The entire panel lists all his abilities, so Hyuga-chan has a precise understanding of his abilities. The first is Tenseigen. Because chakra is insufficient, Hyuga-chan doesn't know how much his Tenseigen has. After this look, Hyuga-chan found that his Tenseigen had all the abilities of the Atsutsuki Shiren and the huge Tenseigen. And the most important thing is which space-time control. Although Tenseigen can use space abilities, it is absolutely impossible to control time. Time and space manipulation and Gao Tianyuan should be Hyuga-chan's unique abilities. This is not surprising, just like Mangekyo, the awakening pupil technique is basically different. Manipulate time and space. If you can really control time and space, someone can beat me and cannot kill me. Hyuga-chan muttered. There is also Gao Tianyuan. Hyuga-chan does not know what this ability is, but Gao Tianyuan is the residence of the gods in Japanese mythology, so this ability is definitely not weak. However, Hyuga-chan is not too optimistic. The more powerful the ability, the greater the consumption. No matter how strong the ability is, it will be useless. He is now the best example. If all these abilities are used, whoever will die under the 6 realms, but now Hyuga-chan can only look at it with eyesight. Chapter 5. Exit the character panel. Hyuga-chan points to the backpack panel. This Hyuga-chan can guess it? After clicking on it, I found that the backpack is just like the backpacks in those online games. As for how many things can be placed in a square, Hyuga-chan has not tried it and does not know. These are not important. What is important is that there is a gift bag in the backpack with a compensation gift bag written on it. Is it because the system hasn't had a head start in the past 3 years, so it compensated me? Hyuga-chan thought in his heart. Hyuga-chan didn't ask the system either. After asking, he didn't necessarily say that it was sent by the system anyway, just open it. Hyuga-chan had a little gift bag, and a dazzling golden light flashed, causing Hyuga-chan to close his eyes. It's so dazzling, it almost flashed my titanium alloy Tenseigen. I don't know what good things are in it. If it's too bad, it will definitely kill the system. Hyuga-chan rubbed his eyes and said, at that moment, he was really flashed, 100 times dazzling than the sun. Rubbing his eyes, Hyuga-chan, who barely opened it, looked at the backpack and found 3 things lying in the backpack. One of them is a yellow fruit with a weird pattern on it. Hyuga-chan is very familiar with it. It is devil fruit. Seeing devil fruit, there was a tangled light in Hyaga-chan's eyes. Regarding devil fruit's ability, Hyaga-chan said it was impossible not to be greedy, but devil fruit's weakness was too great, which made Hyaga-chan hesitate. After gritting his teeth, Hyaga-chan said, "Look at the fruit first. If it's a strong fruit, eat it. If it's trash zoan, just throw it here. Open the backpack, take out devil fruit, and look at its introduction. The system products are all introduced by themselves. Sparkling fruit, perfect version. The system reformed sparkling fruit does not have the shortcomings of the traditional devil fruit that is afraid of sea water and sea stone. It has a stronger attack ability and has no conflict with other devil fruits. It will not burst and die if you take it again." What else was thinking? After seeing the introduction, Hyaga-chan picked up devil fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Hyaga-chan's face twitched, and it took a lot of effort before he could eat it. "I forgot that devil fruit is unpalatable, it's really a misstep." Hyaga-chan exited the system space, and then hurriedly found water to pour it down. It was so terrible that Hyaga-chan couldn't describe it. After a long time, Hyaga-chan was relieved. In fact, Hyaga-chan didn't notice that there was a very small line at the bottom of sparkling fruit's introduction. Note, although its side effects have disappeared due to system modification, it has also become more unpalatable. At that time, Hyaga-chan was so excited that he didn't see this line of fine print at all. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Of course, even if Hyaga-chan sees it, he will eat it too. After slowing down, Hyaga-chan raised his hand, and a golden light shone on Hyaga-chan's fingers. "Is it only at this level?" "That's right. I just ate devil fruit, and I need to develop it. I'm still young and I can't keep up with my physical fitness. It would be nice to be able to shine." Seeing the light in his hand, Hyaga-chan was not discouraged. If he came up, he could use the moves like 8-foot Kikshin Guyu and light speed kicks, and there would be ghosts. I have to say that the yellow monkey's sparkling fruit is really awesome. It is definitely the top 10 devil fruit of pirates. Now I have it too, and it's an enhanced version. It will definitely be even better than him. Hyaga-chan smiled. "Look at other things." Hyaga-chan remembers that there are 3 things, sparkling fruit is just one of them, and the other 2 should not be bad. Without entering the system space, directly open the system backpack and take out the other 2 things. One of them is Marine 6 Styles, and the other is a flash bomb, a useless thing. Marine 6 Styles are, Finger Pistol, Iron Body, Shaving, Tempest Kick, Moonwalk, Paper Arts. It even includes the Return of Life, 6 types of Profound Truth 6 King Spears, and Biggest Will 6 King Spears. The physique that surpasses the limit of the human body in Pirate World, although not much used in the later period, is basically replaced by Conqueror's Haki, but its power is beyond doubt. At least in Hokage, this is a magical skill. What Hyaga-chan cares most about is not the attacking moves, but the way to exercise. The method of exercising in Hokage is very rubbish, at least compared with the pirates, it is very different. In terms of physical fitness, the pirate's person will definitely slap Hokage, Uchiha Madara, and Marine Admiral, will also be beaten. After all, Hokage relies on chakra to eat, and it is totally incomparable with pirates who eat on their bodies. This is a difference in worldview. Hokage's physical skills are different from pirates' physical skills. Pirates' physical skills are pure physical skills, except for Zoan fruit, without any bonuses. Naruto's physical skills, but with the chakra bonus, broke out forcibly. So Marine 6 Styles is very important to Hyaga-chan. Even if Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki come, Hyaga-chan will not change. Let's refine the chakra first and try to see how it works. Taking out the chakra refining technique, Hyaga-chan is more excited than when he was in the lottery. After being here for 3 years, he finally came into contact with chakra. Thinking of this, Hyoga-chan sat cross-legged on the bed. After watching the chakra refining technique, he became quiet and contemplative. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of mental energy and physical energy. After passing through, Hyoga-chan has been systematically refined, and his talent is placed in the Hokage world, which is also called a monster. Soon Hyoga-chan mastered the method, extracting a trace of energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, and began to grow. After extracting chakra, Hyoga-chan got excited, and then continued to extract chakra. At this time, the advantages of sage body are reflected. After a night of refinement, the chakra in Hyoga-chan's body is already a genin amount. Because of being too excited, Hyoga-chan refined the chakra for the whole night, and now finally can't hold it anymore, lying down on the bed softly. Yesterday, I trained for 1 day during the day and refined the chakra for another night at night. Even the fairy body can't hold on. The refinement of chakra is different from the fantasy fairy. One night in the fantasy world may be more energetic, but the refinement of chakra is different. Chakra plainly said that it is obtained by squeezing the energy of the body's cells, and it also requires a combination of mental power. Now Hyoga-chan is tired physically and mentally. If it weren't for a traverser, his mental power would have been strong, and Hyoga-chan would have fainted now. You can't work so hard in the future, otherwise, even if you are a fairy, you will be exhausted. Hyoga-chan lay on the bed and didn't even want to eat breakfast. However, what should be eaten is to eat. Hyoga-chan braced himself and prepared a hearty breakfast for himself. 2 adults could not finish this breakfast, but Hyoga-chan ate it all at once. The cells of his body were squeezed all night, just when he needed to replenish energy. Chapter 6. After resting in bed all morning, Hyoga-chan recovered. In fact, his body had recovered a long time ago, but his energy recovery was a bit slow. At noon, Hyoga-chan did not cook, but went out for a barbecue, and then came to Hyoshin again. Now there is chakra too, it's time to show the power of Tenseigan. No one came from the back mountain. Hyoga-chan can perform with confidence and is not afraid of being seen by others. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has the telescope technique, will he be okay to monitor the back mountain? Naruto is so free. Universal pull. Hyoga-chan shouted loudly, and then a small stone in the distance was caught by Hyoga-chan. Looking at the small stones in his hand, Hyoga-chan felt a little embarrassed. He dropped the stones in his hand and sat on the ground. Fortunately, no one saw it. It was too shameful. Feeling 1/10 of the chakra consumed in the body, Hyoga-chan gave a wry smile. This chakra is really worthless. However, Hyoga-chan used the S-level big move to have the D-level effect. This is also unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. Actually speaking, this can only be the same as the universal pull ability, not universal pull, but Tenseigan's control gravity. It seems that it is too early to use Tenseigan, and there is no power at all. Hyoga-chan said helplessly. It is that he consumes all the chakra, at most the power of C-rank ninjutsu, so it is better to use C-rank ninjutsu. If you use the Great Fireball technique, Hyoga-chan estimates that his chakra can be used 3 times. Hyoga-chan stood up and stared straight ahead, fire-style Great Fireball technique. 4 stamps per second, and within a second, a great fireball was sprayed out by Hyoga-chan and hit a tree. The big tree hugged by one person instantly broke into 2 pieces, the fierce flame burned, and Hyoga-chan was amazed by its immense power. Although it is incomparable with those ninjutsu that razed a village at once, this is the first time Hyoga-chan has seen the power of ninjutsu in a true sense. The scenes seen in the anime are different from the real watching. Next, Hyoga-chan extinguished the flames and began to practice changes in form and nature. The shape change is very easy to handle. Hyoga-chan will raise Nan, and will fully grasp the shape change in a short while. The nature change is to add attributes to the chakra. For example, The great fireball technique used by Hyoga-chan just now is to add the nature change of the fire attribute. The combination of the changes in the nature of the two attributes can become the bloodline limit, but there are not many ninja worlds that can be achieved. The nature changes are also well controlled. After all, Hyoga-chan has all the chakra attributes, and the system has improved his talents. This is an advantage. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. After that, Hyoga-chan began to practice chakras control ability, wanting to practice chakras control, climbing trees, and treading water. There is a small stream in the back mountain, just to practice treading water. Although he is very confident in his chakra control, for the sake of safety, Hyoga-chan first practiced simple tree climbing. The Hyoga family's control of chakra is innate. After all, it is a family that makes a living by tapping acupuncture points. Is chakras control less accurate? So the tree climbed through once, and after stepping on the water several times, it was easy to control. Now it is windy, Hyoga-chan can also stand firmly on the water. After mastering these basic things, all that is left is to practice physical skills and improve chakra. Chakra can be refined for a few hours a day, but physical skills really require hard work. According to the unique method of improving physical fitness in Marine 6 styles, Hyoga-chan started to exercise. Every sweat, every gain. While others were happily playing ninja games, Hyoga-chan began to practice hard. Hyoga-chan is not envious of other people's fun, he is so desperate now, just to live better in the future. Don't look at Hyoga-chan's system plug-in, but he really can't compare to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. At the end of Naruto, they were only 17 years old, and F***ck had the strength of the 6th Dao. Is this comparable? Hyoga-chan feels that even if he is on the hook, he may not be able to become as strong at the 6th level before the age of 17. It is still possible to fight against the 6th level. Thinking about it at this time, Hyoga-chan felt that the protagonist was too hungry, and his own system couldn't keep up with them. It was really shameful. It's good to have a strong father. Hyoga-chan sighed while sitting on the ground. Then he rested for a while and devoted himself to the practice again. At this time, Hyoga-chan turned into a desperate Saburo. The intensity of his practice was the normal body type Chunin, which could not be achieved. Time is like water, never going back. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. Today, it is rare that Hyoga-chan did not practice, but came to Konoha's most prosperous street, ready to have a big meal and celebrate. Just yesterday, his chakra reached the level of Jonin, and his other comprehensive qualities, physique and the purity of chakra, also reached the level of Chunin. Hyoga-chan doesn't know what Naruto's strength is divided by, but he guessed it should be chakra's purity. But that's it, he is also a Chunin now. The 4-year-old Chunin is much better than the 6-year-old Chunin's Kakashi, Hyoga-chan. Of course, if Hyoga-chan is open, it's not as good as Kakashi, so don't mix it up. You can kill him with a piece of tofu. Although Hyoga-chan is Chunin, it is easy to sling Jonin. First of all, Marine 6 styles, Hyoga-chan, whose physical fitness keeps up with it, can already be used. Tensagan's ability to manipulate puppets, extract chakra, read other people's memory, repulsion and gravity, etc., can also be easily used. Although Hyoga-chan has not tried it, it should be no problem to fend off A** level ninjutsu by repulsion, and it is easier to fly Jonin. The most important thing is sparkling fruit. Hyoga-chan can now be partially elementalized, and lasers can be used, but the power is somewhat small. However, the laser is fast, relying on its unexpected speed. Even the strongest shadow level players are likely to be slapped. Hyoga-chan walked along, and suddenly saw 3 familiar figures. Is this the Sunin in my youth? Tsunade's cow chariot is not big now. Hyoga-chan murmured softly. Boy! What are you looking at? Tsunade is now an elite Jonin, very sensitive to the eyes of others. Hyaga-chan has been staring at Tsunade's chest. Tsunade can naturally notice that if it weren't for Hyaga-chan to be a child, the grumpy Tsunade would go forward and beat him. Nothing. Hyaga-chan curled his lips in disdain, then turned to leave. Ha ha ha. This kid thinks you have a small chest. Jiraiya said deadly. Boom. The ground cracked, and the surrounding civilians quickly dispersed. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva, leaving cold sweat on his forehead. Orochimaru, who had been watching coldly, twitched the corners of his mouth. What did you say? Tsunade stared at Jiraiya ferociously. Chapter 7. Hearing the movement, Hyaga-chan also turned his head and looked at Tsunade's feet, cracks like a spider web. Hyaga-chan took a look. It should be 10 meters in diameter. It's violent. If I get a blow, I will definitely be maimed. Hyaga-chan wiped away the cold sweat that didn't exist on his face. Although Hyaga-chan practices body art as a whole, and also has a collection of practice such as Marine 6 styles, but due to age restrictions, physical art alone cannot produce such a powerful attack. And Hyaga-chan knew that Tsunade didn't give his full strength, and he didn't know how strong Tsunade would be if he did his best. Looking at Jiraiya pityingly, Hyaga-chan is ready to slip away first. Now he can't provoke others, let's talk about it when he becomes stronger in the future. Tsunade, that kid who mocks you, is going to slip away now. Jiraiya, who was stared in cold sweat by Tsunade, was very unethical and used Hyaga-chan as a shield. Hyaga-chan stagnated. If he could, he wanted to strangle Jiraiya very much now. This uncle, when have I ever mocked the beautiful sister? I was feeling just now, how can such a beautiful sister be walking with you as ugly? Since Jiraiya has no morals, Hyaga-chan doesn't show mercy anymore. Anyway, he knows Jiraiya and knows that he will not be angry. Jiraiya heard the words, the whole person turned grey, and the uncle and the ugly, constantly scratched in his mind. Puff. A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Then he walked to Hyaga-chan's side and squeezed Hyaga-chan's face. Which kid are you from? You can talk. Enduring the unhappiness of being pinched, Hyaga-chan said cutely, what I said is the truth. My sister is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Hyaga-chan hasn't lied on this point. Although Tsunade is a pair of aces, what he didn't say about his appearance is definitely the most beautiful one that Hyaga-chan has ever seen in his life. My sister likes you who like to tell the truth the most. Tsunade said happily. Since childhood, Hyaga-chan was the first person to praise her for her beauty. Although Tsunade behaves like a female man, which girl does not like others to praise her beauty? Hee, the corner of Hyaga-chan's mouth twitched in a place that Tsunade couldn't see. He was really not humble at all. Jiraiya recovered from the petrochemical state, and said unhappily, Tsunade, don't be deceived. This kid is full of lies, not honest at all. He is only 14 years old now, and he is very upset about Hyaga-chan's uncle. Moreover, Jiraiya asked himself that he was not bad. This kid called him ugly. Although Jiraiya didn't care about Hyaga-chan, he was still very unhappy in his heart. Oh, the uncle, you said I was lying. Do you think your sister is not pretty? Hyaga-chan asked with a smile. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Hearing this, Tsunade's happy face changed in an instant. His face was clouded, and he looked at Jiraiya coldly. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's cold gaze and Hyaga-chan's triumphant gaze, crying without tears. Unexpectedly, he was put on one by a child. At this time, Jiraiya had some doubts about his IQ. Uncle Snake, who was silent for a while and had no sense of existence, said in a cold voice, idiot. This idiot was very suitable. Originally, when Orochimaru scolded him for being an idiot, he would refute it loudly. This time, he did not refute it surprisingly, but fell into silence. Now Jiraiya is doubting life. wondering if he is a real idiot, otherwise he can't even fight a kid. Jiraiya, don't pretend to be a fool, what did you mean by just now? Tsunade's hair floated. Jiraiya woke up and looked at the furious Tsunade with a bitter smile on his face. I have to perform the task tomorrow, can you just hit it lightly? Jiraiya swallowed and said with difficulty. Haha, what do you mean? Tsunade had a sneer on his face. Sister, just let this uncle take a look. I don't look like him pretending to be stupid. Hyoga-chan walked over and pulled Tsunade's arm. When Jiraiya saw Hyoga-chan speaking to herself, her face was grateful. It seemed that this kid was not too annoying, Jiraiya thought in her heart. But Jiraiya came to a conclusion too early, and he didn't wait for his grateful words to come out. The words behind Hyoga-chan made his expression froze. I think he is really stupid, not pretending to be stupid. This IQ is in arrears and should be recharged. Puff. Hyoga-chan's words made Tsunade laugh again, and he reached out and rubbed Hyoga-chan's head. This little guy, his hair is really smooth, and it feels comfortable to rub. Tsunade said secretly. Hyoga-chan felt a little upset. Although he was just pretending to be tender and cute, and his body looked like 4 years old, it couldn't deny his mentality as an adult. Being touched like this, even if the one touching her head is a beautiful woman, Hyoga-chan is very upset. Haha. It's really interesting. It seems that Hyoga-chan glanced, and Orochimaru's eyes flashed a little. The aura of Tsunade just broke out. Even the elite genin would shudder, but there was nothing wrong with Hyoga-chan, which attracted the attention of the careful Orochimaru. Hyoga-chan didn't know, because of this incident, Orochimaru's attention was drawn. Even if I know, Hyoga-chan won't care. The current Orochimaru is not the future Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru does not talk about sunshine, but it is not so gloomy, and Orochimaru has not conducted research at this time, and has a strong sense of belonging to the village. Even if Orochimaru really hits Hyoga-chan, Hyoga-chan is not afraid. Although he can't beat Orochimaru, Orochimaru doesn't want to take him. With thick tears of noodles on Jiraiya's face, Jiraiya ran into the turret and drew circles, obviously being hit hard by Hyoga-chan. It was originally ugly, but now it has become a toad. Looking at Jiraiya, Hyoga-chan continued to speak poisonously. Ah, smelly boy, I want to fight you. Jiraiya stood up angrily. Haha, Hyoga-chan laughed mockingly and looked at Jiraiya with an idiotic expression. Tsunade and Orochimaru, like Hyoga-chan, looked at Jiraiya like an idiot. What's wrong with you? Jiraiya asked dumbfounded. Moron. Duel with a kid, Jiraiya, you really have a face. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya just remembered at this time that Hyoga-chan is just a child, fighting with the child. If he wins, he is bullying the child, and if he loses, he is not as good as the child. Then his Jiraiya's face would be embarrassing to other shinobu villages. And the most important thing is that his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen will also be ashamed. Chapter 8. It's really shameful to have teammates like you. Jiraiya. Orochimaru said lightly. Yes. Originally your reputation is not good, if you add the charge of bullying a child, you will become a rat crossing the street, everyone shouted and beaten. Tsunade said jokingly. Hyoga-chan also hugged his arms and looked at Jiraiya with a dull expression. In fact, if you really fight Jiraiya, Hyoga-chan is sure to beat him. Jiraiya's current strength is worse than Orochimaru and Tsunade. If Tsunade is the strength of the elite Jonin, Orochimaru is the strength close to the quasi-shadow, and Jiraiya is Jonin. This is not to belittle Jiraiya. If it is in the future, Jiraiya with Sage Mode may be the most powerful among the 3 ninjas. But the current Jiraiya has not yet gone to Mount Myaboku, the 3 holy sites, and its aptitude is not as good as Orochimaru and Tsunade, so it is indeed a bit weak. He now has the strength of Jonin, and he has obtained it through hard work. Compared with Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya, who is laughing on the surface, may have put in more effort behind his back. Jiraiya is one of the most important figures in Naruto. It can be said that without Jiraiya, there would be no future Naruto. Jiraiya and Iruka are definitely the two most important people to Naruto. After talking for so long, what's your name without knowing it? Tsunade turned to look at Hyuga-chan and asked. Sister Beauty, my name is Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan said with a smile. Tsunade froze for a moment, and then looked at Hyuga-chan's blue eyes. There were stars circulating inside, so gorgeous, Tsunade almost lost it. Sister! What's wrong with you? Hyuga-chan pulled Tsunade with his hand. Tsunade came back to his senses, smiled and said, It's nothing, my little brother, your eyes are so beautiful, and my sister is fascinated by it. Little brother. Hyuga-chan has a black line on his face. Orochimaru looked at Hyuga-chan's eyes with a thoughtful expression. Just now Orochimaru looked at Hyuga-chan's eyes and noticed a hint of danger from inside. Looking deeply at Hyuga-chan, Orochimaru kept silent and became more interested in Hyuga-chan. If Hyuga-chan knew that Orochimaru was thinking about himself as a pervert, he would definitely have a chill. Since you introduced yourself, let's introduce ourselves too. Tsunade said with a smile. No need Tsunade, I think he already knows who we are. The vertical pupil in Orochimaru's eyes stared at Hyuga-chan closely. Hyuga-chan was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, Yes, I do know you. After all, I am a disciple of Hokage. No one in Konoha does not know you. Especially Princess Tsunade. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. You know us so little, devil. Knowing our identities makes me so embarrassed, devil, you are dead. Jiraiya threatened Hyuga-chan. Sister Tsunade, this ugly uncle threatened me. Hyuga-chan said, hiding behind Tsunade. Jiraiya saw Tsunade's gaze swept over, and immediately persuaded. You said your name is Hyuga-chan, you are from the Hyuga clan. As the Hyuga clan, there is no Byakugan. You are the Hyuga clan saying that there is no Byakugan waste. Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice increased a little. At this time, Jiraiya reacted and hurriedly apologized to Hyuga-chan. He was always unobstructed, but in fact, there was no malicious intention. It's okay, I don't care about this, time will prove everything. Hyuga-chan was not angry at all. He knows his own situation, and Hyuga-chan doesn't care too much about what others say. Just like what he said, time will prove everything. I didn't expect your mentality to be so good. If someone said that to me, I would have killed him with a punch. Tsunade also gave Jiraiya a fist. Good mentality? Huh. This is the bottom line, that nobody touches Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan used to be a good gentleman. As long as it doesn't affect his own interests, Hyuga-chan will smile and say yes. But once someone moves his interests, Hyuga-chan will definitely explode. It just so happens that we are going to eat at the rotisserie, so it's better to join us, my sister, I will treat you. Tsunade invited with a smile. Tsunade is very fond of Hyuga-chan, who is as old as her brother and gives her a sense of intimacy. Okay. Hyuga-chan agreed with a smile. There is a free lunch, so you can save a little money if you don't eat anything for nothing. To be honest, the current Hyuga-chan's economy is a bit tight, and the practice of Marine 6 styles consumes too much. Hyuga-chan is now a rice bucket. In addition, Hyuga-chan has to eat well to ensure his nutrition, so the money is consumed quickly like running water. Jiraiya burst into tears. Every time he eats, he actually has to pay for it. Tsunade loves gambling. He is still a big fat sheep and has a fart of money. Orochimaru, this guy is also an iron CK, with no hair, so every time Jiraiya prepares to drink money for a drink, half of it will disappear. Fortunately, it's just a child and can't eat much. Jiraiya comforted herself in her heart. When he came to the barbecue restaurant, the boss saw the three Tsunade and greeted them with a smile. It turns out to be a disciple of Hokage. You come here often, this time I will give you a 30% discount. The boss said boldly. Thank you, boss. Jiraiya expressed his great gratitude and offered a 30% discount. Is this to leave some extra money? You are welcome, after all, you are all regulars. The boss said with a smile. But after a while, the boss couldn't laugh anymore. After finding a place to sit down, Jiraiya proudly said, You can order whatever you want, kid, and I will pay the bill. That's what you said, the boss will serve 10 plates of barbecue first, and then ask for it after eating. Boy, we people, 10 plates of barbecue are not enough. Jiraiya said with a smile. I think you got it wrong. I ordered these 10 grilled meats for myself. If you want to eat, order them yourself. Hokage gave Jiraiya a glance and said. What? You can eat 10 plates of barbecue, and you are not afraid of being crushed to death. Jiraiya jumped up. Little Chen. Don't order so much if you can't eat. Tsunade also said. Don't worry. These are just sprinkling water, appetizers. While talking, Hokage put the barbecue on the grill. Little devil, if you can't eat it, I'll let you go around. Although the barbecue here is delicious, it is very expensive. A plate of barbecue costs 1,000 taels, and 10 plates of 10,000 taels will go out. Okay. After eating, I will go around. Bearing a smile, Hokage began to turn the barbecue. The three of Tsunade also ordered 10 plates of barbecue and 2 pots of sake by the way. Chapter 9. Belch. The food is not bad, thank you for the hospitality, Uncle Jiraiya. Hokage said with a full hiccup. Looking at the pile of high plates, Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and blood was dripping in his heart. Little Chen, you eat so much, won't you make it? Tsunade asked in disbelief. She couldn't imagine how Hokage, who was only 4 years old, had eaten so many things, and her stomach was not bulging at all. Orochimaru sits next to him as a quiet handsome man. It's not he who pays the bill anyway, he doesn't care how much he eats. Not to mention, the current Orochimaru is pretty handsome, but the skin is too pale. Don't worry, Tsunade's sister. Hokage waved his hand. This is the method recorded in Marine 6 styles, which can quickly consume food energy and strengthen itself. You kid is really a monster. Jiraiya cursed secretly, and then paid the money in tears. This time half of the rewards for the mission went in. The owner of the rotisserie was bleeding in his heart. Although he couldn't say he lost, he didn't make much. Since I've finished eating, I won't bother Tsunade's sister, and leave. The sky had begun to dim, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Looking at Hyogacen's back, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, "This kid from the Hyoga family is definitely not easy. Isn't it just eating a lot? What's not easy?" Jiraiya is still feeling distressed about her wallet. "Idiot." Orochimaru said coldly, then turned and left. "A whole Orochimaru, who are you, idiotic? You stop me!" Jiraiya chased after angrily. Tsunade ignored the two of them and looked thoughtful at Hyoga-chan's back. She felt a familiar breath in Hyoga-chan before. Now she finally remembered, this breath is very similar to her grandfather Senju Hashirama. Forget it. Disdain, but this little guy is really cute, much better than Nawaka's stupid brother. When he said Nawaka, Tsunade's eyes flashed with doting. Taking a look at Hyoga-chan's back again, Tsunade turned and returned to the residence of the Senju clan. "I didn't expect to come out this time, I would meet Sunin as a teenager. It's really interesting," Hyoga-chan said with a smile. He also didn't expect that on the street, he would meet Sunin, but he ate a barbecue for nothing, and had a familiar face with Sunin, which was not bad. Back to the Hyoga family, when passing through the training ground, a sound suddenly came to mind. The sun is going down. Is there anyone who trains, really hard working? Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Go and see. Hyoga-chan paused, then turned a corner and walked towards the training ground of the Hyoga family. It turned out to be Hisashi. I didn't expect you to work so hard. The sky is already dark and you are still training here. Looking at the familiar figure, Hyoga-chan said with a smile. Hyoga Hisashi turned his head to look at Hyoga-chan, and then continued to train with the stakes, with chakra wrapped around his palms, and it was obvious that chakra had been extracted. Looking at you, it's more like venting your dissatisfaction. Hyoga-chan smiled. Hyoga Hisashi turned his head abruptly and stared at Hyoga-chan. What is it about you? You are just a trash. You don't even have a Byakugan in the family. You don't deserve to be named Hyoga at all. Looking at Hyoga-chan's smooth forehead, a faint envy flashed in Hyoga Hisashi's eyes. Although Hyoga Hisashi was quickly put away, he was still noticed by the sharp-eyed Hyoga-chan. The appearance is very tough, but this is just to conceal your inner fragility. The word satisfaction is very suitable for you. Hyoga-chan said mockingly. Enough. You guy who doesn't even have Byakugan, what right do you have to call me, like a worthless trash like you, doesn't know me at all? Hyoga Hisashi clenched his fists and snarled. He is not the second one of Hyoga Iron Plate. As the son of the patriarch, he naturally knows what caged bird is. He is very envious of Hyoga-chan. Even if Hyoga-chan is in the eyes of all the Hyoga family, it is a waste of impure blood that even Byakugan does not have. But if possible, Hyoga Hisashi really wanted to exchange it with him. From the time he was engraved with curse mark, caged bird, Hyoga Hisashi knew that his destiny could no longer be controlled by him. It has been a year, and he has been suffering for a year. A few days ago, he finally obtained chakra refining art. He wanted to save his destiny by practicing desperately. Tisk tusk. I really don't know you, but I know you are very inferior now. After saying this, Hyoga-chan didn't talk to him anymore. He still has important things. There is no time to listen to Hyoga Hisashi's grievances here. The reason why Hyoga-chan did not practice today is that besides celebrating his breakthrough in strength, what is more important is that today is his birthday. Although no one remembers his birthday, Hyoga-chan himself. In a few hours, he will really be 4 years old, and the system will present another lucky draw opportunity and 10,000 redemption points. After a year of research, he found that apart from waiting for the system to give away, he couldn't get exchange points at all, because the system had no tasks. There is no other way to get exchange points. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you don't need to be a slave to the system, and run around for tasks all day long. The disadvantage is that there is no way to get redemption points, and you can only wait for the system to give it away every year. Relying on redemption, Hyoga-chan didn't want to. At the redemption point, I couldn't change anything at all, I could only watch the lottery. Hyoga-chan walked towards his house. Hyoga Hisashi behind him was angry. He felt that Hyoga-chan came here to laugh at him. So angry Hyoga Hisashi, no matter what the situation is, raised his fist and hit Hyoga-chan on the back. Of course Hyoga Hisashi was not dazzled by anger, and he didn't use chakra. Hyoga-chan was heading towards the lottery and didn't pay attention to Hyoga Hisashi behind him, so he was hit in the back with a punch. With a sound of touch, Hyoga-chan recovered, and then turned to look at Hyoga Hisashi. You just hit me. Hyoga Hisashi flushed and put his flushed fist behind his back, not wanting Hyoga-chan to see it. With this fist, Hyoga Hisashi felt as if he was hitting the iron plate, enduring the pain hard, and did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid of opening his mouth, so he couldn't help screaming. It's really shameful to hit someone else, and it's me who is injured. Hyoga-chan chuckled and said, "Since you punched me, do I have to give you a punch too?" Speaking, Hyoga-chan raised his fist and made a gesture to strike. Chapter 10. Hyoga Hisashi took a few steps back in fear, and then felt a little embarrassed, struck his neck, and looked up at Hyoga-chan. Had it not been for Hyoga Hisashi's trembling legs, Hyoga-chan would not have thought he was scared. Forget it. Hyoga-chan put down his fists and stopped being familiar with this little kid. It would be bad if his hands became heavy and his father didn't know him, and he didn't know his father. What? You ask him why he doesn't know his father. If your brain is broken, you will not know your father. Don't be proud. When I learn the gentle fist method, I will definitely get revenge for today. Seeing Hyoga-chan left, Hyoga Hisashi yelled again. Damn. Find me revenge, is there any mistake? It's obvious that you hit me first. It's good if I don't care about you. You kid still wants revenge. Hyoga-chan, who hadn't gone far, turned around immediately and walked back aggressively. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Be careful, I have a heavy hand. Hyoga-chan squeezed his fists, with a sneer on his face. You, what are you doing? Hyoga Hisashi took 2 steps back and looked at Hyoga-chan in fear. I want to teach you a truth. The truth is that face is worthless. Look at you, because if you want to get back a bit of face, you have to be beaten. It's not worth it. After speaking, Hyoga-chan smashed it with a punch. The speed was so fast that Hyoga Hisashi, a 4-year-old child, could not escape. Bump. 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 After several muffled noises, Hyoga-chan left in a cool manner. Hyoga Hisashi lay on the ground, crying sadly. That's right. Hyoga-chan, who had just walked a few steps, turned his head and looked at Hyoga Hisashi, who was beaten into a big-headed doll, and threatened, "Go back and say that I accidentally fell, or I will beat you once when I see you." Hyoga Hisashi, who was afraid that Hyoga-chan turned his head and beat him again, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Did you hear me? Hyoga Hisashi shuddered, then said in a crying voice, I know. He hadn't thought about it. It was shameful to be beaten by a trash recognized by the Hyoga family. Hyoga-chan nodded in satisfaction. He found that bullying children felt pretty good. I really fell. Hyoga-chan sighed with emotion. Seeing Hyoga-chan completely disappeared in the training ground, Hyoga Hisashi cried out with a wow. Just for the sake of face, he kept silent, and now there is no one. Hyoga Hisashi burst into tears. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Although he has left the training ground, Hyoga-chan, who owns Observation Haki, still hears Hyoga Hisashi's cry. I was so frightened that I wanted to face and suffer, and I dared to speak harshly, and deserved to be beaten. Back home, Hyoga-chan began to bathe and burn incense, hoping to have better luck today. Although Hyoga-chan also knows that there is no use for eggs, it is good to give yourself a little comfort and let yourself be ordinary. Although I basically don't lack anything right now, if I can get an artifact that works every second, or some heaven-defying ability, I will really be invincible in the future. Hyoga-chan rubbed his hands and whispered while sitting on the bed. Now he has enough abilities, and enough, as long as all of them grow to the top, not to mention defeating Kagayagi, but a tie is easy. Closing his eyes, the fluctuations in the ordinary heart returned to a calm state. In this state, Hyoga-chan found that every movement around him, the rhythm of the air, and the breath of insects, all came to Hyoga-chan's mind. And this range is still expanding. After half an hour, the entire Hyoga family, so the breath of people and creatures, all appeared in Hyoga-chan's mind. After a long time, Hyoga-chan finally opened his eyes, and the faint blue eyes burst into light, which was very dazzling in this dark night. Unexpectedly, Observation Haki, who has never improved, has actually improved. This is also a surprise. Hyoga-chan also smiled. Observation haki, the best place to exercise, is actually in the battle, in the most critical moments, stimulate the human body's potential, so that observation haki can be improved. So this improvement made Hyoga-chan very surprised, and of course it was an accident. The current observation haki is not really useful for Hyoga-chan. It's time to draw a lottery. Hyoga-chan communicated with the system, and then entered the system space, without calling the system, directly clicked on the lottery page. Then click on the lottery. As before, you need to click twice to draw the lottery. The first time is to select the roulette item first, and the second time is to draw your own prize in the roulette. There are a total of 10 prizes this time. They are, Bloodline Limit Wood Style, Glittering King's Treasure, Zoan Bear Fruit, Logia Thunder Fruit, Perfect Edition, My King's Oath of Victory Sword. The Time and Space Disorder of the End Millennium Beast, Bloodline Limit Lava Style, Zanpakuto Sode no Shirayuki, Armament Haki, Hogyaku. Hyoga-chan is dumbfounded, but there are also a few pits. It looks like the golden treasure of the king, which is not connected to the capital of gold. It is empty inside. What is the use of getting this thing? Is it used to pretend to be B? And that flaming fruit is not as good as the treasure of the king. Even if the treasure of the king is abolished, there are special effects that come with it. Everything else is fine. What strikes Hyoga-chan the most is that the skills of Hogyaku and the end of the Millennium Beast are messed up in time and space. Needless to say, Hogyaku, the bug in Shinigami, if you get Hogyaku, Hyoga-chan can wave away at will. The chaos of time and space is even more powerful. It can be chaotically through time and space, and it can kill me and count me as a loser. Hyoga-chan, who thinks he has enough abilities, can't help showing a greedy look, which makes him too greedy. With excitement, Hyoga-chan pressed the lottery button again. After pressing it, the excited Hyoga-chan calmed down surprisingly. The pointer slowly stopped, and to Hyoga-chan's amazement, the pointer pointed to Armament Haki and the middle black line of Hogyaku. Hyoga-chan suddenly became excited. According to the rules of the system, wouldn't it be that these two are his own? Hyoga-chan suddenly jumped up happily. With Hogyaku, who am I afraid of, and who am I afraid of, ha ha ha. Hyoga-chan couldn't maintain the calm just now, and laughed wildly. But there is nothing good for people, dogs for a pot of soup, rabbits for joy and a shot. The silent system suddenly popped out. There was an error in the lottery, this lottery will be invalidated, please redraw the lottery by host. Hyoga-chan's smile instantly froze, life is such a big ups and downs, he was swimming in the sky just now, and now in a blink of an eye, he was kicked into the ground by the system. You come out of the system, I promise not to kill you. Hyoga-chan gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 11. The system remains silent. I don't care, I must be compensated for this matter, otherwise. Hyoga-chan found embarrassingly that he could not do anything about the system. This time it's your mistake, you have to make a compensation. His system does not play cards according to the routine, and Hyoga-chan has no choice but to ask for something. After a year of understanding, Hyoga-chan knew that his system was very rigid, lacking intelligence at all, let alone feelings, and trying to reason with it and playing emotional cards would simply not work. So Hyoga-chan caught its mistake directly. Anyway, this time it was indeed a systematic fault. Host is reasonable, 1 reward compensation package, 100,000 redemption points, 1 chance to draw a prize. Hyoga-chan nodded in satisfaction, and did not argue with the system anymore. It was pretty good to be able to get these things. Even if the system didn't give anything, he couldn't do anything about it. People had to understand and know enough. Let's draw again. The prizes did not change, and the pointer began to run quickly, and soon slowed down. This time, the previous events did not appear, but stopped on the treasure of the king. A golden key appeared in Hyaga-chan's hand. Hyaga-chan opened the king's treasure. The golden light was shining and it looked full, but there was nothing inside. This thing is now a waste, and it can be used as a storage room at most. Hyaga-chan vomited. He also needs a systematic backpack, so even as a storage room, he is not qualified. Keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Hyaga-chan put away the key, and then clicked on the lucky draw. The system compensated for a lucky draw chance, so there is no need for it. The prizes are refreshed again, with a total of 6 items, namely, Pupil Technique Moon Reading, Uranus Senbonzakura, Swordsman Class Swordsmanship, Impure World Reincarnation Technique, Pupil Technique Huankwan Biliangzaka, Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. This time Hyaga-chan was happy. It was the worst swordsmanship level among the swordsmanship. It was also very useful for Hyaga-chan. Quickly click on the lottery, the pointer spins rapidly, and then stops, to the 80 God Air Strike. A stream of light fell into Hyaga-chan's mind, and the 80 God Air Strike had been initially learned by Hyaga-chan. However, it is impossible to learn to use it, not to mention the consumption of chakra. This trick belongs to the blood-staining technique, and it cannot be used at all now. Although I don't know the 8 inner gates formation how strong Yagai is, it will definitely not exceed the 80 inner gates. Hyaga-chan said silently. After exiting the lottery page, Hyaga-chan went to check the system's compensation package. According to the items opened last time, I think it won't be bad this time. Opening the gift bag this time, Hyaga-chan learned to be clever, and quickly closed his eyes, afraid of being flashed by the dazzling golden light. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. 2 or 3 seconds later, Hyaga-chan opened his eyes. There were still 3 items, one for injection medicine, one for armament haki, and the rest is a box of canned beef. Ignoring the canned beef, and his familiar armament haki, Hyaga-chan looked at the injection medicine. Super Serum, System Modification version. It can increase physical fitness tenfold without side effects. The introduction is very short, but Hyaga-chan already knows what it is. Isn't this the serum injected by the US captain? Hyaga-chan feels a little disappointed. Although the serum is also very powerful, it is still far from the expectations of Hyaga-chan. Host, remind you that the serum has been systematically modified. As long as you do not break through the 6 realms, you can increase your physical fitness by 10 times. Hyaga-chan's eyes lit up, and it was a bit perverted. Is it at the super shadow level? By relying on physical skills, he can be tough with the 6th level characters. Thinking of this, Hyaga-chan hurriedly put the serum back and kept it. Let's use this thing later. Although it is refreshing for a while after using it now, it can't exert the maximum effect of the serum. After that, Hyaga-chan opened the system store and bought Shadow Clone Technique and multiple Shadow Clone Techniques. Shadow Clone Technique costs 30,000 exchange points, and multiple Shadow Clone Techniques cost 50,000 exchange points. If it were not for system compensation, Hyaga-chan would not be able to afford it. It feels like this mall is just a furnishing. The things sold are too expensive and the exchange points are too few. Looking at the prices in the mall, Hyaga-chan complained. After learning armament haki, Hyaga-chan withdrew from the system space, and did not intend to practice, lying on the bed to sleep. After sleeping 3 rods in the sun, the warm sun shines on Hyaga-chan's handsome cheeks. Hyaga-chan rubbed his eyes, then sat up, and checked the time. It was already past 9. It seems you can't relax. Once you relax, you will become lazy. In the past, when I was training for a whole day, Hyaga-chan would also get up before 6 o'clock. Yesterday, he relaxed for a whole day, but he was angry even later. After getting up quickly and washing, Hyaga-chan didn't want to cook anymore, and took out the canned beef that was opened out of the system compensation package yesterday. Hyaga-chan ate 5 cans in a row, then patted his stomach, changed into training clothes, and took the purchased kunao and shuriken. He tied a specially made lead block on his body and opened the door to go out. The sun shone on Hyaga-chan's face, causing Hyaga-chan to squint his eyes, and there was a trace of laziness in his eyes. "Oh. If you can, I really want to take a good rest." "Hyaga-chan, I didn't expect you to wake up so late. It's really shameful. If you want to be a powerful ninja, how can you be so slack?" In the yard, after seeing Hyaga-chan, he walked over and said with a group of Hyaga kids and Hyaga iron plates playing ninja games, "By the way, why are you always away from home? I want to find you to play a ninja game, but I can't find it." Hyaga-tepan complained to himself. "We won't play with him. Mom said, he is a trash, don't let us play with him." The kid next to him retorted. Hyaga-tepan is a little embarrassed. One is a companion playing together, and the other is his own little brother, think of himself. He feels very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Hyaga-tepan still chose a small partner. Hyaga-chan smiled. He doesn't care about these children. It has been Konoha for 26 years now. The Second Ninja World War took place in Konoha's 32 years, that is, there are still 6 years to go. At that time, these people just graduated from the ninja school. If Konoha's battle conditions are tight, they may also be sent to the battlefield. Whether they can survive then is a question. Now Hyaga-chan wants to quickly improve his strength. In the Ninja World War, the strength of the elite jonin is nothing but self-preservation. Only the strength of the shadow level can control a battle, so Hyaga-chan wants to break through to the shadow level before the start of the Second Ninja War. The 10-year-old film class looks exaggerated, but for Hyaga-chan, it is not impossible. Uchiha Itachi can be 13 years old and has the strength of the film class. And with a perverted sage body, a talent that is stronger than Itachi, so Hyaga-chan is confident. Chapter 12. Hyaga-chan left the Hyaga family and came to the back mountain again. Shadow Clone Technique. Hyaga-chan made seals on both hands and used Shadow Clone Technique. With a bang, 2 figures identical to Hyaga-chan appeared next to Hyaga-chan. You go to practice Marine 6 styles, you go to study the 80 God Air Strike, and strive to simplify the 80 God Air Strike. Hyaga-chan ordered. The 80 God Air Strike must have the blood successor snare before it can be used, and the blood successor snare requires the integration of 7 chakra attributes. The current Hyaga-chan certainly can't do it, and can only find a way to simplify the 80 God Air Strike, or else it can only be left. Hyaga-chan himself started to exercise and develop and use sparkling fruit. Although Shadow Clone can speed up the practice, it can only practice ninjutsu, and it is impossible to exercise. Sparkling fruit can only be used by Hyaga-chan. Shadow Clone cannot be used. This Hyaga-chan has been tried. Fortunately, I have seen pirates. Compared with Kizaru's moves, it is easy to develop sparkling fruit. Half of Hyaga-chan's body has become a photon. Now Hyaga-chan cannot be elementalized all over his body, and needs constant practice. However, Hyaga-chan believes that after more than 10 days, he can control the elementalization. By then, he will be basically invincible in this era. According to Hyaga-chan's speculation, Truth-Seeking Ball and Yin-Yang Dun should be able to restrain elementalization, but I don't know if chakra is possible. And Rinnegan's gravity is also the nemesis of light. However, at this time, as long as the hidden Uchiha Madara does not attack him, the elementalization is basically invincible. After developing sparkling fruit, Hyaga-chan discovered that using chakra can also spur sparkling fruit. This discovery made Hyaga-chan a little surprised. Laser. A beam of light shot forward, piercing through several trees, and then hit a large rock. Boom. There was an explosion, and the one-person high bluestone turned into fragments. Tisk tisk, this power, even Raise-non can't match it. Hyaga-chan looked at this power and smacked his lips. If Hyaga-chan gathers more photons, the power will increase further. If Kizaru is put in Naruto, what kind of strength should it be? Hyaga-chan couldn't help thinking. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This Hyaga-chan also doesn't know. If he guesses, he should have the strength of the Super Shadow early stage, which is definitely better than the Shadow level. The old man of third generation is definitely not Kizaru's opponent. This is not to belittle Naruto's combat effectiveness and to increase the combat effectiveness of pirates. Kizaru is already standing on top of the pirate. Those who can hold down Kizaru, namely 4 emperors, Garp, and 5 elders, are the 4 emperors, Garp, and 5 elders, and they hold down Kizaru. Can they take him down with absolute certainty? So according to Hyaga-chan's speculation, Whitebeard should be similar to Uchiha Madara without Rinnegan, and 5 elders, Garp, and Gangbing Kong are basically at this level. Even if it is elevated, it will be a fight against Senju Hashirama who uses celestial arts, and it will definitely not be able to beat a 6th level character. However, looking at it this way, there are really a lot of awesome characters in the pirate. After removing the 6 levels, the pirate can definitely hang Hokage. After training all morning, Hyaga-chan was like a dead dog, lying on the ground and practicing for half an hour before finally recovering. Then the shadow clone technique was lifted, and a sense of exhaustion came, but Hyaga-chan could bear it, but he could still bear the 2 shadow clone. After practicing for a while, Hyaga-chan took out 2 cans of beef, and the dry food that he brought at home, placed them on top of the stone, and then Hyaga-chan took out a handful of kunao. He held it in his hand and turned it twice, and then Hyaga-chan threw it out. Under Hyaga-chan's mighty power, Kwangyu had penetrated the tree and hit the rabbit that was grazing 100 meters away. Manipulate gravity, pull the dead rabbit over, then skillfully peel the skin, light it, and then wear it with branches and set it up on the fire. Due to financial constraints, Hyaga-chan often eats game, relying on eating, for a long time, and the skill of single-handed barbecue absolutely crushes anyone. After eating, Hyaga-chan began to train hard again. This time Hyaga-chan divided 10 shadow clones and 3 to practice Marine 6 styles. All the rest to study the 80 God Air Strike. Hyaga-chan did not develop sparkling fruit anymore, but began to exercise. First did 500 push-ups, and then walked to a big tree hugged by 4 people. Hyaga-chan began to strike. Every punch and every foot made the tree vibrate. The bark of this tree has fallen off cleanly underneath, and there are still many fist prints and footprints. Regardless of the blood left on his fist and the sweat on his face, Hyaga-chan began to work hard. If you want to be a strong person, without bleeding or sweating, where it is so easy to succeed, Hyaga-chan always believes that every effort is rewarded. After hard work, another day passed, and in the evening, Hyaga-chan lifted the shadow clone, endured mental fatigue, dragged his tired body, and walked towards home. The red sunset reflects the figure of Hyaga-chan, his thin and tired body is not bent at all, strolling in the sunset. Dragging a tired pace, Hyaga-chan returned home, although he looked very embarrassed, but there was a smile on his face. Lifting my hands, the place I was injured before is now completely healed. This is the abnormality of sage body. Of course, there are many people with sage body, but only Senju Hashirama can reach this point. As for the previous Atsutsuki Ashura, Hyaga-chan doesn't know much about it, so you can come if you want. Moved, took a shower, then lay on the bed, and began to close his eyes and meditate. Hyaga-chan is now thinking about how to get ninjutsu. Although there are all kinds of ninjutsu in the system store, it is too expensive and Hyaga-chan can't afford it. As for the Chidori, which can be created by the vast number of travelers, forgive Hyaga-chan for not remembering Jian's gestures. Although Hyuga-chan has many abilities, he doesn't have enough skills. Although the Hyuga family has never used ninjutsu, they can use ninjutsu. It seems that there should be ninjutsu in the family. But how can I get it? Hyuga-chan scratched his head irritably. Speaking of which, the family hasn't given me chakra refining art yet, has it completely given up on me? Hyuga-chan guessed. Hyuga-chan has also thought about creating his own ninjutsu, but he does not know much about ninjutsu now. If he can create it, that would be nonsense. After thinking about it for a long time, his mind was about to explode, and he didn't come up with a clue, so he simply didn't think about it. Anyway, he didn't have to ninjutsu. Sitting on the bed, Hyuga-chan began to refine chakra, which is what Hyuga-chan does every day. After refining Chen, Hyuga-chan directly lay down to sleep. Chapter 13. Early the next morning, Hyuga-chan got up to wash, and then prepared his own breakfast. After finishing the breakfast, Hyuga-chan did not go to practice immediately, but refined chakra on the tatami in the living room. Today is when the family is giving subsidies. Hyuga-chan doesn't want to miss out because of his practice. The money in his hands has already been spent 7 or 88. Just waiting for the family subsidy and his father's compassionate relief. When it was past 7 o'clock, Hyuga-chan opened his eyes suddenly. It's finally here. But after a while, the door of Hyuga-chan's house was pushed open, and Chinin, a 20-something Hyuga family, walked in. With a blank face, he took out the subsidy belonging to Hyuga-chan, and said with a disgusted expression, "This is your subsidy." Also, Chinin reached into the ninja bag, took out a scroll and handed it to Hyuga-chan. "This is chakra refining art, and our Hyuga gentle fist. Although you may not be able to cultivate anything, we will not treat you badly." After speaking, Chinin turned around and left without stopping for half a minute. "I'm so annoying," Hyuga-chan said, rubbing his nose. Then open the scroll. In addition to the chakra refining scroll, there are gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Not bad, something is better than nothing. Hyuga-chan put away the scroll, and then left the house. Coming to the back mountain again, this time Hyuga-chan still separated 10 shadow clones, and then took out the gentle fist method for them to study. I started my own exercise. In the afternoon, shadow clone suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, and then 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyuga-chan has learned. Coming to the big tree, Hyuga-chan posed a gentle fist pose. An 8 trigrams appeared, shrouded the tree, and then shouted, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Hyuga-chan's hands waved to the extreme, and after images appeared in the void, and the small palms burned with chakra and hit the big tree. With a bang, the big tree that could not be carried by one person exploded, and the sawdust kept flying and falling to the ground. No wonder people in the Hyuga family don't practice ninjutsu. This gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms is really a lot of cover, and the power has reached at least the A* level. But the Hyuga family would never have thought that I could succeed in cultivation. Otherwise, they would not directly give me 8 trigrams 64 palms. Although it has been refined into 8 trigrams 64 palms, this must not be exposed, otherwise the people of the Hyuga family will definitely find trouble. Hyuga-chan sighed secretly, and then said. Suddenly, Hyuga-chan's mind flashed, as long as I don't show the ability to acupuncture points, I will use 8 trigrams 64 palms, and it should be fine. Anyway, no one stipulates that you must tap acupuncture points when using gentle fist. I don't have Byakugan, as long as its destructive power is not good. As long as Tensagen is not exposed, everything is fine. Hyuga-chan smiled, and secretly praised his wit in his heart. Although using Gentle Fist in this way will double the threat of Gentle Fist, it is enough to use it with integrity. But in a short time, don't use it anymore, wait until you graduate from the ninja school in the future, let's talk about it. Hyaga-chan once again separated 10 shadow clones. This time, instead of letting them practice, they let them practice in pairs. Strong combat experience in the ninja world is the most important thing. Many powerful ninjas do not die in the hands of those with strong combat experience. Take Atsutsuki Kagayaji, her combat experience is not good. Sara has a powerful heaven-defying technique, but in the end she was not defeated. Hyaga-chan doesn't want to be like Kagayaji, who has the power to reincarnate with the golden will and cut the air. Isn't that a joke? Anyway, Shadow Clone is not afraid of death, so every move is a killer move. Hyaga-chan watches the battle between Shadow Clone while exercising. He is not watching the excitement, but by watching the battle to improve his combat experience. There are not many people like me who are desperately trying to improve their strength, looking at the entire ninja world. This is not Hyaga-chan boasting, Hyaga-chan is sure, even Might Ware's father and son, and Xiaoli, can't compare with himself. In this way, Hyaga-chan continued to practice from home and then to the back mountain. This kind of 2-and-1-line life is very peaceful. That is, Hyaga Hisashi once thought that he was strong enough to take revenge, so he came to Hyaga-chan for revenge. However, Hyaga-chan slapped him with a cruel reality, woke him up, and made him strutting and leaving with a swollen face. In addition, Hyaga-chan is most popular with Byakugan, and it is still true Byakugan. Hyaga-chan is also happy. Although every day is as tired as a dead dog, after feeling that his strength is improving every day, Hyaga-chan is happy. In a blink of an eye, another year has passed. During this year's growth, Hyaga-chan has grown a lot, at least half a head taller than his contemporaries. And Hyaga-chan is not only tall, but also powerful. Now Hyaga-chan chakra has reached the shadow level, and the eyeshadow level is also one of the best. However, the purity of chakra is only the elite genin, which means that although chakra of Hyaga-chan is of the shadow level, the power of the ninjutsu released is far from that of the shadow level. The physical skills have been strengthened a lot. By relying on physical skills alone, Hyaga-chan has the confidence to defeat Jonin. Hyaga-chan feels that his hard power should be similar to that of the elite Jonin, but because he has little combat experience, he is probably not an opponent. The strength of Naruto should be calculated by chakra purity and combat ability. Otherwise, if it is calculated according to the chakra amount, the Senju and Uzumaki clan, wouldn't it be that the shadow ranks are all gone? No matter what the calculation is, the fighting ability is the most important thing. Depending on my abilities, even the shadow level is impossible for me. Hyaga-chan said confidently. This is not Hyaga-chan's arrogance, Sparkling Fruit's ability is indeed abnormal, I can't beat you, can't I still run? At the speed of Sparkling Fruit, even Space Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God can't stop it. All the moves developed by Kizaru have now been developed by Hyaga-chan. The example of Kizaru really saves Hyaga-chan a lot of effort. Rubbing his eyes, Hyaga-chan didn't go to the back mountain anymore, and there was no point in training like this. Now Hyaga-chan is restrained by his age and physical development. No matter how hard he works, he will not improve his strength, he has reached the limit of this age, unless he uses super serum now. But Hyaga-chan can't bear to use it. Chapter 14. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, Hyaga-chan began to compress chakra. This was the only way he could think of to improve the quality of chakra. The light blue chakra in Hyaga-chan's body, under his compression, the color of chakra is constantly deepening. This is too slow. After a long time, Hyaga-chan opened his eyes. During this year, he didn't care about the quality of chakra, which caused him to be very troubled now. Because there are too many chakras, Hyaga-chan wants to purify chakra and has to spend several times the time of others. This is because of his good talent. This time Hyaga-chan suffered from no practice experience. When other ninjas increased chakra volume, they would also choose to purify chakra energy. But Hyaga-chan patronizes and asks for the quantity, and ignores the quality, which is sadly reminded. Alright, anyway, I don't need to practice physical art for the time being, so concentrate on refining chakra. Let Shadow Clone go to practice ninjutsu. Hyaga-chan comforted himself in his heart. After practicing for a long time, Hyaga-chan walked to the ninja school. A new batch of students from the ninja school is about to enroll. Now is the time to sign up. It is still necessary to go to a ninja school. Although the ninja school teaches basic knowledge, what Hyaga-chan lacks now is the basic knowledge. After I came to the ninja school and paid the tuition, I officially entered the ninja school, and now I am waiting for the beginning of school. Oh. I didn't expect to have to pay tuition fees if I entered a school. If it weren't for family reimbursement, I really didn't want to go to school. Hyaga-chan sighed. 2 years ago, he was also a wealthy man. Now, in only 2 years, he has become a pauper. Had it not been for the numerous creatures in the back mountain, Hyaga-chan would be starving now. Ninjas are big money consuming consumers. Since practicing, Hyaga-chan has created lead blocks for himself to exercise, buying kunao and shurikens. The money has been spent 7 or 88, plus Hyaga-chan's appetite, all the money has been spent. Hyaga-chan couldn't bear to buy even the detonation talisman. And Hyaga-chan is very fortunate that he has a sage body, otherwise he would have to add the medicine money. These days, I'm so miserable, and I must abduct Conan when I have time. At that time, the richest person in the ninja world will be me. Anyway, Hyaga-chan doesn't believe that Conan's 600 billion detonating charms are all bought. According to Hyaga-chan's estimation, Conan should make detonating charms by himself. Feeling the hardship of having no money, Hyaga-chan called Conan's idea in his mind. For the poor girl Conan, Hyaga-chan still likes it very much. But now Conan is just born, or hasn't been born yet, it's useless to think so much. Oh. Is it little Chen? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Huh. Hearing someone calling himself, Hyaga-chan was taken aback, then turned his head and looked away. I just saw Tsunade standing in front of a casino. At this time, Tsunade has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the appa on his chest has reached the level of D-cup without seeing him for a year. This is unscientific. A year's time, this is the use of hormones. Otherwise, why would it turn from a flat chest to a balloon? Hyaga-chan felt crazy in his heart. Although I know that Tsunade will become a cow chariot, it will grow too fast. Boy, where are your eyes looking? Tsunade blushed and walked over, reaching out and hitting Hyaga-chan on the head. Hyaga-chan rubbed his head, it hurts him a bit. Tsunade is true, too, and he doesn't make it light or heavy. I haven't seen you in a year. I didn't expect you to be quite tall and almost didn't recognize it. Tsunade reached out and gestured. Hee, you grow faster, I almost didn't recognize it. Hyaga-chan murmured in his heart. Of course he didn't dare to say this, he could only complain in his heart, otherwise Tsunade would definitely greet him with a punch. I spit in my heart, but Hyaga-chan has a cute smile on his face, which makes people can't help but hug him and rave him. Hyaga-chan doesn't feel shameful to be cute. People who have such advantages and don't know how to use them are fools. Hyaga-chan's cute smile, really effective, saw Tsunade hugged Hyaga-chan, and then pressed his head on the huge chest. Hyaga-chan felt a suffocation. After using a lot of strength, he took a breath. A strong milk fragrance spread into his mind, making him a little confused. After a long time, Tsunade let go of Hyaga-chan, and Hayagachan was relieved and gasped. Tsunade blushed, and then resumed her carefree character. I don't know why, she feels that Hayagachan has a unique attraction. Unlike the intimacy that I rushed to before, Tsunade can't say what it is, just want to get close to Hayagachan. If Hayagachan knew, he would not be surprised, because he had already completed the lottery a few days ago. And what I got this time was not a powerful ability, but an increase in attraction to the opposite S**X. When I got it, Hayagachan couldn't help but sucked his mouth. With his looks, coupled with this attraction to the opposite S**X, this is the rhythm that makes him a stallion. Hayagachan thought of narcissism. Little Chen is here just right, my sister, I will take you to kill the quartet. Tsunade patted his chest proudly. Good on. Seeing the trembling of Tsunade's chest, Hayagachan swallowed. Little pervert. After noticing Hayagachan's gaze, Tsunade blushed and cursed, then pulled Hayagachan towards the casino. After seeing the casino, Hayagachan was about to refuse. Suddenly a bright light flashed in his mind. This is a good opportunity to make money. The title of Tsunade Big Sheep is more famous than her title of Three Ninjas. Thinking of this, Hayagachan's mind became active, so he would win against Tsunade in this way, although he was a little sorry for Tsunade. But losing to others is also a loss, and losing to yourself is also a loss. After you win the money, give Tsunade some compensation. The decided Hayagachan enters the casino with Tsunade happily. When he came to the casino, Hayagachan found that there were really many people who had the same idea as himself. It seems that wherever you go, there is competition. Hayagachan sighed. Unfortunately, Tensagen's perspective can only see the flow of meridians and chakra, otherwise cheating is not easy. Hayagachan sighed in his heart. At the beginning, Hayagachan was very looking forward to Tensagen's ability to see through, but after using it, I realized that I could only see the flow of people's meridians and chakra, which made Hayagachan happy for nothing. Little Chen, do you have money? I can lend you a little if there is no money, but I have to pay it back. Standing in front of the gaming table, Tsunade said excitedly. No, I still have some money. I took out the little money I had saved from my wallet, looked at Tsunade who was just as excited, and said to myself, Sister Tsunade, it's up to you whether it's a young model in the club or going to work in the sea. Although Hayagachan has observation haki, he has never played dice, so he can't cheat. It can only be seen that Tsunade is not strong enough. Tsunade's money is so much. This should be several million taels. Seeing the money Tsunade took out of the seal scroll, a trace of envy flashed in Hayagachan's eyes. Chapter 15. Little Chen, the first time you come, just follow me to place a bet, and you can win. Ha ha, Hayagachan smiled. If you bet with you, it's not about losing all the pants. After seeing Tsunade betting, Hayagachan followed the bet, putting his only 10,000 taels on the opposite side of Tsunade. Little Chen, do you not believe me? Tsunade said angrily. Obviously he had already let him bet with him, but he didn't expect that he still didn't believe in himself, a veteran gambling player, and Tsunade was a little angry. Hayagachan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He also wanted to believe Tsunade, but Tsunade's record was so scary, he couldn't believe it. Hayagachan tilted his head, but fortunately he didn't see it. Sure enough, after the market opened, Tsunade lost without surprise, and Hayagachan's 12,000 taels had already become 50,000 taels, which was a 5-fold increase. This can make Hayagachan happy. If you run out of money in the future, you can consider bringing Tsunade to the casino to make money. Sister Tsunade, who runs this casino? Huh? Why are you asking this? Tsunade, who was in a bad mood because of the loss, asked suspiciously. Nothing, I'm just asking. This casino is led by the Sarutobi family, and the Shimura family, and other major families have invested in it. Except for the Uchiha family. Although Tsunade was puzzled, he still spoke out. The background of this casino is really big. With emotion, Hayagachen continued to gamble, as long as it was not opened by the Shimura family. Otherwise, what if Shimura Danzo, the old Yinbai, sees how much he wins and sends someone to assassinate himself? Although I feel a little worried, Shimura Danzo should not assassinate others for a small amount of money, but Hayagachen is not credible of Shimura Danzo's character. Although Shimura Danzo was washed white in the end, in Hayagachen's view, black is black, and it cannot be washed no matter how white it is. After playing for a while until the afternoon, Tsunade had lost all his money, and even borrowed 500,000 from Hayagachen. "Little Chen, lend me another 500,000 yuan. I feel like I can turn over next time," Tsunade said quickly, a red-eyed gambler. "Sister Tsunade. A small gambling is happy, a big gambling hurts you, and a strong gambling is bankrupt." Hayagachen couldn't help but dissuade. Judging from Tsunade's appearance, even giving her a few 100 million more is not enough to lose. "I feel I can win. Don't you have any points in your heart? If you really win, it is estimated that you are crying." Hayagachen secretly vomited, then put the money away, and walked away from the casino. Tsunade, who had no money, could only grit his teeth and dared to come out. After he came out, Tsunade hugged Hayagachen and started to vent his anger. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. "You guy, don't know to help me, and don't believe me yet." Tsunade pretended to be fierce, but with Tsunade's delicate face, it also has a special flavor. Hayagachen raised his head and said depressed, "If I believed you, the two of us would have come out long ago. Don't forget the 500,000 taels owed to me. This is to be paid back." "I see," Tsunade replied with an erratic expression in his eyes. Hayagachen looked at Tsunade and knew that she had never thought of paying back the money. "Forget it, just treat it as a reward for Tsunade. Without Tsunade, I can't even enter the casino." Hayagachen thought generously. "In fact, I was already in tears." It was not that Hayagachen was a miser, but that he had been poor for 2 years and suddenly lost a lot of money. "Of course, I felt distressed." Puff. Looking at Hayagachen's sad face, Tsunade smiled, then took out a scroll and handed it to Hayagachen. "Sell these ninjutsu to you." Hayagachen took it in a daze, and then said a little excitedly, "Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Thanks to me. You will be my brother in the future. If someone dares to bully you in the future, you can tell your sister and I will help you get revenge." "Okay." A smile appeared on Hayagachen's face. Although he is not afraid of anyone, these words are also Tsunade's kindness. Although Hayagachen's EQ is not high, it is not low. "Today you won so much money, do you want to invite my sister to have a good meal?" "Of course it can, I can win so much money, I still thanks to Tsunade's sister." Suddenly, Hayagachen felt like he had said something wrong. Hayagachen actually thanked Tsunade for bringing him into the casino, but it sounds like it was because Tsunade lost that he won the money. Bump. Tsunade knocked Hayagachen on the head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Sister, I am not so stingy. I still count my gambling luck a bit." Seeing that Tsunade was not angry, Hayagachen also relaxed, and then complained in his heart, "This is just what you said now. When you get to the casino, you are not like this." We went to a snack bar with Tsunade. Tsunade ordered some fried chicken, 4-color meatballs, and a pot of sake, and ate it in spite of the image. Tsunade ignored the image, and Hayagachen was even less imageless, his mouth filled with food. "Eat slowly, and no one will rob you." The mouth was full, Hayagachen was struggling to speak, and it took a long time to swallow. "It's faster to eat like this, I'm used to it." When Hayagachen cultivated, it was absolutely fatal, so he ate very fast. In fact, if it weren't for Hyoga-chan to have a sage body, he could be used up by cultivating lifelessly. After eating with Tsunade, the two separated. The Senju family and the Hyoga family were not in the same direction at all. After returning home, Hyoga-chan first took out the seal scroll specially designed to confuse others from the system backpack, and checked how much money he received. After counting, it was found that there were more than 3 million taels. Gambling is definitely the fastest way to get money, but Tsunade must be present, otherwise there will be no pants left. Hyoga-chan sighed. Put all the money in the safest system mall, and Hyoga-chan took out the ninjutsu scroll given by Tsunade. Thinking of this, Hyoga-chan was very grateful to Tsunade. They just met two sides, and Tsunade gave him such a big advantage. In fact, this is all about the attraction of the opposite S**x. It can make the opposite S**x feel good about him and can easily identify with him. The longer the contact, the greater the effect. With this ability, Hyoga-chan can consider being a great job such as a little white face, a scum, and a humanoid self-propelled gun. Open the ninjutsu scroll. There are 6 ninjutsu recorded above, and each ninjutsu has an annotation. Among them, the most valuable ones are Weird Force and 100 Healings Mark. The other 4 are, Water Style Water Dragon Bomb Technique, Earth Style Technique, Lightning Style Earth Walking, Water Style Water Barrier. Chapter 16. Among these 6 ninjutsu, only Lightning Style Zozo is a C-level ninjutsu, and the others are at least a B-level ninjutsu. In particular, Tsunade's signature physical technique and strange power, and 100 Healings Mark's S-level seal technique. To be honest, Hyoga-chan did not expect that Tsunade would give these 2 techniques to himself. I will think of a way later and repay Tsunade. Hyoga-chan smiled bitterly. The gift Tsunade gave him was so great that he was shocked. Let's practice tomorrow. I don't know how powerful I can be after learning the Strange Force technique. Strange power is an instantaneous burst of power. If he adds his physical skills and uses armament haki to increase his power, it will definitely be stronger than Tsunade. This is not an exaggeration. In terms of physical fitness, Hyoga-chan should be 1 point better than Tsunade. This is an advantage. Although chakra is not as pure as Tsunade, it has armament haki, which can definitely make up, and then use Marine 6 styles shaved on the blessing, or the impact brought by the speed of sparkling fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that Hyoga-chan can overwhelm Tsunade head-on. After resting for a night, Hyoga-chan got up and separated 50 shadow clones and let them practice ninjutsu. 50 shadow clone is already the limit of Hyoga-chan. After letting shadow clone to practice, Hyoga-chan came to the training ground of the Hyoga family. The training ground of the Hyoga family is very large, and everyone from the entire Hyoga family comes here to practice, and they are all very spacious. The Hyoga family has thousands of people, so you can imagine how big the training ground of the Hyoga family is. Yo! Hyoga Teppanyaki, why don't you play a ninja game? You have trained here. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, Hyoga-chan met his acquaintances and greeted him with a smile. Humph! Now I don't play those ninja games anymore, I want to become a real ninja. Ambitious, I am optimistic about you. Hyoga-chan said with a smile. To say that the Hyoga Teben family are also awesome characters, this name sounds awesome. He also has an older brother called Hyoga Steelplate, and his father is Hyoga Alloy. Just by looking at the name, he knows how hard it is. That is, if Hyoga-chan wants to beat them, he has to change his name to Hyoga Star-chan, so that he can dominate them. The young patriarch is here. Hello young patriarch. The young family is so handsome. I really want to marry him. This is what a man said. Horror. Huh. A group of people who tend to be inflamed. Compared with Hyoga-chan, I really don't think he is handsome. Read. More at hotentalnovel.xyz. Hyaga Hayashi walked to the training ground with a stern face, exclaiming to everyone, showing a calm appearance, only 5 years old, with a serious face. In short, Hyaga Hayashi's compelling character is very high, and it caused an exclaim. Some people wanted to flatter him, and some were upset about Hyaga Hayashi's appearance. In short, the entire training ground immediately became lively. Those Chunin and Jonin who saw Hyaga Hayashi would also greet him and salute him. Because Hyaga Hayashi is already the appointed patriarch in the future, everyone respects him very much. When the old man was young, he looked pretty handsome. No wonder Hyaga Hinata, the beauty, and Hyaga Hanabi, the little lowly, were born. Hyaga-chan said secretly. Hayashi, what about your brother Hyaga Hisashi? Why didn't he stay with you? Hyaga Hayashi frowned, then looked at Hyaga-chan, snorted coldly, and left without answering. He has no good feelings towards Hyaga-chan, a tribe who has embarrassed the Hyaga family and has impure blood, and even because of his sense of responsibility, he is even more unhappy with Hyaga-chan than others. Looking at Hyaga Hayashi who turned away, Hyaga-chan stroked his nose. What's the air? I won't abduct your daughter in the future, and the two abduct them together, and see if you can become proud in the future. Hyaga-chan whispered. If you let Hyaga Hayashi know that Hyaga-chan is thinking about his daughter now, needless to say, he is desperate to make Hyaga-chan look good. Laozi is only 5 years old and hasn't grown up yet. If you are a pervert, you think about your daughter and don't beat anyone else. Hyaga Hayashi walked to a special wooden stake for the human body, and gestured with gentle fist in his hand. A yin and yang tai chi picture enveloped the stake. Gentle fist method 8 trigram 16 palms. 16 palms were hit on the stakes in succession, and hit precisely at each acupuncture point on the stakes of the human body. It's so powerful, worthy of a powerful patriarch. At a young age, you can play 8 trigram 16 palms. I am already in my 20s and can only play 8 trigrams 32 palms. The patriarch is talented, and he can definitely lead our Hyaga family to become Konoha's first family. Said one of them, Jonin. After hearing these words, Hyaga-chan turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't make a mistake. At the beginning of the plot, the Hyaga family was indeed the Konoha first family. But this can't be taken off, the Hyaga family is the head of the Hokage Daiki soy sauce family. To be honest, in the later period, the Hyaga family were all scouts, and a Niji who was able to fight was dead. It was also known as the Hitomi family that went hand in hand with the Uchiha family. Hyaga-chan felt pain in his face. If it weren't for the system plug-in, Hyaga-chan would definitely leave the Hyaga family and seek refuge on a remote island, because the Hyaga family is really weak, at least compared to the big boss behind it, it's weak. Without a system, relying on his own ability to get Tensagen is simply wishful thinking. Hyaga-chan is still a bit compelling. He knew he had no system, nothing. It can be said that when you come to the world of Hokage, you don't have a plug-in on your body, so you basically don't want to reach the top. After turning around in the training ground and seeing the old husband Hyaga Hayashi, Hyaga-chan also quietly left. Except for the women of the Hyaga family who have been following Hyaga-chan, no one noticed Hyaga-chan's departure at all. Back home, Hyaga-chan thought for a while, then opened the system store. Looking at the ninjutsu above and then at the exchange point in his hand, Hyaga-chan hesitated. Accumulating exchange points in this way will accumulate to the Hokage finale, and you won't be able to buy good things, so just use it now. Then Hyaga-chan bought 3 body technique and body flicker technique and spent 8,000 exchange points. 3 body technique spent a total of 3,000 exchange points, body flicker technique spent 5,000 exchange points, and 51,000 were left. Thousands of exchange points. These 1,000 exchange points make me a bit uncomfortable with my obsessive compulsive disorder, so I just spend it. After spending 1,000 exchange points, I bought a handful of exquisite kunao, which is sharper than the kunao on the market. For the remaining 50,000, Hyaga-chan purchased a basic swordsmanship proficiency. He can use sparkling fruit to create the sky cloud sword. If he doesn't understand any swordsmanship, wouldn't he waste this ability? After accepting the mastery of basic swordsmanship, all the basic techniques of swordsmanship appeared in Hyaga-chan's mind. Chapter 17. Although basic swordsmanship is basic, the increase in strength brought to Hyaga-chan is huge. It can be said that in Hokage now, when it comes to basic swordsmanship, Hyaga-chan can definitely be ranked. After a month of training, Hyaga-chan has completely transformed the basic swordsmanship into his own, giving full play to his own characteristics. The characteristic of Hyaga-chan's swordsmanship is speed and strength. It doesn't play any fancy things with you at all. It just cuts up, simple and rude. This also gives full play to Hyaga-chan's strength and speed advantages. It is the most suitable swordsmanship for Hyaga-chan. And this month has passed, the ninja school is about to open, and Hyaga-chan is a freshman in this class. Put on a black strong suit, tie all the weight-bearing lead blocks to the body, and then put on a black imperial robe outside. After pushing the door open, Hyaga-chan walked towards the ninja school. And along the way, I also met many parents and took their children to the ninja school. This little guy is so handsome. Is it also a freshman in this ninja school? Isn't this Chen? I didn't expect to be so handsome today. I almost couldn't recognize you. I can definitely fascinate a group of little girls when I get to school. Thank you, Uncle Yuerin, for the compliment. Hyaga-chan responded with a smile. Although he was dressed in black, Hyaga-chan was not cold at all. Soon I came to the ninja school, and by this time, the ninja school was already full, with parents and new students in this class. Hyaga-chan found a place, sat down, and quietly looked at the rioting school training ground. Maybe more than 10 years later, this scene is also a good memory. Hyaga-chan has a smile on his face, full of affinity. With a handsome face, I don't know how many little girls are moved by it. With pink hearts in her eyes, she looks at the handsome Hyaga-chan, revealing an idiot's gaze. And those little boys looked at Hyaga-chan unhappy, with blazing flames in their eyes. They were very unhappy with Hyaga-chan, who robbed them of the limelight as soon as this appeared. Tisk tusk. These are the legendary nymph eyes and jealous eyes. They are really amazing. I, Tensagan, admire and admire them. Feeling the eyes full of love, and the eyes full of killing intent, with extremely hot eyes, Hyaga-chan whispered. Suddenly, Hyaga-chan was slapped on the shoulder. Hyaga-chan was not surprised. He turned to Tsunade and said, "Sister Tsunade, how do you recognize me?" Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Chen, I found that you were not surprised at all. Did you know that I was behind you a long time ago? Tsunade asked suspiciously. She didn't make a sound just now. Of course I feel it. Hyaga-chan said with a smile. Tsunade took a deep look at Hyaga-chan, and then stopped asking. Everyone has everyone's secrets, and she didn't want to explore them. I really felt it, and thank you Tsunade's sister for giving me the ninjutsu. This is for you. Hyaga-chan took out the Marine 6 Styles manuscript, Observation Haki and Armament Haki's practice method. Is this? Tsunade took it suspiciously, and opened it. It took a long time for Tsunade to finish reading, and then handed it back to Hyaga-chan with a solemn expression. Chen, I don't know where you got it from, but you put it away properly and don't expose it. Tsunade, who has always been careless, has an unusually serious face. Hyaga-chan didn't take it, grinning, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. This was originally a gift from my sister to you. If you don't accept it, you just look down on me. Repaying virtue by virtue and grievance is the style of Hyaga-chan. Hyoga-chan is not a good person, but Tsunade is able to give himself the most important ninjutsu, which is enough for Hyoga-chan to remember for a lifetime. People who treat me sincerely, I will treat her sincerely. Tsunade opened his mouth, looked at Hyoga-chan's somewhat unhappy face, and put it away. Thank you, little Chen, I will never pass these moves to someone else. Tsunade said, moved. Although she only glanced at it roughly, she could also see the value. The first is Marine 6 styles, each of which is at least not lower than A** ninjutsu, while Observation Haki and Armament Haki are definitely S-level secret arts, even higher. Hyoga-chan smiled, and then reminded, Sister Tsunade, if you want to learn these physical skills, you have to endure hardship. With your current physical fitness, you can barely use it. It's not a big deal to be able to use those powerful physiques, even to suffer a little bit. Marine 6 styles made Tsunade an eye-opener, shaved fast movement, moonwalk flight, finger pistol and tempest kick attacks, and iron body and paper arts defenses, arguably the most comprehensive. Observation Haki, after learning, is the best scout ninja, and can also predict enemy attacks. Armament Haki, the most widely used Haki among Conqueror's Haki, not to mention the defensive ability, just say the abnormal amplification ability, can make Tsunade's strength explode several times. Thank you, little Chen. Tsunade didn't ask how these physiques came about. Since Hyoga-chan believed her and gave her these physiques, she still asked what they were doing. Sister. I'm here, I'm here. Just when Hyoga-chan wanted to talk, he yelled, and interrupted him. Hyoga-chan and Tsunade looked at the place where the sound came from. My name is Tsunade's sister, is it Senju Nawake? Hyoga-chan secretly said in his heart. Tsunade's next words also confirmed Hyoga-chan's guess. Nawake, you idiot, what the hell is yelling? Tsunade looked at Nawake dissatisfied. Oh. Who is he? Sister, you old cow, eat tender grass. Nawake said, wry eyes. Bump. Nawake fell to the ground with an upside-down green onion, his head is already buried in the ground, and his limbs are constantly shaking. How could I have you, stupid brother? An imperceptible blush flashed across Tsunade's face, and then he retracted his fist angrily. Hyoga-chan looked at Nawake, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy is here to be funny. After using a lot of strength, Nawake pulled out his head, and then complained, they said that I don't want to hit my head. If I am stupid, you will do it? I think you are stupid now. Hyoga-chan complained in his heart, never expecting Nawake to be so stupid, really like Naruto. It's the one with the protagonist's aura, the other is a dragon suit, and it's tragic to say it, two people with similar personalities, they are treated completely differently. Chapter 18. After a little bit of fun, under the introduction of Tsunade, Hyoga-chan and Senju Nawake also knew each other. And Senju Nawake is a familiar character. He walked over and patted Hyoga-chan on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I will cover you after entering school. Okay. I'll be in trouble then, I will definitely find you, then don't regret what you say now. Hyoga-chan's face was full of smiles. I'm going to be a Hokage person, of course I have to do what I say. Senju Nawake said, patting his chest. When the number of new students enrolled this time was about to come, the old man of third generation appeared on the stage. It can't be said that he is the old man of third generation. The current third Hokage is in his prime, and his strength is at its peak, at least the strength of the peak of the movie class. Stepping onto the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen started a long talk, starting with the creation of Konoha village by first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Talking about Konoha's prosperity and the turmoil in other ninja villages, in summary, Konoha is harmonious and peaceful, and other ninja villages are in turmoil. Then I'm talking about how bad other shinobu villages are, how good Konoha is, about Konoha's spirit, the will of fire, how powerful first Hokage and second Hokage are, and so on. I hope you will grow into a powerful ninja and guard Konoha Shinobi Village. In the future, one of you may be the next generation of Naruto. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless, the fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. This is our Konoha's will of fire. It has been passed down from the first generation to the present day. I hope you can continue to convey it forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words make these children who have just entered school, they are full of enthusiasm and excitement. Especially Senju Nawaka next to Hyuga-chan, his blood was burning, and he almost smashed an egg by accident. It was so bloody. Hyuga-chan was drowsy and didn't listen to it at all. He listened too much to such a speech, and he couldn't lift the spirit at all. Moreover, the will of fire is a selfless spirit, which is not suitable for Hyuga-chan at all. Even Hyuga-chan and the will of fire are walking on two opposite paths. Hyuga-chan is convinced that people are not for themselves, and the heavens are destroyed. To put it plainly, it is selfish. The people Hyuga-chan cares about, the people in Konoha village all die in front of him, and he will not blink his eyes, just so selfish and indifferent. So don't watch Hyuga-chan smile every day, but behind the smile, he is more indifferent than anyone else. The personalities of Hyuga-chan and Aizen are very similar. The difference is that Hyuga-chan does not have Aizen's ambitions, nor does it have Aizen's ambitions. When he came to the world of Naruto, even with the help of the system, Hyuga-chan never thought of dominating the ninja world and dominating the world. What he yearns even more is that he and a group of beautiful women are not ashamed or embarrassed every day, sitting and watching the situation rise, smiling at the change of the world. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Little Chen, you seem to be not very interested in what the old man said. Seeing Hyuga-chan yawning constantly, Tsunade behind Hyuga-chan said. Sister Tsunade is not interested, too. Hyuga-chan also replied. I've said this hundreds of times, and I'm tired of hearing it. Tsunade looked bored. Little Chen, don't change the subject. Hyuga-chan smiled upon hearing this, and then said, the real will of fire is not implemented by first generation except first generation. Therefore, the will of fire has disappeared with first generation. Maybe one day, it will reappear. Tsunade frowned, and thoughtfully, she agreed with Hyuga-chan's words. Tsunade has a very good understanding of Konoha's internal situation. There are constant conflicts among the various families. Looking at it this way, will of fire is more like a joke. Hyuga-chan sneered at the will of fire, which may seem very beautiful, but this is a beautiful fantasy unless the entire Konoha is people like Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, the will of fire can only be on the lips forever. In other words, the will of fire is only suitable for a few people. It took Sarutobi Hiruzen all morning to finish speaking. At this time, Hyuga-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed admiration. Talking all morning without stopping, Hyuga-chan really admires it, but looking at the bloody ninja students around, I have to say that this brainwashing was very successful. This is the end of the morning. After lunch, the school is divided into classes. Everyone brought their lunch boxes and found a place to eat. Of course Hyuga-chan also brought them. But when Hyuga-chan took out his stool, Senju Nawaka swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty, "You can eat so much?" Regarding Senju Nawaka's question, Hyuga-chan just smiled, lowered his head and started fighting as a fight. Actions can prove everything. Tsunade smiled at this. After seeing Marine 6 Styles, she also knew why Hyuga-chan could eat so much. Not only did Hyuga-chan's bento shock Nawaka, but the children around him, as well as the accompanying parents, were shocked. Hyuga-chan turned a blind eye to these gazes and walked his own way, so why bother to care about the gazes of others? After eating the lunch, the school teacher began to divide the class, and soon read the name of Hyuga-chan, and he was placed in Class A. And he also heard some familiar names, such as the three brothers of the pig, the deer, and the butterfly, the brothers of Hayashi and Hisashi, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mikato, Senjin Awake, and others. Go to Class A with Senjin Awake. Tsunade has now left. When I came to Class A, there were not many people. Senjin Awake took Hyuga-chen and said, "Chen, let's do it together." Still, I like a person. Hyuga-chen directly rejected Senjin Awake, disappointed Senjin Awake, but did not force it. However, after Hyuga-chen rejected Nawake, he was very unscrupulous to be next to Uchiha Mikato. Senjin Awake looked at Hyuga-chen bitterly. "This is the one you like." Feeling the look in Senjin Awake's eyes, Hyuga-chen feels a bit chilly. Senjin Awake is not gay, right? Turning his head away from Senjin Awake, he said to Uchiha Mikato, "My name is Hyuga-chen, and I will be yours at the same table from now on, so please give me some advice." Uchiha Mikato looked at Hyuga-chen Junyi Wushuan's face, with a hint of blush on his cheeks, and whispered, "Kaido, my name is Uchiha Mikato. I am glad to meet you, classmate Hyuga-chen." "Mikato classmate calls me Chen just fine, otherwise it will look too strange," Hyuga-chen said almost. Mikato's face turned redder. "You must know that you can only call by name if you have a good relationship or a relative. At this time, the advantages of appearance and the attractiveness of the opposite S**X will show off." Mikato's lack of anger can explain everything. "After that, I will ask Chen for advice." Mikato endured the shyness in his heart and said softly, "P.S. Don't care about people of different ages. Why are they classmates? They are the same age in the setting of this book." Chapter 19. Seeing Mikato's gentleness as water, Hyuga-chen smiled. As expected of Naruto world, the most suitable role as a wife. Although Uchiha Mikato doesn't make many appearances, but the popularity is still not low, like this Yamato Nadeshiko, Hyuga-chen naturally likes it. Hyuga-chen has already decided, Mikato will be his person from now on. Uchiha Fugaku is a trash, let's go and fly by yourself. As for whether Uchiha Itachi and Urjusa will be born in the future, does this have anything to do with Hyuga-chen? To be honest, for the so-called Itachi god, Hyuga-chen doesn't catch a cold, not why, because they are two different people. A person who has great love and loves the village is better than everything, except Sasuke, but Hyuga-chen is extremely selfish, he only cares about the people who care about. So Hyuga-chen does not have a cold for this popular character. Hyuga-chen will not deny that what he did is wrong, nor will he think he is right. This is a conflict of ideas. Two people with different personalities have different definitions of one thing. Anyway, Hyuga-chen will not sacrifice himself and his relatives for other irrelevant people. Your heart is big, you can hold the world, my heart is too small, I can only hold the people I should hold. I don't like Uchiha Itachi Hyuga-chen anymore, not to mention Uchiha Sasuke, this guy Hyuga-chen has no liking anymore. Why are you staring at me? Mikato said angrily. Of course it's because you are beautiful. I think you have seen that you can't help yourself. You have stolen my heart from the time I saw you. Hyuga-chen said exaggeratedly. Mikato's face turned red all of a sudden. Mikato turned his head directly, staring at the front distractedly, not daring to look at Hyuga-chen anymore. Hyuga-chen still looked at Mikato unscrupulously, making Mikato's heartbeat continue to accelerate. However, Uchiha Mikato did not reject this, but was a little bit happy. "Chen, you guy, you have the opposite S**X and in humanity." Seeing Hyuga-chen and Uchiha Mikato, the atmosphere became more ambiguous, and Senjin Awake stood up and said, "Nawake, you can't say that, sitting with you, where is it comfortable to sit with beautiful women, and you see you at the same table, not a handsome boy, absolutely satisfy your taste, don't stare at me." Hyuga-chen pointed at Senjin Awake's table mate, and Senjin Awake's table mate was 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. What? Nawaka looked confused. Although Hokage's children are generally precocious, they are only children, and naturally they don't know the meaning of Hyuga-chan's words. I mean, I don't like men, you can find someone else. Hyuga-chan said blankly, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I don't like men either. Nawaka roared angrily. Really? I might have misunderstood. But when he said that he misunderstood, his face showed an expression of disbelief. Nawaka wanted to explain angrily, but there was no way to explain it. And Namikaze Minato, who was lying innocently with a gun, had a dumbfounded look, and subconsciously moved away from Nawaka. If it weren't for being afraid of Nawaka's anger, Namikaze Minato would have wanted to change positions. Now there are only a few people in the class, and it's not that there is no position. Huh. Wait, I want to tell my sister that you have an affair outside. Senju Nawaka sat down angrily. Hyuga-chan remained unmoved and continued to make Uchiha Mikoto blushing. The current Mikoto, whose face is so hot, can boil eggs. Mikoto, you are really shy. The classmates are here, if you bully me again, I will ignore you. Mikoto blushed and replied. Hyuga-chan also knows that enough is enough, otherwise it will leave a bad impression on Mikoto, which will be bad. Seeing that Hyuga-chan really didn't tease himself, Uchiha Mikoto was a little bit disappointed. With the passage of time, students from Class A have also arrived, such as the Pig Deer Butterfly Trio, the Hyuga brothers, and Inyazuka Claus. When Hyuga Hisashi saw Hyuga-chan, he showed a touch of anger, and then hurriedly hid, for fear of being spotted by Hyuga-chan and beat him up. Now Hyuga Hisashi is already afraid of Hyuga-chan because he has been beaten several times. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Hyuga-chan, and then took Hyuga Hisashi to sit down. Hyuga-chan shrugged, then lay down on the table, seeming to be sleeping, but in fact he was purifying chakra in his body. What did you say? Nawaka stood up angrily. I said everyone in this class must listen to me. Uchiha-jian. An arrogant boy with the Uchiha family crest printed on his back was confronting Nawaka. In the entire class, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Whether it was a commoner or a student of the family, he looked at Uchiha-jian with an unkind expression. Among them, Hyuga Hayashi and Senju Nawaka were the most responsive. The hatred between Senju and Uchiha has been around for a long time, and it can no longer be adjusted in one sentence or two. The Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan are known as the two major eye surgery families in the ninja world, and who is the best of these two families is also concerned by everyone. Therefore, between these two families, there is also a smell of gunpowder. And the Uchiha clan is now Konoha's guard, which is a good job and a hard job. If it is a sleek job, this is a good job, which can make the major families owe themselves some favors. But the Uchiha family all have long Aotian's face. In such a position that must be sleek, they hang up more than anyone, catching this and that from time to time, and the entire Konoha family has been offended all over again. In the eyes of Konoha civilians, the Uchiha clan is not a good thing, and has no good impression of them. To put it bluntly, the Uchiha family is stinky shit now, and wherever you put it, people will dislike it. No one likes to deal with arrogant families who don't put anyone in their eyes, and they don't put you in their eyes anymore. Are you still looking at your face? No one is so cheap. Therefore, Uchiha-jian is really cheap, and it offends a large number of people when he comes up. Even Hyuga-chan, who is lying on the table and has been purifying chakra, can't help but raise his head and watch the scene with interest. Looking at the fierce crowd, Hyuga-chan doesn't mind putting on fire. Who makes this guy Hyuga-chan look unhappy? Do you know this guy? Hyuga-chan patted Mikoto on the shoulder, and then asked. Mikoto blushed first, and then whispered, he is a genius of our Uchiha family, but he is very arrogant, and he is also the grandson of the elder, qualified to compete for the position of the patriarch. No wonder you dare to be arrogant, you still nodded? Hyaga-chan said with a smile. Yeah. He bullies people all day, it's very annoying, even in the Uchiha family, he is not welcome. After speaking, even the gentle girl, Mikoto, showed a trace of disgust. Chapter 20. Seeing the stare-eyed scene without a fight, Hyaga-chan felt a little boring. Look at Mikoto's appearance, you also hate this guy, I will teach him a lesson. He said to Mikoto, and Hyaga-chan was about to stand up. Mikoto hurriedly stretched out his hand, and then said anxiously, Chen, you must not go. Although he is very annoying, he is not weak in strength. He is a real genius. Oh? Is Mikoto caring about me? Hyaga-chan stared at Uchiha Mikoto with affectionate eyes. Me. Mikoto's face was flushed and flushed, like a big apple, which made people unable to take a bite. Don't worry. Hyaga-chan patted Mikoto's little hand, then stood up. I said Hayashi, I don't think you are qualified to be a young patriarch at all. A word of Hyaga-chan attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Hyaga-chan. Especially Hyaga Hayashi, although his pure white eyes can't see anything, everyone still sees his anger on his expression. What did you say? That's angry. I think you're just a nest. He was going to ride on your face just now. You didn't dare to make a sound. You thought about the shivering quail, and now you are pretending to be something with me. You only become the young patriarch because you are the clan, otherwise you are nothing. Hyaga-chan said something disdainfully, completely igniting Hyaga Hayashi's anger. You said I'm afraid of him. Hyaga Hayashi pointed to Uchiha-ken and said angrily. Yes, if you are not afraid of him, you can beat him to prove yourself. Hyaga-chan nodded. Okay, I will let you trash know today, why did I become the young patriarch? Hyaga Hayashi picked up chakra, slapped the table with a slap, and walked towards Uchiha-ken. Tisk tusk. This table didn't provoke you again, and turned out to be your punching bag. I really feel distressed for it. Hyaga-chan said with his arms folded. I, Hyaga Hayashi, want to challenge you, do you dare to accept it? Hyaga Hayashi said in a cold voice. Why don't you dare? I want you to know that your Byakugan of the Hyaga clan is worthless in front of our Uchiha clan Sherinan. Uchiha-jian said arrogantly. Uchiha-ken's words completely annoyed Hyaga Hayashi. He takes the glory of the Hyaga family very seriously. How can people be so full of the Hyaga family? I said your name is Uchiha-ken. You said that Byakugan is worthless in front of Sherinan. Could it be that you have Sherinan now? Hyaga-chan smiled. Uchiha-ken was speechless for a while, and then said in embarrassment, I don't rely on Sherinan, and I can trample your trash under my feet. Read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. This sentence completely angered everyone. If it weren't for Narakage's pull, Yamanaka Kiyaki and Akamika Dingza would stand up. Nawaka, look at his arrogant appearance, can you still bear it? Let's beat him together, there is a saying that the law does not blame the public. Hyaga-chan added another fire. When Hyaga-chan fired up, Hyaga Hayashi was already on, and he slapped Uchiha-ken out. Nawaka couldn't help it, and went up and hit Uchiha-ken's face, who had not yet risen. Seeing Hyaga Hayashi and Nawaka take action, and Hyaga-chan said that the law does not blame the public, the entire Class A people, except Hyaga-chan, Uchiha Mikoto, Namikaze Minato, and Naraluku, all rushed up. Hyaga-chan smiled and watched this scene. In fact, it was Hyaga Hayashi who was able to complement Uchiha's education. Although the Hyaga family belongs to the soy sauce family, there are basically no people who can beat the Hyaga family at the age of 5. Because at this time, except for super geniuses, no one knows ninjutsu at all, so everyone basically relies on physical skills at this time. As for the Hyaga family, as a family of physical skills, it is certain that the Jiyin will not be fast even if it is capable of ninjutsu, and it will be interrupted before you finish the seal. If you do this, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction with the Uchiha family. Why do you want to do this? Naralu asked, looking at the calm Hyuga-chan. Although Hyuga-chan did not do anything, but Hyuga-chan is the initiator. It's not why, it's just that I just want to do things. Hyuga-chan watched the show with his arms. If the strength is not enough, Hyuga-chan will definitely not jump like this, but now Hyuga-chan's strength is not weak, and he is already qualified to jump. This is Konoha Shinobi Village. Even the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with him, and will not take him seriously. Besides, through Mikato's conversation, Hyuga-chan also knows that there is a discord within the Uchiha family. This Uchiha Jiun is a competitor for the next generation of the Patriarch, and he is definitely at odds with the Patriarch, so whether someone will come to trouble Hyuga-chan, not necessarily. What's going on? Stop it for me. Everyone stopped, looked at the door, and then quickly returned to their seats. What the hell is going on? Uenokuri, the teacher of Class A, pointed to the miserable Uchiha-ken. At this time, Uchiha-ken had fainted. The teacher Uenokuri checked it and found that it was only a skin injury, and the injury was not serious, so he breathed a sigh of relief. If this is really seriously injured, he, the teacher, will have to bear the responsibility, but the first day of enrollment, such a bad incident happened, it still made him angry. All the people who participated just now stood up, but I saw them all, you can't hide from me. Uenokuri's expression was extremely serious. After speaking in Uenoshuri, most of the class stood up, only Hyuga-chan, Uchiha Mikato, Naraluku, and Namikaze Minato were still sitting steadily. At this time, everyone focused on Hyuga-chan's body. Look at what I did, I didn't do anything. Hyuga-chan said with an innocent look. Shameless. It's shameless. Obviously he instigated it, but now he pretended to be okay, making everyone itchy with hatred. Looking at these people, Uenoshuri was a little worried. This class is almost all children of a large family, and it is not easy to manage at all. All of you will go out to the penalty station. An angry Uenokumi could only make such a punishment. Teacher, Hyuga-chan provoked all this, you can't let him go. Hyuga Hisashi pointed at Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan stroked his chin, feeling that he had taught Hyuga Hisashi too little. Who is Hyuga-chan? Uenokuri roared. Then in Mikato's worried eyes, Hyuga-chan stood up helplessly. You also go out together. Although I was very surprised to see Hyuga-chan without Byakugan, but the angry Uenotri couldn't manage that much. Teacher, Chen did not participate. Uchiha Mikato stood up, trying to intercede with Hyuga-chan. It seems that you are in a good relationship, just follow him out and stop together. After speaking, he left with Uchiha-ken who was in a coma. He just did a rough check, and didn't know what the injury was. It would be better to send it to the medical office for a look. Chapter 21. Outside of Class A, a spectacular scene was taking place. As soon as I enrolled in the school, I was punished to stand collectively. There was no one in the entire classroom. Even Narashiku Hisa and Namikaze Minato were among them. Narashiku Hisa was drawn by Yamanaka Kiyaki and Akamai Kadinza. And Namikaze Minato, because he was a little embarrassed to find that he was alone in the classroom, so he spontaneously followed him to the penalty station. Don't be so depressed. After you become great ninjas in the future, maybe the scene will become a good memory. Isn't it just fighting? It's nothing, young and not frivolous, why do you talk about autumn cool when you are old? Hyuga-chan said indifferently. Chen, you guy has a good mentality. Nawaka lowered his head, if I become Hokage, this will be my stain. Nawaka, don't worry, it's okay, anyway, by looking at you, You know that you can't become Hokage. Hyoga-chan comforted. Looking at Hyoga-chan who hit him, Nawaka really wanted to choke him to death. Ignoring Nawaka's murderous gaze, Hyoga-chan turned to look at Mikoto. Mikoto, you are so kind to me, risking being punished by the teacher, and pleading for me, I really like you. I. Looking at the gazes of the 8 trigrams of the people around, Mikoto gave Hyoga-chan angrily, then lowered his head. Seeing Mikoto shy and crying, Hyoga-chan suddenly didn't dare to empty Mikoto, and then looked at Hyoga Hisashi. Hisashi. You said I should beat you, or should I beat you? In front of everyone, Hyoga Hisashi didn't want to lose face, and said forcefully, this matter has something to do with you, and I didn't say anything wrong. Okay. I won't say more nonsense, save money, and avoid disaster. Hyoga-chan stretched out his hand. After thinking about it for a while, Hyoga Hisashi skillfully took out 10,000 taels and dealt with Hyoga-chan's hands. Hyoga-chan, you actually bullied my brother. Seeing Hyoga-chan extorting his brother, Hyoga Hayashi became angry. Why do you speak so awkwardly? He obviously gave it to me voluntarily, Hisashi, don't you say it? Hyoga-chan gave Hisashi a threatening look. Hisashi, don't be afraid, brother, I will support you. Hisashi looked at his elder brother who was about the same strength as him, then looked at Hyoga-chan who slammed him, and then shamelessly gave in. Big brother, don't worry about it. I gave it to him voluntarily. You. Pointing to Hisashi, Hayashi couldn't say a word, snorted coldly at Hyoga-chan, and then sulked by himself. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. 12,000, really rich. Nawaka looked at the paper money in Hyoga-chan's hand enviously. As the heir to the Senju family, you will appreciate this little money. Hyoga-chan glanced at him contemptuously. Oh. The old lady took all my pocket money to gamble. I have enough money to buy a bowl of ramen, which is the cheapest. Nawaka took out his wallet and poured out a 50 silver dollar. Said sadly. That brother, you are really poor. Hyoga-chan forgot Nawaka sympathetically. He forgot Tsunade just now, it was really a misstep. Soon the teacher Ueno Shulai came back, looking at the group of people who were being punished, a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Give me back. If there is such a thing next time, I will be severely punished. Punishment is impossible. Most of these people have deep backgrounds. Fortunately, Uchiha-ken is fine. Back in the classroom, Ueno Shulai glared at everyone, and then began to talk about some precautions. It is impossible to start the class directly after entering the school. The class will be officially started tomorrow. Today, the main purpose is to let the students understand the regulations of the Genin school. I don't know much about today's matter, but this matter has passed. If something like this happens in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. In the end, Ueno Kuri mentioned what happened today again. Yes, there were a few sparse responses below, and most of them were sleeping on their stomachs. Watching this scene, a tic-tac-toe appeared on Ueno's forehead. Oh. Forget it, now it's just enrolled, I don't care about you, but I will dare to do this tomorrow, all will go to the training ground for me to stop. After school was over, Hyoga-chan looked up and looked at Mikoto's invitation and said, Mikoto, would you like to go to dinner with me? I'm a treat. You treat me, I want to go too. Nawaka, with very good airs, suddenly ran to Hyoga-chan's table. Looking at this light bulb, Hyoga-chan smiled helplessly, and then said, okay. Today I invited the whole class to dinner at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Anyone who wants to come can come. Okay. Chen, you friend, I'm settled. Dingzo stood up excitedly. Mikoto is going to save face. Yeah. Mikoto nodded and responded in a low voice. Only a few people in Class A did not respond, and even the two brothers Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hisashi nodded in agreement. When he arrived at the rotisserie, Nawaka shouted, "Boss! Prepare a large private room for us." "Okay. For the sake of you are all children, I will give you a 70% discount." The boss wanted to give you a 30% discount, but after seeing Hyaga-chan, he changed his mind decisively. After arriving in the private room, Hyaga-chan began to order things, first of all, roast meat and vegetables, and first served 50 dishes. "Hey! Although we are crowded, Dingza is better able to eat, but there is no need to eat so much." Yamanaka Kiki, who has remained silent all the time, said. "That's right, Chen, if you can't eat it, it's wasted. These will cost a lot of money." Mikoto also persuaded. "Don't worry. You don't know how much he can eat?" Hyaga-chan said before Nawaka said. Sure enough, afterwards, even the big foodie Akamika Dingza admired Hyaga-chan. When it was almost over, Mikoto stretched out his hand and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Chen, you have enough money. If you don't have enough money, I have a lot here." Hyaga-chan chuckled softly, then reached out and stroked Mikoto's head, and then laughed in a low voice, "Don't worry. I have a lot of money, it's enough to support you." "Humph. Ignore you." Mikoto blushed and lowered his head, picked up a glass of juice and drank it to hide the shyness on his face. After eating, it was already evening, and the students all left. After bidding farewell to Mikoto and Nawaka, Hyaga-chan, Hyaga Hayashi, and Hyaga Hisashi went back together. During the period, Hyaga Hayashi's serious face didn't answer at all, and Hyaga-chan, who felt bored, naturally talked to Hyaga Hisashi. But Hyaga Hisashi has some fear of Hyaga-chan, which makes Hyaga-chan a little boring. After returning to the Hyaga family, Hyaga-chan and the Hyaga brothers, the two boring guys, went back to their homes separately. Chapter 22. Back home, took a shower, and then Hyaga-chan lifted the shadow clone. A feeling of fatigue surged into his heart, causing Hyaga-chan to shake and almost fell to the ground. It's a forbidden technique, and most people really can't use it. Lying on the bed to rest, Hyaga-chan sat up. During this time, he has learned all the ninjutsu given by Tsunade, including 100 healings mark. However, Hyaga-chan did not change the 100 healings mark, so there was no diamond mark on the forehead, but on the chest. And it is not a diamond mark, but 3 gojade similar to 3 tomo sheri-nan. Because I feel that the purple diamond-shaped mark is really too damn, it may look good on a woman, but it is a bit wrong on a man. After a one-night rest, early the next morning, Hyaga-chan continued to release Shadow Clone, let them practice ninjutsu, and simplified the 80 God air strikes. It has been a year, and Hyaga-chan has also found some ideas. The 80 God air strike is actually similar to the 8 trigrams air palm, but Hyaga-chan does not have the 8 trigrams air palm. It is impossible to use it just because you have seen Hokage, otherwise the Hyaga family's physical skills are too cheap. Therefore, it is very difficult to simplify the 80 God air strike. At least every 2 or 3 years, it is impossible. This is because there are so many shadow clones. After eating breakfast, set up your ninja, exercise your body, and go to school. After coming to school, Hyaga-chan realized that he was the best one. Even Uchihaji-an, who was beaten into a coma yesterday, came earlier than Hyaga-chan. "Why are you so early? Didn't it take 8:30 for class?" Hyaga-chan asked suspiciously. "Oh. I was forced by these two guys. I really want to sleep well. Going to school is really troublesome," Luju said lazily. "This is the first class. In order to become the goal of Naruto, how can you relax? Chen, you are too loose to become a powerful ninja," Nawaka said dissatisfied. "My goal is also to become Hokage. I have to work hard together." Minato gave Nawaki a sunny smile. Seeing this scene, Hayagachan suddenly felt a bit of chills. The two will not collide with any passionate sparks. Not daring to think about it anymore, Hayagachan walked quickly to his seat, then greeted Mikoto, and lay down on the table to purify chakra. Now Hayagachan's goal is to improve the purity of chakra. This is also the fastest way for Hayagachan to increase his strength. Is Chen tired? Mikoto tilted his head and thought, but did not disturb Hayagachan. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Soon the teacher Wenokuri came, and Mikoto saw that the teacher was coming and stretched out his hand to Hayagachan. Chen, don't sleep, the teacher is here. Mikoto whispered. Hayagachan opened his eyes and raised his head. Hayagachan, who owns observation haki, has actually sensed that the Ueno tree is coming, but he still thanked Mikoto. Thank you. Mikoto. It's okay. Mikoto smiled, sweet and touching. Hayagachan looked slightly stunned, and said in his heart, Mikoto's smile is so beautiful, it completely stuns me. Am I a lolicon? Bump. Bump. Ueno Kumi knocked on the blackboard twice, and then said, Today is your first class and the beginning of your ninja career. In the next 5 years, I hope you can study seriously. The real ninja is not the ninja game you play. Although I shouldn't tell you this now, I still want to say it. After you become a ninja, you will bleed at any time, and you will even die. You have not experienced the cruelty of the road of a ninja. It is difficult for you to understand now. So I hope you can listen to the class well. Listen carefully now, it may save your life in the future. Wenokuri said earnestly. But looking at the people with hippie smiles below, Wenokuri knew no one was listening. Oh. Wenokuri sighed, and he knew it was. These little guys who didn't really understand ninjas only thought about becoming a hero every day, and never thought about the danger of ninjas. I hope you won't regret it in the future. We started the first lesson of the tutorial, that is, how to refine chakra. Chakra is the root of ninjas. Whether it is a ninja, or a phantom, you don't want to leave chakra. Hearing that it was teaching chakra refining techniques, all the students from these families were not interested. Except for the gentle Mikoto who was still listening attentively, the rest of the students from the family were all entertained. Only those students of civilian origin who have not been in contact with chakra are still listening carefully. Ueno Kumi laughed bitterly. There was no way. This was the advantage of the family ninja, but he had to talk about these things, otherwise what would the common ninja do? Students who have chakra can also listen to it, just don't want to listen, and don't affect other students, otherwise they will give me out. Because of Ueno Shuri's words, other people also converged a little and chose to sleep on the table. This is also the tradition of going to school. This morning, it was all about chakra. After school finally ended, everyone was relieved. At this time, they don't have the kind of passion that they had when they first entered school. They just want to look forward to school soon. After school at noon, I usually choose to bring lunch and eat at school, because noon is only a 1-hour break, which is too short, and lunch is more convenient. When Hayagachan took out a generous stool, although everyone knew his appetite, they were still shocked. After eating, take a break and start the afternoon class. The afternoon is usually a practice class, so it is in the training ground. Yesterday, I already instructed you to bring kunao, and today we will contact kunao's throwing method. Speaking of Ueno's tree, he took out a kunao, his wrist flicked slightly, kunao hit the target 50 meters away, and hit the bullseye, causing a burst of exclamation. Huh! Kunao throwing technique is our Uchiha family's strong point. Uchiha-ken, who was swollen on his face, jumped out and pretended to be forced. He stretched out his hand and took out 3 kunao, then clamped it with his hand, and threw it out. The 3 kunao showed a fret shape and hit the bullseye 50 meters away at the same time. Uchiha-jian's hand made many people look at Uchiha-jian with admiration, but he didn't expect this guy to be really capable. What's so great, look at me. Nawaka stood up unhappy, and then took out 3 kunao and shot them towards the target. Although Nawaka's kunao also hit the target, only 2 hit the bullseye, and the other was at the 8th ring, which made Nawaka feel a bit embarrassed. Chapter 23. The Senju Clan, but so. After the scar was healed and forgot to hurt, Uchiha-jian became arrogant again, looking at everyone with disdain. Huh? Isn't it the throwing of kunao? The real battle still depends on ninjutsu, what's the use of kunao? Nawaka snorted and forced his dignity back. Nawaka's words made the teacher Ueno Kuri's face black. I'm here to teach you kunao throwing. Here you say that kunao throwing is useless. After seeing it, Hyaga-chen hurriedly stood up and interrupted the Ueno Shulai who wanted to get angry. I'll try it too. Hyaga-chen took out a kunao and twisted it between his fingers twice. It's Chen. It must be better than Uchiha-ken and Senju Nawaka. Yes, Chen, such a handsome boy, must be much stronger than those 2 ugly guys. The female nympho in the class talked a lot, with peach-hearted eyes, while raising Hyaga-chen, they also belittle Uchiha-jian and Nawaka. After Uchiha-jian and Nawaka heard it, their faces turned green. They admitted that they were not as handsome as Hyaga-chen, but how ugly they were. They didn't look ugly. Huh? A rubbish of the Hyaga clan who doesn't even have Byakugan, is so touted by you. Uchiha-ken said jealously. What, dare to insult my male god, sisters, beat him up for me. Ueno Shulai hurried over to stop these crazy girls, and at the same time he muttered to himself, the little girls nowadays are really precocious, why didn't I have this kind of treatment at the time? As a single dog of more than 20 years, Ueno Shuri is extremely envious of Hyaga-chen. Faced with this scene, Hyaga-chen was very proud of himself. He used to be a DK. Although he was handsome, he was too handsome to eat. He was even madly targeted by the one stupid boss because of his handsome appearance. Kunao turned twice again, and then flew out. Even the chinin in the Ueno tree only saw a trace of after-image. Boom! The wooden target shattered, and the kunao thrown by Hyaga-chen continued to fly forward until it was nailed to the wall in the distance. This. Ueno felt a bit dry in his throat, and if this kunao was thrown at him, he might not be able to react. This kind of power and speed is beyond words for Ueno Kuri, looking at Hyaga-chen with perverted eyes. Chen is amazing. Mikoto murmured. I know that the male god is the best, I want to give Chen a monkey. FK me, Chen is mine. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. This is fake. Senju Nawaka's expression is exaggerated, but in his heart, he really doesn't think Hyaga-chen is so strong. But looking at this throwing kunao, he can definitely kill him in a second, this is equivalent to penetrating ninjutsu. Amidst everyone's shocked eyes, Hyaga-chen retreated without frustration on the surface. In fact, in his heart, he was very satisfied with the feeling of detonating the audience. From here, it can be seen that Hyaga-chen is rather boring. Uchiha-jian felt an invisible slap on his face, a hot pain. Ahem. Since some students have demonstrated it, but most of them should not be able to, I will explain it to you. Ueno Shuri pulled back to the topic, he was here to teach students, not to watch these big family children who were born with a golden spoon pretending to be forced. After the afternoon of the training of kunao, Ueno Kuri also announced the end of school. After saying goodbye to familiar people such as Mikoto, Hyaga-chen did not go back with the Hyaga family and chose to go back alone. Ninja school is really boring. When can I learn something really useful? Hyaga-chen said listlessly. In the ninja school, what Hyaga-chen really wants to learn is the seemingly useless theoretical knowledge, not the basic things. In terms of basics, Hyaga-chen is more reliable than anyone else. The only difference is theoretical knowledge and real combat experience. Back at home, Hyaga-chan moved his fingers and started to practice the knot printing. Now Hyaga-chan can knot 5 knots in 1 second. Counting more than 20 years in the previous life, plus the current age, Hyaga-chan has lived for nearly 30 years, and he has also been single for 30 years. This speed of hand is not an exaggeration at all. After practicing Jian, Hyaga-chan took a bath to relieve the shadow clone, and then lay exhausted on the bed. I feel my mental strength has skyrocketed a lot. After every mental fatigue, Hyaga-chan can feel that his mental power will increase a little. After taking a break, Hyaga-chan entered the system space. System, can you give me a lottery? I don't mind the redemption point, you can just look at it. Hyaga-chan shouted shamelessly. The system ignores Hyaga-chan. Oh. After sighing, Hyaga-chan asked curiously, the system should also follow the conservation of energy. Let me do nothing, how do you reward me? The existence of the system cannot be understood by host for the time being. This system does not follow the conservation of energy, do not use science to measure the system. It doesn't follow the conservation of energy. Scratching his head, Hyaga-chan couldn't figure out how the system works. He simply gave up, he couldn't even figure out ninjutsu, let alone the system. The system is so easy to bubbling once, and it will give you a little benefit. Hyaga-chan said with a squinting face. To be a human is to be a thick-skinned person, and a thin-skinned person can't eat anywhere. This is the truth that Hyaga-chan understood when he was not traveling. After a long time, there was no sound from the system, and Hyaga-chan didn't care. If the system really gave it, Hyaga-chan would be surprised. The system will give you 3 chances to draw a lottery, 100,000 redemption points, please check. FK. Did I have auditory hallucinations? Hyaga-chan said incredulously. The current Hyaga-chan, like winning several million prizes, suddenly smashed a huge pie on his head. If the pie was thrown by someone else, he might have to consider whether it was poisonous, but if it was thrown by the system, Hyaga-chan would definitely not doubt it. Because everything he has is given by the system, Hyaga-chan will never forget this. If there is no system, he knows what he is like. Based on this, Hyaga-chan absolutely believes in the system. I didn't expect to ask for it, but I really gave it. This system is really a conscience system. By the way, the system has never introduced itself. I don't even know what kind of system this system is. In fact, Hyaga-chan did not ask, but the system has not said. Anyway, thank you for the system, the absolute conscience system. If you can like it, I will give you 10,000 likes. While thanking, praised the system. Wouldn't it be better to give him a lot of rewards in case the system is happy? Anyway, it's okay to flatter the system. Chapter 24. After praising the system for a while, Hyaga-chan opened the lottery page and prepared for the lottery. For the lottery, Hyaga-chan has always used it when he has it. The number of draws is not the same as the redemption point. The number of draws is useless. Because you never know what you will get, so it is impossible to use a lottery to save the emergency. Hyaga-chan has been skilled in clicking the lottery. He has already drawn 5 times. Hyaga-chan is also a veteran driver. Haha. 7 prizes appeared, namely, the red shovel of the CF game, the golden wing pistol in the reverse war, the howitzer of the gun god, the T-virus liquid, the Hado 90 black coffin, Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, the armored warrior Yanlong summoner. After seeing the prizes, Hyaga-chan wanted to complain about it. Are the red shovel and the summoner come to be funny? Hyaga-chan remembers that the most important thing to summon armor is not the summoner, but the light and shadow stone. After this thing is drawn, can it be collected? Hyaga-chan doesn't want to provoke such dangerous things as T-virus. As for pistols and howitzers, Hyaga-chan has no feelings either. The system's lottery is really all-encompassing, just draw it. After clicking, Hyoga-chan began to wait for the result. Finally, in Hyoga-chan's expectation, the pointer pointed to Hado 90 Black Coffin. Not bad. It seems that when the European spirit is rising, we will continue to draw. Seeing that Black Coffin was drawn, Hyoga-chan was very happy. This is definitely the second prize among the 7. After clicking it again, 7 more items appeared, namely, Flying Imperial Sword Flow, 8 trigrams Mountain Breaking Strike, Naruto Game Skill 8 trigrams 361, Will Tomb Edge Hell, Shock Fruit, Perfect, Conqueror's Haki, Departure Sword. This time, things are better than last time. Hyoga-chan didn't talk nonsense and started the lottery directly. Finally I got 8 trigrams Mountain Breaking Strike, which can be said to be the strongest attacking technique of the Hyoga clan, but it is of little use to Hyoga-chan and overlaps with Sparkling Fruit's abilities. Although I'm not satisfied, I can't help it if I get it. I can't return it. If it is really possible to withdraw, Hyoga-chan will really return, but unfortunately not. Forget it, anyway, it is a physical skill that can break a mountain. Although it is a hill is also a mountain. Click on the lucky draw again. The prizes presented this time are the least that Hyoga-chan has encountered. There are only 3 prizes in total. In Hyoga-chan's system, the number of prizes in the lottery is irregular and completely random. When Hyoga-chan remembers the most, there were more than a dozen prizes. However, although the quantity of the 3 pieces is small this time, the quality is absolutely outrageous. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. These 3 items are, Saitama Sensei's Strength, Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, and the Demon Eye of Straight Death. These 3 belong to the kind of ability to air every second, no matter which one, Hyoga-chan can accept it. I just don't know, if I draw the power of Mr. Saitama, will he also become bald, or have other defects? Hyoga-chan was a little worried. Although Saitama-sensei gained invincible power, he also lost the most precious things. Hair is just a small thing, and the lack of emotion is the big thing. Although Hyoga-chan likes power, he doesn't want to really lose some emotional things. This kind of price Hyoga-chan definitely doesn't want to bear. With a nervous heart, Hyoga-chan clicked on the lottery page, and the pointer moved quickly, and finally the pointer stopped on Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka under Hyoga-chan's gaze. Hyoga-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the sword that appeared in front of him, Hyoga-chan quickly took it. The length of the sword is 140 and the handle is 30. It is very different from the old Yamamoto Ryujinjaka. The 170 cm long sword is held in the hand by Hyoga-chan, which looks a bit funny. Now Hyoga-chan wants to use Ryujinjaka, it is a bit early, too short, and it is difficult to draw a sword. But this can't hide the excitement in Hyoga-chan's heart. As long as he can Bankai Ryujinjaka, he can definitely sweep the entire ninja world. But it is not so easy to want Bankai, especially Zanpakuto, the strongest in the hot system. When Hyoga-chan got Ryujinjaka, there was a slight change in his soul. Ryujinjaka was directly connected with Hyoga-chan's soul and bound together. Hyoga-chan looked at Ryujinjaka and felt that the sword had become a part of his body, allowing him to easily control Ryujinjaka. But Ryujinjaka, what about Shikai? Hyoga-chan scratched his head in distress. What Zanpakuto's strongest is Shikai and Bankai, otherwise it is an extremely sharp sword. Although precious, it is not a magical weapon. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. I already got Ryujinjaka, I don't believe I can't Shikai in the future. Putting Ryujinjaka in the system backpack, Hyoga-chan left the system space. Lying on the bed, looking at the bright moonlight outside, Hyoga-chan had insomnia at this moment. The surprise for him this time was too great. Whether it was Hado 90 Black Coffin or Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, he was very excited. Black Coffin alone is better, which is a powerful skill, but Ryujinjaka is different. I remember the last time I was so excited, when I just got Tensagen, because Hyuga-chan was just born at that time. Hyuga-chan fainted with excitement. After a long time, Hyuga-chan stabilized. It's still not enough. Although I got Ryujinjaka, I still can't Shikai. Actually, it doesn't increase my strength much. Hyuga-chan said with a wry smile. I feel a bit too exaggerated. Although the system has been modified to use Ryujinjaka directly with chakra, the consumption of chakra is definitely not a minority. It's too early to get Ryujinjaka every second. Sleep. Sleep. That's it for getting Ryujinjaka. If you get something stronger than Ryujinjaka in the future, wouldn't it be exciting? Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hyuga-chan closed his eyes and forcibly went to sleep. Let Shadow Clone practice ninjutsu the next day. If you don't take a good rest, you won't be able to practice well the next day. After a rest night, Hyuga-chan was still in poor spirits after getting up. Sure enough, I'm still a layman. Hyuga-chan smiled, then said to himself, forget it, take a day off today. I ate breakfast casually, and then headed to the ninja school. Although he was holding back the excitement in his heart, Hyuga-chan couldn't help laughing. You came early today, and it seems very happy to see how you look. Is there anything good? Say it and share it. Noeka slapped Hyuga-chan on the shoulder sharply. Hyuga-chan was taken aback, and said angrily, you scared me, you know. It's your lack of concentration, as if you have lost your soul, with a silly smile on your face. Chapter 25. Chen, Noeka, what are you two doing standing in front of the school? Zuladi and the three came over. It's Chen, who seems to be so happy because of something. You are stupid. Hyuga-chan reached out to Noeka's head and slapped him. It hurts. You guy really beat me. If I get beaten stupid, I will never let you go. Noeka said, clutching his head. Don't worry. If you get beaten up, you won't bother me anymore. Why? Noeka asked stupidly. Hyuga-chan looked at Noeka with a caring look of mentally retarded eyes, and said earnestly, because at that time, you were already a fool. After speaking, Hyuga-chan stepped into the campus, leaving Noeka in a daze. Let's go. Let's go in, fool. Hy patted Noeka on the shoulder and laughed. Hyuga-chan of damn it, stop for me. Noeka hurried to catch up with Hyuga-chan. There is a good show over there, let's go and have a look. Before Noeka could speak again, Hyuga-chan stretched his finger to a distance. Huh. Looking at the students who are still gathering in a circle, Noeka also became interested. He was a good person, and he didn't care about Hyuga-chan, so he ran to watch the excitement. What's the matter? Yamanaka Hai looked into the distance and asked Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan heard the words and gave him a byakugan directly. Are you stupid about this question? I'm just a front foot here. You ask me what's the use? Yamanaka smiled awkwardly, and found that his problem was indeed a bit silly. But looking at this situation, there should be a conflict. Do you want to take a look together? I don't like this kind of trouble, go by yourself. Naralu said with his eyes open. But it was of no use. Narakaji was dragged by Yamanaka Kiyaki and Akamai Kadinza, and forced to lead him over. Hyuga-chan did not go, not because he was not very busy, but because at the school gate, Hyuga-chan saw Uchiha Mikato. Mikato. This way. Hyuga-chan waved to Mikato. Mikato saw Hyuga-chan and walked over quickly, with a smile on his face asking, why did you come so early, Chen? With this sentence again, Hyuga-chan wanted to complain very much. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He just came late yesterday, and he was labeled as being late. Let's go over there to watch the fun. Without answering, Hyaga-chan took Mikoto's tender little hand and walked over there. Mikoto blushed, struggling slightly, let Hyaga-chan lead her, her small heart thumped and throbbed. Coming here, Hyaga-chan saw Hyaga Hayashi, who was taking the Hyaga family and confronting the Uchiha family. What's the situation? Could it be that Uchiha-ji wants revenge? Hyaga-chan patted Namikaze Minato. He was already here. It should be true. What's the situation? Before Namikaze Minato could speak, Mikoto pulled Hyaga-chan, and then whispered, "The leader is Uchiha Fugaku of our family, the patriarch's son." Oh. Hyaga-chan raised an eyebrow. Before, Uchiha Fugaku beat the Hyaga family and said that he would step on the Hyaga family. Hayashi happened to hear it, so he confronted him. Namikaze Minato explained. Hyaga-chan looked inside and found that the Hyaga family member who was beaten, he still knew. Isn't this Hyaga Steel, the older brother of Hyaga Teppanyaki? Why was it beaten by Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, I want to challenge you. Hyaga Hayashi's pure white eyes looked at Uchiha Fugaku with murderous intent. Hyaga Hisashi next to him wanted to stop Hayashi, but he didn't know how to stop it. Uchiha Fugaku is bigger than Hyaga Hayashi and is about to graduate. There is almost no chance of Hyaga Hayashi winning. Hayashi, you have to calm down. You will know that this guy is better than you. If you are beaten again, Hyaga's face will be lost. Hyaga-chan persuaded him kindly. What? You mean I'm inferior to him? Hyaga Hayashi was furious. Hayashi, I feel that Chen is right, you are indeed a little irrational. Naralu said, he is not optimistic about Hyaga Hayashi either. Brother, I will ask him for it later, let's forget it this time. Huh. I want to prove to you that the Uchiha family is vulnerable. Hyaga Hayashi couldn't listen to everyone's persuasion. There must be a limit if you can't help yourself. I will teach you a lesson today, and I will accept your challenge. Uchiha Fugaku's nostrils are facing the sky, and he looks down at Hyaga Hayashi with his nostrils. Uchiha Fugaku's expression that does not regard Hyaga Hayashi as a human being makes Hyaga Hayashi's angry kakao smoke, and even Byakugan is a bit red, as if he is going to be upgraded to a Sharingan posture. Die to me, 8 trigram 16 palms. Byakugan opened, the blue veins next to his eyes were violent, and he looked very hideous. An 8 trigram appeared and enveloped Uchiha Fugaku. Hyaga Hayashi's hands quickly hit it out and hit Uchiha Fugaku's whole body. If Uchiha Fugaku is hit, it may really be GG. But Uchiha Fugaku is so easy to hit, a comma-like Guyu appeared in his eyes, slowly spinning in his eyes. Although it was just a Guyu Sharingan, it was enough to perceive Hyaga Hayashi's attack. I saw the fist that was originally very fast, but in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, he twisted his body at will, like a turtle speed, easily avoiding the attack of Hyaga Hayashi. All this just happened between the electric light and flint, so that the crowd watching, the blood boiled, and the envy was extremely envious. This is the gentle fist from the Hyaga family, and the Sharingan from the Uchiha family. It's really powerful. Yeah. If I had it too, that would be great. There were also some who didn't know Sharingan, and asked people they knew around, and the discussion was enthusiastic. We will take action after Hayashi's defeat in a while. What Hayashi said is also in our class and can't be bullied by others. Nawaka clenched his fist, looking a little excited. Seeing Nawaka's excitement, Hyaga-chan complained, I think you just want to fight. After Hyaga Hayashi finished playing 8 trigram 16 palms, his figure came to a halt and he gasped. Although 8 trigram 16 palms is just in excess of 8 trigrams 32 palms, the consumption is not low, at least the current Hyaga Hayashi, which is barely used twice. But if you use it up, you don't have to fight, Hyaga Hayashi loses combat effectiveness by himself. So now Hyaga Hayashi didn't dare to use it, took out the kunao in the ninja bag, and confronted Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 26. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, spinning chakra under his feet, and then burst out, approaching Hyaga Hayashi in the blink of an eye, and the kunao in his hand slashed towards Hyaga Hayashi. Hyaga Hayashi's eyes widened, and then hurriedly blocked Kyu in front of him, and took a blow from Uchiha Fugaku, but his figure moved back quickly. After knocking down several onlookers, Hyaga Hayashi stopped, his arms trembled slightly and his face flushed. Although the Hyaga clan is a physique family, Hyaga Hayashi is still too young, and the Uchiha family's physique is not weak, and it is normal to be repelled. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. After repelling Hyaga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku nodded both hands and used the Great Fireball Technique, a 4-meter fireball, to hit Hyaga Hayashi. Seeing the fireball ejected by Uchiha Fugaku, Hyaga Hayashi's face showed a look of horror. Regardless of the small amount of chakra left in his body, all of them burst out and quickly avoided. Boom! The ground was smashed into a big hole. If Hyaga Hayashi was hit, it would definitely be dead or alive. "You guy, do you want to kill Hayashi?" Nawaki asked angrily. The other Class A people also looked at Uchiha Fugaku unkindly. Huh! He is not as skilled as humans, and he deserves to die. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Tisk tusk. As expected of the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, dare to use ninjutsu in the school, it is really hanging. Hyaga-chen looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said playfully. In the ninja school, it is not allowed to use ninjutsu without permission, and you will even be invited to drink tea by Umbu accidentally. Who are you? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, and Hyaga-chen's tone made him very upset. Master, he is the Hyaga family, the trash that can't turn on Byakugan. The dog leg of Uchiha Fugaku next to him replied. It turned out to be you, not even Byakugan, so you dare to stand up and speak. After Uchiha Fugaku knew about it, he immediately became disdainful. Unlike the Uchiha family, the Hyaga family can open Byakugan, which is also an advantage that the Uchiha family does not have. If it is in the Uchiha family, and Sharingan is not turned on, it can only be said that the talent is not good. If it is placed in the Hyaga family, it is a waste. And Uchiha Fugaku, who started Sharingan at the age of 9, was the first eye-opener in the history of the Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Madara, and he is now recognized by the Uchiha clan as the best talent. Even Uchiha Fugaku is confident to surpass Uchiha Madara and take the Uchiha clan to the ultimate glory. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. So naturally, I look down on Hyaga-chen, who he considers waste, and even think that talking to him is a price drop. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's arrogant look, Hyaga-chen was very upset. It was pretending to be on his head. Yeah. You are Uchiha Mikoto, how come you are with this trash, pulling and pulling, you simply lose the face of our Uchiha family. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku saw Uchiha Mikoto who was pulling together with Hyaga-chen, and his face immediately became difficult to look. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Uchiha Mikoto lowered his head shyly, feeling very embarrassed, and wanted to pull his hand out, but Hyaga-chen grabbed it too tightly and couldn't pull it out. Hurry up and stay away from this trash, or I don't mind expelling you from the Uchiha family. As the son of the patriarch, he is still capable of expelling a person from the family. Of course, this is limited to ordinary Uchiha family members. If it was the former Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku would definitely not dare to say that, because the grandfather of Uchiha Mikoto, who is also the elder of the Uchiha family, still has real power. However, Mikoto's grandfather had been injured and died a year ago, while Mikoto's parents died earlier, so now Mikoto is an ordinary tribe. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Mikoto's face turned pale, and then a stubbornness flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his head without listening to Uchiha Fugaku's words. For Hyaga-chen, She doesn't know why. In short, she really likes to be with him. There is no reason, but she feels very at ease with him. So let her stay away from Hyaga-chan. She instinctively didn't want to. Very good. Uchiha Fugaku was furious. You are no longer a member of the Uchiha family. Although Mikato's grandfather still has some power, it is a matter of fact that Mikato is expelled from the Uchiha family. Mikato grasped Hyaga-chan's hand, his face was a little pale, and his eyes were tearful, as if there would be a downpour at any time. However, although Mikato was weak on the outside, he was very strong on the inside and forcibly held back tears. It's not how deep Mikato's feelings for the Uchiha family are, but the Uchiha family who was kicked out of her childhood. She didn't know where to go, she was very confused and helpless. Looking at the poor Mikato, Hyaga-chan said that he couldn't bear it, and kicked Uchiha Fugaku. In the shock of everyone, Uchiha Fugaku was like a rag doll, thrown out several tens of meters, and then fell to the ground, splashing dust. Whether it is extremely weak, Hyaga Hayashi, who is supported by Hyaga Hisashi, or Mikato, who is grasping by Hyaga-chan, who is confused, his eyes widened. Chen, are you so strong? Nawaki rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Although Hyaga-chan is taller, Uchiha Fugaku is more than a head taller than Hyaga-chan. However, the short Hyaga-chan kicked Uchiha Fugaku away, and he still kicked it tens of meters away. He didn't know if Uchiha Fugaku was still alive. The onlookers mourned Uchiha Fugaku in silence, and then looked at Hyaga-chan as if they were watching a scourge. Not to mention anything else, it is this power that makes them terrified. I said, Chen, why are you so powerful? Yesterday, we were shocked when you smashed the target with no misfortune. Now you can kick people tens of meters away. You are only 5 years old. Too abnormal. Nawaki smacked his tongue. Because I am born with great strength. Maybe because I don't have Byakugan, God will compensate me for it? Hyaga-chan said plausibly. Sage of Six Paths once said that when a door is closed for you, a window will definitely be opened for you. Isn't Sage of Six Paths a legend? He really said this? Nawaki questioned. Of course, this is what I read from an ancient book, and it is indeed what Sage of Six Paths said. Hyaga-chan said nonsense with his eyes open, and was not at all afraid that Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Hagoromo, who was peeping at Ninja from the dark, would hear it. Nawaki directly believed this, still wondering if Sage of Six Paths had left any windows for himself. Chapter 27. I said you guys don't talk anymore, go see Uchiha Fugaku. If that guy really hangs up, Chen will really be unlucky. Narashika shook his head and interrupted them. Don't worry. I have a sense of measure, at most I can break 7 or 8 ribs and can't die. Hyaga-chan said indifferently. At the time of the move, Hyaga-chan was very measured. If he really kicked Uchiha Fugaku to death, Konoha would definitely have no place for him. Even if Tsunade supports him, he is a member of the Hyaga family. Based on Hyaga-chan's knowledge of Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Uchiha Fugaku really died, he would definitely hand Hyaga-chan to the Uchiha family. Because he didn't want Konoha's internal chaos, he could only do this. The Uchiha family in this period is not comparable to the time when it was annihilated. If the current Uchiha family chooses to rebel, even if the entire Konoha is suppressed together, it will be greatly injured, and other villages will definitely take advantage of it. So if Hyaga-chan doesn't want to fall out with Konoha, it's best not to kill Uchiha Fugaku. Don't worry, Mikato, it doesn't matter if you leave the Uchiha family, you have been living in the glory of the Sengoku period. In fact, after Uchiha Madara left, the Uchiha family began to weaken. It's good to leave now. Hyaga-chan comforted Mikato. Yeah. Thank you, Chen. Mikato grinned reluctantly. Leaving the Uchiha family, Mikato can come to my house. Anyway, My house is quite big, but I am quite lonely. Hyaga-chan said with a smile, with some expectation in his eyes. Mikoto blushed, and he couldn't think of where he was going. It was when he was very confused, so he didn't refuse Hyaga-chan's proposal. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku gave me an assist. Should I thank him? If I meet again in the future, I will call him again as a thank you. Hyaga-chan rode silently in my heart. Hyaga-chan, you wait, our Uchiha family will never let you go. Uchiha Fugaku's dog legs helped Uchiha Fugaku up, and then yelled. What are you doing? As soon as his words fell, Hyaga-chan and their teacher, Ueno Kumi, rushed over, looking at the Uchiha family with a cold expression. You are threatening my student. After speaking, a murderous aura spewed out and enveloped the few people in an instant. Ueno said it was Chunin. He has seen murderous auras in his body if he has seen blood killing people. They were trembling with fright in an instant. Yes, it's Hyaga-chan. He injured our patriarch first. One of the Uchiha family dragon sleeves said tremblingly, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Hearing this, Ueno Shuri gave Hyaga-chan a glare, and then said forcefully, I will punish him for this, but you actually threatened my student openly. Did you put me in your eyes? Also, who did this ninjutsu, dare to release ninjutsu at school? Ueno Kuki pointed to the scorched big hole, feeling the remaining chakra breath, and his face was angry. Teacher, this was released by Uchiha Fugaku, and it was so bad that it killed classmate Hayashi. Nawaka said quickly. Very good. I will report this to Master Naruto, and Master Naruto will deal with it. Ueno Kuri said coldly. You little rascals, hurry up and go back to class for me, it doesn't make me worry at all. They snarled at Hyaga-chan, and Ueno Kuri went to check Uchiha Fugaku's injuries. Only by knowing the specifics can he protect his students. If Uchiha Fugaku dies, no matter how much he wants to protect Hyaga-chan, there is nothing he can do. Fortunately, after a check, it was found that Uchiha Fugaku was only seriously injured and not life-threatening. I took Uchiha Fugaku to Konoha Hospital, and Ueno Kuri went to the Hokage building and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he doesn't know what happened now, Ueno Kuri directly released Uchiha Fugaku at school and reported the incident that he almost killed his student. After reporting with Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ueno Kuri hurried back to find out the specific situation. What the hell is going on, Minato? After arriving in the class, Ueno Kuri asked Minato to tell what happened. As for why I looked for Minato, of course it was because Minato was more reliable. If other people, Ueno Kuri really doubted the authenticity of their words. As a good boy, Namikaze Minato faced the inquiry from Ueno Shuri, and explained all the ins and outs of the matter one by one. Hyaga Hayashi, stand up for me. Ueno Kumi growled. Let's be able to do it. How about your own strength? Don't you know in your heart, you think you are a first-year student who can beat others in the 5th grade, and are about to graduate? The rebuke from Ueno Shuri's head and face made Hyaga Hayashi extremely aggrieved, but there was no way to refute it. I know you care about the glory of the family, but next time you are so mindless, you should not inherit the glory of any family in the future. You will die directly in the hands of the enemy. There is only so much the teacher can say, so please reflect on yourself. Ueno Kazumi waved his hand and asked Hyaga Hayashi to sit down. Then turned his head to look at Hyaga-chan. What a smile, do you feel that you are very beautiful? You almost kicked the 5th grader to death with one kick, right? But have you thought about the consequences? If something happens to Uchiha Fugaku today, no one can keep you. Ueno Kuri yelled. Hyaga-chan lowered his head, did not speak, and did not feel disgusted in his heart. In the current Ueno tree, Hyaga-chan reminded Hyaga-chan of the time when he was still a student, the class teacher, especially the tone of voice, and the style of doing things are very similar. I don't want to say more, knowing that you won't listen. I just want to think about the consequences when you do things in the future. With a sigh, Ueno Kuri revealed the incident for the time being, and then began to lecture. This time I talked about chakra refinement. Of course, Hyuga-chan didn't have much interest. He lay down on the table and began to compress chakra. Because of his lack of previous experience, he now has to spend a long time to improve the quality of chakra. Hyuga-chan estimates that it will take at least half a year to completely compress the chakra in the body. At that time, Hyuga-chan's chakra will shrink dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, which is estimated to be the level of Jonin, or elite Jonin. However, by then, Hyuga-chan's combat effectiveness will not only not decline, but will increase a lot. The whole morning passed like this. When get out of class was over at noon, Ueno stopped for a while, and then said, "Hyuga-chan, come with me, I have something to tell you." "Chen." Mikoto looked at Hyuga-chan worriedly. Hyuga-chan shrugged, gave Mikoto a relieved look, and then walked out of Ueno Shuri. Chapter 28. Following Ueno Shuri to the office, Hyuga-chan smiled and asked, "I don't know if the teacher is looking for me, what's the matter? Are you still smiling?" Ueno Kuri was instantly exasperated. "I don't want to investigate who is right and who is wrong with today's affairs, but I want to remind you that you severely injured Uchiha Fugaku today, and the Uchiha family will not let things go so easily. So you be careful. Although in Konoha village, the Uchiha family will not be too much, but you have to remember that the Uchiha family controls the Konoha guard. As long as they hold the handle, I can't help you, teacher." Ueno Shuri reminded Hyuga-chan. "I see, thank you for your reminder." Hyuga-chan solemnly thanked Ueno Shuri. He still knows who treats him well. "Oh." Ueno Shuri sighed, "I have no power and no power, that is, a little, teacher, and I can't help much. I can only remind you, and I don't need to thank you. This is what my teacher should do. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Go." Ueno Kumi waved his hand. Hyuga-chan nodded, then walked out, closing the door by the way. After returning to the classroom, Nawaki, Hai, and others gathered around and asked, "Ms. Ueno is looking for you. If there is anything wrong, shouldn't I be punishing you?" "Nothing, just to make me be careful of the Uchiha family." With a smile, Hyuga-chan said nonchalantly. "Chen. You should be more careful. The Uchiha family controls the Konoha security department. They have always been extremely domineering. It couldn't be easier to find you a crime." Naralu reminded. "Huh. Hyuga-chan belongs to our Hyuga family. If the Uchiha clan wants to move him, it depends on whether our Hyuga family can answer or not." Hyuga Hayashi said with a cold snort. Because Hyuga-chan kicked Uchiha Fugaku this time, it also saved the Hyuga family's face and made Hyuga Hayashi look at Hyuga-chan with admiration. "Don't worry, everyone. After all, there is still Mikoto, and I still need to take care of it now. I will naturally be fine." Hyuga-chan looked at Mikoto with a smile on his face. "Huh." Mikoto was stunned for a moment, then buried his head on the table shyly. When other people saw the shy Mikoto and the smiling Hyuga-chan, they couldn't help being a little speechless. At this time, they were thinking about hooking up with the little girl. The crowd gave Hyuga-chan a look of contempt, and then ignored him. Hyuga-chan smiled, so many people care about him, Hyuga-chan is still very happy. Taking out the lunchbox, Hyuga-chan ate with peace of mind. Hyuga-chan didn't care about the revenge against the Uchiha family. As long as the Uchiha family is not a fool, it is absolutely impossible to openly target Hyuga-chan. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. The reputation of the Uchiha family, needless to say, if they move Hyuga-chan now, it will definitely arouse the hostility of all the families. This is not how much Hyaga-chan's face is, but what the Uchiha family has done for many years has made them the opposite of all the families. In Konoha, there may be people who do not hate the Uchiha family, but there is no one who does not hate the Uchiha family. No matter how you say Hyaga-chan, he is also a member of the Hyaga family. If Uchiha dares to move Hyaga-chan, does it mean that they also dare to move people from other families, which will naturally arouse hostility? If it is secretly shot against Hyaga-chan, Hyaga-chan is even more not afraid, he is worried about not having a whetstone. After the meal, I started the afternoon class not long after, and I was still practicing kunao in the afternoon, which was very boring. The existence of the Ninja Academy is more to give civilians opportunities and provide fresh blood to Konoha, so it is natural to start teaching from the most basic. After the afternoon class, Hyaga-chan followed Mikoto to the Uchiha station. Although Uchiha Fugaku is still a 9-year-old kid, his prestige in the Uchiha family is not small. After all, he is Uchiha's first genius. So to expel Mikoto, this is already a certainty. Hyaga-chan followed Mikoto back, naturally to get her things. In the hostile gaze of the Uchiha people, Hyaga-chan and Mikoto came to her residence, which was a very large house. Putting away the important things, Mikoto took a nostalgic look, and then left with Hyaga-chan. Just when he was about to leave the Uchiha family's clan, a tall figure blocked the way. Hyaga-chan looked up at the other party, with a face with Hyuxia characters, with a strong pressure on him, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Uchiha Fugaku. It's the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Mikoto reminded in a low voice, with some worry in his eyes. You were the one who injured Fugaku. A heavy pressure, carrying a murderous intent, rushed towards Hyaga-chan. Hyaga-chan frowned, and then just ignored it. As long as you are confident enough and have a strong strength, any coercive and murderous aura is false. Hyaga-chan also possesses murderous aura, but it is not a murder, but a murderous animal. Seeing that Hyaga-chan was unaffected, Uchiha was stunned, and a cold light flashed across his eyes quickly. A good dog doesn't stand in the way. Hyaga-chan said coldly, not giving any face to the Uchiha patriarch. Smelly boy, what are you talking about? The Uchiha family next to them looked at Hyaga-chan with cannibalistic eyes. If it hadn't been ordered by Uchiha before, they would start to kill Hyaga-chan here. Uchiha is the most angry, being scolded as a dog by others. If it weren't for his restraint, and the overall situation of Uchiha, he would have to act now. The chill in his eyes, without concealing it, stared at Hyaga-chan and Mikoto coldly. Mikoto shuddered, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Feeling Mikoto's anxiety, Hyaga-chan reached out and grabbed Mikoto's hand. A warm breath dissipated the chill in Mikoto's heart. You are fine, I hope I can see you next time. Uchiha turned and left. As long as you don't die, you can see me, and I'm afraid you won't survive the next time we meet. Hyaga-chan sneered and went back. Huh. It's useless to rely on your lips. Uchiha snorted coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart and left. If it weren't for Konoha village, he would definitely let Hyaga-chan die thoroughly. Hyaga-chan turned his head with a sneer, and then left with Mikoto. He dared to provoke Uchiha Nei so, naturally, it was not stupid, but because of the Uchiha clan, he definitely did not dare to act on him in an open manner. Even if he really dares to do it, Hyaga-chan is not afraid, his Tenseigans time and space manipulation can already be used simply. As long as Hyaga-chan sees and perceives the place, he can move in an instant. With this ability, he can easily take Mikoto away, and he is not afraid that the Uchiha family will attack them. Chapter 29. Patriarch, just let them go like this. Our Uchiha family, become a place where others want to come and leave. Kirin, all this is for Uchiha. Now our Uchiha's reputation is not good. If we force him to stay here, our Uchiha's reputation will be even worse. At that time, don't talk about fighting for the position of Hokage, even the right to speak in the village will be reduced, so there is no need to put our Uchiha family at a disadvantage because of a kid. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha naturally has to think more about everything, and first consider the pros and cons of things. Then make that kid so arrogant, and Uchiha Mikato, who dares to betray the family, this wind cannot last. Uchiha Kairan said unwillingly. It's not easy to target him on the open, but you can get rid of them secretly, but you must clean your hands and feet, and you have to put the blame on other shinobu villages afterwards. You can leave this to Karen. You can have confidence. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Kairan and asked. Naturally, it's just 2 5-year-old little ghosts. Uchiha Kairan looked proud. He was an elite jonin, and he was not able to deal with the 5-year-old little ghost. The most important thing is not to kill them, but to blame others. Don't let others see the flaws. Don't be careless. Uchiha reminded. Guaranteed to complete the task. Uchiha Kaito licked the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Uchiha nodded. Uchiha Kairan is one of the few masters in the Uchiha family, just a bit worse than him. Uchiha Nai still believes in his abilities very much. Don't shoot him first, it's better to wait for a while, otherwise it's too obvious. After thinking about it, Uchiha said. Uchiha Kairan heard this and nodded. Hyuga-chan didn't know that the Uchiha family was ready to secretly attack him. But even if I knew it, Hyuga-chan would not care, but would raise his hands to welcome him. He lacks combat experience now. If you come to a free sparring session, Hyuga-chan is naturally happy. My house is naturally not as big as yours, so don't dislike it. Hyuga-chan said jokingly. Uchiha Mikato shook his head, and then said, in fact, I prefer small houses like this. Although the houses together are big, they are empty. In fact, Hyuga-chan's home is not small. It is a 2-story building with 3 bedrooms and a living room on the top, and a hall, kitchen, toilet, and special bathroom below it, as well as a bedroom. Hyuga-chan lives in the lower bedroom. Originally, when Hyuga-chan's father was still alive, Hyuga-chan was on it, but after Hyuga-chan's father died during the mission, Hyuga-chan moved down. So when I came upstairs, Hyuga-chan felt a little awkward looking at the dust all over. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Because it hasn't been up for a long time, and it hasn't been cleaned, don't mind. I'll finish cleaning immediately. His hands quickly formed seals, and he shouted, multiple shadow clone techniques. 100 shadow clone appeared, and under the arrangement of Hyuga-chan, the house was cleaned. If Mikato wanted to help, he stiffened directly on his face, staring at the full shadow clone dumbfounded. It seems to be too much. Hyuga-chan scratched his head, then left 30, and the rest was relieved. Let's go down. Wait for them to finish cleaning, then come up again. Hyuga-chan pulled Mikato in a daze, went back downstairs, and let Mikato sit on the sofa. Hyuga-chan took out 2 glasses of juice in the refrigerator and handed it to Mikato. Thank you. Mikato thanked him after taking the fruit with both hands. Don't be so polite, we will live together in the future. No matter how polite we are, it will make a difference. Hyuga-chan responded with a smile. Mikato blushed, then nodded, always feeling that there is some ambiguity in Hyuga-chan's words. I'm going to make dinner. After doing a while, Mikato got up and walked towards the kitchen. Okay. Mikato's bento made me cry before, but now I can finally taste Mikato's craftsmanship. Hyuga-chan praised, this is not Hyuga-chan telling lies, the lunchbox of Mikato before, is indeed very fragrant. Mikato smiled softly and then walked into the kitchen. Because he was not tall enough, Mikato took another small stool. After more than half an hour, Mikato finally prepared the meal, and because Hyaga-chan was so good to eat, Mikoto prepared a very large amount. After Mikoto brought it up, Hyaga-chan could not help but want to squeeze it with his hands, smelling the attractive fragrance. Plaque. Mikoto reached out and opened Hyaga-chan's hand, and then said slyly, "Hurry up and wash your hands." Hyaga-chan smirked, and then ran to wash his hands. After washing his hands, Hyaga-chan quickly returned to the table and began to feast on it. Seeing Hyaga-chan devouring, Mikoto smiled happily. Seeing Hyaga-chan's appearance, he knew that he was very satisfied with his cooking. 9/10 of the food on a large table entered Hyaga-chan's stomach. After eating, Hyaga-chan lay comfortably on the sofa. "It's so full. Mikoto's craftsmanship is good, much better than what I did. After Mikoto grows up, she is definitely a good wife," Hyaga-chan praised. Mikoto blushed again, and Hyaga-chan's praise made her shy, but her heart was sweet. "The cleaning of the above is finished, Mikoto, go and tidy it up first," Hyaga-chan said after unlocking the shadow clone. Mikoto nodded, then looked at Hyaga-chan seriously. "Thank you, Chen, this time. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Thank you for letting me get out of the confusion," Mikoto said with a beautiful smile. "What a cute little loli," Hyaga-chan whispered in his heart. Because of Mikoto's smile, Hyaga-chan was taken aback for a while, and then said softly, "In fact, all of this is because of me. If it were not for me to trouble you, you would not be expelled from the Uchiha family now. In short, we are also living together now, and we will help each other in the future. Don't say thank you for this kind of vocabulary. From now on, we will all be a family." A family. Mikoto felt sweet in his heart, and then ran upstairs jokingly. Hyaga-chan smiled. Did Mikoto just be shy? Turning on the TV, Hyaga-chan watched the TV of Hokage World. To be honest, many things about Hokage are worth complaining. In the Naruto world, some technologies are very advanced, but some technologies are also very backward. Probably because of chakra. Let the world develop somewhat deformed. There are also news in Naruto, such as the situation of various countries, and what strategies does each country have. The so-called brick house analysis. But just look at this kind of thing, and you lose if you are serious, and the real strategy will leak out. Chapter 30. The following days were peaceful, and the Uchiha family did not bother them. Hyaga-chan and Mikoto live together, eat together, and go to school together. The relationship is better. Mikoto, who used to be shy because of Hyaga-chan, is not as shy as before. In this way, more than half a year passed peacefully. During the more than half a year, in addition to going to school, sometimes Tsunade would take him and Mikoto to the casino to bet when Tsunade returned from duty. In the past half a year, his strength has changed the most. First of all, the originally expanded chakra has been compressed to the level of Jonin. In other words, Hyaga-chan is already a real Jonin. The 5.5-year-old Jonin can definitely scare a lot of people to death. This should be no one before, and no one afterwards, otherwise it is definitely the one who has gone. After finishing the breakfast, Hyaga-chan suggested to Mikoto, "Today was a holiday, so why don't we go out and have a barbecue together?" "Yeah." Mikoto nodded, and generally she would not refute Hyaga-chan's proposal. "Do you want to call the classmates?" "No, just the two of us." Hyaga-chan shook his head and looked out the window. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared instantly. "Just the two of us, do you get along with Chen in the wild? So shy." Mikoto blushed, and then went to prepare food for the picnic. These are Mikoto's mental activities, and Hyaga-chan doesn't know it. And Hyaga-chan is not to talk about love this time, but to solve the people who have been watching them outside. From a week ago, Hyaga-chan had sensed that someone was watching him, and he was also exuding boundless malice, which made Hyaga-chan immediately alert. Although I don't know who the other party is, it's easy to guess that the only person he offended was the Uchiha family. Except for Uchiha, even the insidious Danzo now has no reason to attack Hyaga-chan. In the past half a year, except for the one shot that killed Uchiha Fugaku, Hyaga-chan was very low-key, and at most showed great power. And Hyaga-chan showed the greatest strength, which is comparable to Genin's level, so that Hyaga-chan killed Uchiha Fugaku, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who paid attention to Hyaga-chan, was also a little disappointed. In his opinion, Hyaga-chan's ability to kill Uchiha Fugaku in seconds was completely unexpected. Uchiha Fugaku was too careless, so he didn't pay attention to Hyaga-chan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen is not paying attention to himself anymore, let alone the old thing Danzo. Therefore, it is only possible to belong to the Uchiha family. At this moment, Hyaga-chan's eyes were full of shocking killing intent. No matter who the opponent is, he must die. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Hyaga-chan himself is not afraid that someone will stare at him, but there is also Uchiha Mikoto. Although Mikoto has good talents, he is too young and weak. So just for the sake of Mikoto, Hyaga-chan has to deal with this malicious guy. Originally, Hyaga-chan wanted to go out alone, lead this person to other places, and then solve him. But Hyaga-chan worries that if someone starts to attack Mikoto during this period, it will be in trouble. Although this is the Hyaga clan, there will be no accidents, but I am afraid there is a case. In addition, Mikoto was in the Hyaga family, although she was not rejected, but no one saw her. Even if Mikoto has been expelled from the Uchiha family, he was once a member of the Uchiha family. Hyaga and Uchiha have never been at odds with each other, and they have no good feelings for Mikoto. Even if it hadn't been ordered by Hyaga Hayashi, it would be very difficult for Mikoto to enter Hayaga's house. Hyaga-chan thought about moving out before, but was stopped by Mikoto. Ready, Chen, let's go. Mikoto sealed all the things that should be taken in the seal scroll and said in a sweet voice. Huh? Oh. Chen, you seem to have something on your mind these days. Mikoto frowned. Nothing, let's go. Hyaga-chan smiled, then took Mikoto's hand and walked out. Mikoto didn't say anything else. She was kind of gentle character. Hyaga-chan didn't say it, she wouldn't get to the bottom. After Hyaga-chan and Mikoto left the Hyaga family, the guy hiding in the dark also looked at them. Uchiha Kairan was very depressed. In order to assassinate Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto, he had been squatting for a week, but he couldn't find a chance to start. Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto have been staying in the Hyaga family. He didn't dare to go in and make trouble, otherwise he would definitely stand in and lie down. On the way to school, Uchiha Kairan did not dare to do anything. There were too many people. He would definitely alarm Umbu if he dared to do it. Even if he succeeded in killing Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto, he could not run. Following Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Kairan began to look for opportunities. Seeing that Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto had been thinking about Konoha Forest, Uchiha was excited. Is this the prey going to the door? Hyaga-chan and Uchiha Mikoto stopped at the outskirts of Konoha Forest. Chen, why did you choose to be here? Although it is cool, it is very dangerous. The teacher said that there are huge beasts in the forest, and there are even ninja beasts. If you don't come here, how can your prey be caught? Hyaga-chan smiled and said something that Mikoto couldn't understand. You got out by yourself, or I asked you out. What? Did he find me? It's impossible. My hiding technique is quasi-shadow can't be found. How can a ninja student find it? Uchiha Kairan said silently. Hyaga-chan sneered at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha's concealment technique is indeed powerful, but in front of the 360-degree Tensagen, who has no dead ends, and the observation haki that covers the audience. The hiding technique he is proud of is like a ray of light in the dark night, very conspicuous. Chen, you are. Before Mikoto finished speaking, Hyuga-Chen stretched out his palm toward Uchiha's hidden direction. Universal pull. Get out of me. The huge pupil power surging in Tensagen, an extremely gravitational force erupted on Hyuga-Chen's palm, and the trees trembled. However, gravity does not directly act on the trees, but on Uchiha Karen. Uchiha Karen flew towards Hyuga-Chen uncontrollably. Uchiha Karen felt his body uncontrollably, a little flustered. But after all, it is an elite jonin, and every elite jonin is fought in blood and fire. Soon, he forcibly broke out chakra, turned on 3 Tomo Sharinan, took out Kunao laboriously, adjusted the direction slightly, and stabbed Hyuga-Chen with the help of gravity. Chapter 31. Hyuga-Chen laughed mockingly. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The gravitational force just disappeared, and the huge repulsive force spewed out centered on Hyuga-Chen, and after deliberately avoiding Mikoto, it hit Uchiha Karen's body. Uchiha Karen, who was originally galloping under the force of gravity, still had a little distance to pierce Kyume into Hyuga-Chen's body, as if hit by a galloping train, and flew out. The surrounding trees split every inch and turned into sawdust all over the sky, flying in the sky. Puff. Uchiha Karen was like a dead dog, lying on the ground miserably, blood constantly flowing out. This is. Uchiha Mikoto was shocked, everything happened in just a few breaths, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't react at all. Sharinan, a member of the Uchiha family, probably came to kill us. Hyuga-Chen said lightly. Why? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't believe it. In the village, there were people who assassinated her and Chen, and they were still members of her original family. I previously humiliated the Uchiha chief, and although you were expelled from the Uchiha family, in the eyes of the Uchiha family, you are the traitors who abandoned Uchiha. They naturally want us to die. Hyuga-Chen explained to Mikoto. Uchiha Karen got up with difficulty, and his internal organs had been injured by the blow just now, and now he took a breath, and he felt a burning pain. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Karen asked aggrievedly. This kind of ninjutsu, which does not require the seal, and directly casts ninjutsu, made him unfamiliar with it, and he suffered a big loss when he came up. The dead don't ask so much. Hyuga-Chen looked indifferent, and a deep chill burst into his eyes. Ha, it's just by surprise. You think you can really defeat me, and you can't help yourself. Holding back the injury, Uchiha Karen's hands quickly became imprinted. Fire-style Hadalong fire technique. Looking at the dragon-shaped flame, Hyuga-Chen's hands also quickly sealed, a huge wall of water, easily blocking the Hadalong technique. Chen, be careful, he is a famous strong man in the Uchiha family. Mikoto shouted worriedly. It was time that I was too shocked, so I didn't look at the other person, but after seeing it now, Mikoto was shocked. Mikoto still knew the famous strongman in the Uchiha family. The strength of Uchiha Karen is among the top in the Uchiha family, and Mikoto did not expect the Uchiha family to send such a powerful person to deal with them. Although Mikoto knew that Chen was strong in the past 6 months, it was impossible for Mikoto not to worry about fighting against such a well-known powerhouse. Don't worry. If I really want to kill him, it's just a moment. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Hyuga-Chen reassures the worried Mikoto. He was telling the truth, and it was easy to solve an elite jonin who didn't know him. Even the strongest film class, Hyuga-Chen has the confidence to attack and die, let alone an elite jonin. This is the first time I have truly shown my strength in front of others. I hope you can satisfy me. Kick at the speed of light. Hyuga-Chen's calf turned into a photon, and then kicked out at the speed of light, a big golden flash, directly hitting Uchiha Karen. Boom. After a loud bang, Uchiha Kairan was bombarded several hundred meters away, breaking many trees. The speed of light kicked too fast. Uchiha Kairan only sensed the danger, and then instinctively protected himself with all his strength, but was still seriously injured and fell to the ground. It's worthy of an attack to destroy the island. If you use your full strength, this guy will have no bones left. Hyuga-chan smashed his tongue. This is the first time Hyuga-chan has seen actual combat results, and he has not yet exerted his full strength. Comparing sparkling fruit with thunder fruit, that is, there is a defect in speed. Just walking in a straight line, sparkling fruit is not easy to turn. This is not as good as thunder fruit, which can teleport infinitely. Compared with thunder fruit's attack power, it is absolutely not bad at all. The two fruits should be evenly matched. Although Hyuga-chan has the space ability, it can be regarded as filling this defect of sparkling fruit, but he is very greedy for thunder fruit's teleporting ability. However, these two fruits have a common nemesis, and that is dark fruit. Dark fruit, as the most dangerous devil fruit, is not unreasonable. Gravity is the enemy of all phenomena. Even light cannot escape the involvement of gravity. Hyuga-chan is not very interested in this nemesis of all devil fruits. Hyuga-chan, who has Tensagen, really doesn't like dark fruit. Back to the topic, Hyuga-chan's light speed kick directly abolished Uchiha. Although he is not dead, in Hyuga-chan's sight, he has lost his combat effectiveness. "Chen, you are so strong," Mikoto murmured. While being happy for Hyuga-chan, I also felt a sense of inferiority. Such a powerful Chen, can I really match him? Mikoto asked himself in his heart. After that, Mikoto became firm in his heart, and must redouble his practice in the future. Even if he can't keep up with Chen's footsteps, he can't be pulled too far. "Mikoto, you are here waiting for me, I'll go over and take a look," Hyuga-chan said softly. He wants to kill next. Hyuga-chan doesn't want Mikoto to see it. Mikoto nodded obediently, and then said softly, "Be careful, don't be wrong." "Don't worry." Hyuga-chan chuckled, then turned into a beam of light, and appeared in front of Uchiha Kairan in the blink of an eye. When moving in close distances, sparkling fruit is even better than space capabilities. Unexpectedly, you are a kid so powerful. There is so much nonsense, finger pistol light bulb. Hyuga-chan stretched out his fingers and released a light bullet, similar to the ability of the bones. Unable to move, Uchiha Kairan was beaten into a sieve on half of his body, leaving dozens of blood holes in his body. Uchiha Kairan screamed. Hyuga-chan's attack deliberately avoided the vitals of his body, so Uchiha Kairan did not die, but he was not far from death. Even if Hyuga-chan turned his head and left now, he could be killed by bleeding. "Want to torture me and then get information? Don't even think about it." Uchiha Kairan, with cold sweat on his forehead, looked at Hyuga-chan with mocking eyes, and Three Tomo Sharingan's eyes turned crazily. "Do you still want to resist?" A futile struggle. Looking directly at Three Tomo Sharingan, Hyuga-chan's expression did not change at all. "Most illusions are ineffective to me, you should give up." Hyuga-chan looked at Uchiha Kairan, who was still struggling, and said lightly. "The illusion that Hyuga-chan wants to recruit must be at least monthly at this level." Chapter 32. Just kill me. Uchiha Kairan also confessed his fate. "Anyway, there is nothing to do. Hyuga-chan, it is worse than is Hein to beg for death. Where is it so easy to die? I wanted to use you to hone my fighting skills. I didn't expect you to be so useless, which made me very disappointed. If you just die worthlessly like this, wouldn't it be a pity?" Hyuga-chan's expression is cold, and in the dazzling eyes like Star-chan, it is extremely cold. "You Uchiha family are the best at illusion and fire style. Let's try the illusion I created now. Magic Terror Reincarnation." Suddenly, Uchiha Kairan appeared in another space, all his injuries healed, but his strength was no longer there. Uchiha Kairan's face was ugly, knowing that he had fallen into the illusion, but he couldn't perceive the existence of chakra, and he couldn't break away from the illusion by disrupting chakra. Is it the illusion produced by Hitomi? Just when Uchiha started to wonder, a figure behind him approached. Uchiha Kairan felt the chill of his body, and then quickly turned his head, rolled eyes, a horribly twisted look, a floating head, looking at him spitefully. GGG. Ah, what the hell? Seeing Uchiha Kairan, who was accustomed to life and death, was really shocked. He had never seen such a terrible thing. Now it's just an appetizer, you can't take it anymore. Now the real horror reincarnation has just begun. A vicious voice came from the floating head. The scenes continue to change. All the horror films that Hyuga-chan has watched are shown here one by one. Each scene will have 10 rebirths, and then enter the next scene. And every time the story ends, it ends with the death of Uchiha Kairan. He tried various deaths one after another. Uchiha Kairan was in the illusion. I don't know how long it took, but it only happened for a second outside. Seeing Uchiha Kairan's fast-turning Sharingan, Hyuga-chan looked expectant. That's right. Because he didn't get combat experience, Hyuga-chan fixed his gaze on Sharingan. But Hyuga-chan doesn't look down on Guya Sharingan, and wants to give birth to Mangekyo. As for whether he can succeed, it depends on the talent of Uchiha Kairan. Seeing that this guy is only in his 20s, he is already an elite jonin, and his talent should be good. But whether or not Mangekyo Sharingan can be made, Hyuga-chan can only do his best and obey the fate. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. For this reason, Hyuga-chan also used his own brain cells, researched for half a year with 500 shadow clone, combined with Hyuga-chan's insights, and then came up with the illusion. This illusion was made to supplement one's own shortcomings. It was very powerful, definitely an S-level illusion, and it might not be comparable to monthly reading. The horror reincarnation can forcibly pull the opponent into the spiritual space and carry out the horror reincarnation one by one, and the only way to get rid of it is to forcefully break the reincarnation. Otherwise, you can only perish in the horrible reincarnation, and you will never be able to break free. The magical and horrible reincarnation is not the pupil technique, but the illusion technique of the seal, but Hyuga-chan can also be released through Tensagen. According to Hyuga-chan's estimation, this ninjutsu may have a certain bonus to women. It is definitely an illusion second only to infinite Tsukuyomi and distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Kairan's Sharingan spins faster and has started to connect, and finally 3 Tomo Sharingan successfully connects. The pattern began to change, and finally turned into a Wind Demon Shuriken, somewhat similar to Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo. Although Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, Uchiha Kairan still did not break through the illusion. Looking at Mangekyo Sharingan, Hyuga-chan smiled lightly, then reached out his eyes blankly, and then put it away. After digging out his eyes, a flame enveloped Uchiha Kairan, burning him to a mass of ashes, and he could not escape the illusion to death. Although it was the first time to kill, Hyuga-chan didn't feel the slightest discomfort. It felt the same as when he was hunting in the back mountain. Since coming to this world, Hyuga-chan has recognized everything, and he is ready to kill from the beginning. So he can gouge Uchiha Kairan's eyes without changing his color and burn him to ashes. Although all this seems to be very long, in fact it only took more than 10 minutes. It's time to leave. Konoha's people absolutely perceive such a big movement, and it will be too late if you don't leave. But just to leave, I have to destroy the scene. Tempest Kick is even blade. Using the levitation ability of Sparkling Fruit, Hyuga-chan kicked out countless tiny vacuum blades, making the surrounding ground and trees all chopped messy. Then the ability of Sparkling Fruit was activated. Hyuga-chan turned into light and came to Mikato's side. Solved, let's go. Mikato nodded, and didn't ask how it was solved. No matter how Hyuga-chan solved it, she would support it. This is Mikoto. With the other hand that was not stained with blood, he took Mikoto's hand, and then used the space teleport to take Mikoto out of here, and appeared 10 kilometers away. Before coming to a small stream, Hyuga-chan began to clean the blood from his hands. The blood was contaminated by gouging his eyes. After washing, Hyuga-chan checked the chakra of his body. At this time, Hyuga-chan's chakra had already consumed more than half. Most of them are consumed in the space transfer ability. With Uchiha Mikoto, the consumption of chakra is not a problem of doubling, and it is directly teleported for 10 kilometers. Chen, you are not injured. Mikoto walked over and asked concerned. It's okay. Don't worry, Mikoto. Chen smiled at Mikoto and said. Mikoto was still a little worried, walked up to Chen, then looked carefully, and even reached out and touched it, only to breathe a sigh of relief after a long time. At this time, Mikoto realized what he had done, his face turned red with a sigh, and some did not dare to look at Chen's eyes. I'm going to cook. After saying a word, Mikoto blushed and ran away. By the way, Mikoto, do you know any relatives of the Uchiha person? For example, younger brother or older brother? Chen walked up and asked. Mikoto looked at Chen suspiciously, and then said, You mean Uchiha Kairan? Mikoto thought for a while, then shook his head. Uchiha Kairan has no relatives. His parents are dead. Chen, why are you asking about this? It's nothing, but just ask casually. To be honest, Hyuga-chen is a little disappointed. If there are relatives, Hyuga-chen might consider getting a pair of eternal eyes Mangekyo. But who made Uchiha Kairan's parents not strong enough? One Uchiha Kai was born, and they were dead. Otherwise, Hyuga-chen would even hit the idea of his parents. Hyuga-chen is not a good person, on the contrary he smokes badly. Chapter 33. How is it, did you find it out? Third Hokage asked faintly, holding the pipe in his mouth. The third generation in this period is still in the prime of life, and the momentum is convincing, and the third generation old man in the future is simply two people. No. I just found a pile of ashes, but here is a piece of clothing, and the mark on it seems to be the Uchiha family's emblem. An Umbu man took a piece of clothing scraps and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and took it, then looked at Uchiha, who was standing still. I don't know the patriarch Uchiha, do you know this? This is indeed our Uchiha family, but I don't know who it is. Uchiha shook his head, he really didn't know who it was. You check your Uchiha family, who is missing, or who is injured, I hope it has nothing to do with your Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Our Uchiha family is proficient in fire style and lightning style. The signs here are obviously caused by wind style. Perhaps someone has killed us in the Uchiha family. Uchiha's expression also became cold. He felt that the ashes should be from their Uchiha family. Let's talk about everything until you find it out. In addition, Umbu will search for the suspicious person in Konoha to prevent other villages from coming to us and messing with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered to go down. After some orders, the patriarchs of the big families who heard the movement came, all left, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was left standing here. Oh! Danzo, did you do this? This is not just Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion, but the suspicion of everyone who knows Danzo, but no one has said it. This kind of look is caused by wind style. They can suspect Danzo, although Konoha knows a lot about wind style. But Danzo is the only one they can think of that can cause such a big damage. The most important thing is that fragments of clothes of the Uchiha tribe were also found here, and the Danzo and Uchiha families are notoriously not dealing with them. So what happened, in their minds, was Danzo who was upset with the Uchiha family and killed him. It is absolutely possible for a mad dog like Danzo to do such a thing. However, Danzo is very powerful, unless there is absolute evidence, otherwise they will never speak out and offend Danzo. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Boom. What are you talking about? Uchiha Kairon is gone. Uchiha slapped the table, stood up suddenly, and said angrily. Yes, we didn't find Uchiha Kairon. Danzo, it must be Danzo, this old dog. This guy has long been dissatisfied with our Uchiha family. He is suppressing our Uchiha family everywhere. He definitely did this. The traces of the scene can never be faked. Uchiha gritted his teeth bitterly. If it was a weak family ninja who died, that would be fine, but Uchiha Kairon was the backbone of their family. This matter can't be forgotten. Shimura Danzo, you can wait for me. Under the anger, Uchiha's 3 Tomo Sharinan were all exposed. The patriarch, the kid Hyaga-chan, and the traitor Uchiha Mikoto. Do you want it? Let's leave them alone, let's go down. I'm going to Sarutobi Hiruzen for an explanation. Uchiha did not even call Hokage, but directly called Sarutobi Hiruzen. Leaving the Uchiha family, Uchiha came to the Hokage building angrily. After a dispute, the two parties broke up unhappy. After Uchiha left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, with a trace of sadness on his face. Danzo, Danzo. You messed up with me. Just now Uchiha asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to surrender Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is more close to Danzo than his father, naturally disagrees, and the two sides are arguing. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid some price and allowed the Uchiha family to take charge of an Umbu team before Uchiha left. Although Uchiha is still dissatisfied, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's undiscussed posture, he can only pinch his nose to pick up these petty profits. This time the matter ends here. Danzo, this guy, has taken the blame for Hyaga-chan. For this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen also warned Danzo that he recently settled down and did not look at Danzo, whose face was so dark afterwards. Check it out for me, I have to see who it is, dare to blame the old man. Danzo roared. He dignified and assisted by Naruto. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the entire Konoha village, the most powerful person actually had a shit basin on his head. Danzo couldn't bear it. But even if he flipped through Konoha, he would not find it, because no one would look suspiciously at Hyaga-chan. Even Uchiha has never suspected Hyaga-chan. No reason, just because of Hyaga-chan's age. According to common sense, a 5-year-old child who wants to kill the elite jonin is simply a fantasy. Even if Zening wants to kill the elite jonin, it is very difficult. The one who can quickly solve the elite jonin can only be the shadow class, and is it possible for a little kid to be the shadow class? They didn't know that Hyaga-chan was on the hook. He was already jonin at a young age, and the challenge of leapfrogging is as simple as drinking water and eating. In this way, Danzo carried a pot for Hyaga-chan and made the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha even worse. Anyway, the current Uchiha family thinks that Konoha does not treat them as human beings, which makes their hearts cold. Hyaga-chan doesn't care about this. He originally wanted to blame Danzo. Although Danzo did not provoke him, Hyaga-chan just saw him upset and added to him. After having a picnic with Mikoto, I had some fun and went home. It was already evening. After returning, Mikoto went to prepare dinner, and Hyaga-chan shut himself in the room when he came back. Take out the 2 Sharinan in the saline solution. At this time, the 2 Sharinan have changed back to the 3 Hokage state. I don't know what kind of abilities these 2 Sharinan are, but I hold them and it seems to be useless. Mangekyo is a great temptation to others, but to Hyaga-chan, it is not even a tasteless one. He who owns Tenseigan, let alone Mangekyo, is the eternal Mangekyo. He doesn't care about it either. Tenseigan, with the ability to manipulate puppets, maybe it can come in handy in the future. Hyaga-chan can't forget Tenseigan's ability to manipulate puppets. This ability allows Tsunagakuru's puppet masters to cry and can't find north. The abilities of this pair of Mangekyo still make Hayagachan very curious, because there is basically no pair of Mangekyo, and the abilities are different, and some extremely abnormal pupil skills may even appear. Chapter 34. The most perverted pupil technique born in Mangekyo is Uchiha Shisui and Obito, one that can change the will of others, and the ability of space, which is very perverted. I don't know if I can know the capabilities of these Mangekyos through the system. Hayagachan did as he thought of it, and immediately came to the system space. Then without calling the system, I opened my own attribute panel, and found Mangekyo Sherinan in the equipment column. Sure enough, I didn't expect to be divided into equipment, but that's right, Mangekyo Sherinan is indeed not my ability. Click on Mangekyo Sherinan, and at the bottom corner, find a line of very small fonts. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to see it at all. This was also discovered by Hayagachan accidentally. This line of small print is System Introduction. Hayagachan didn't know why the system made these 4 words so small, if it weren't for Hayagachan's eyes. Seeing these 4 words accidentally, I really don't know that the system has this ability. After clicking on the system introduction, a line of fonts appeared, showing the introduction of the capabilities of these Mangekyo. One of them is Amaterasu. Seeing this pupil technique, Hayagachan wants to complain. This pupil technique is very high, and it is known as the strongest physical attack and the inevitable attack. But the record was a bit scary. It was very embarrassing that no one was killed, and it was a shame to the name. The other one is great. Phantom body, a phantom body that cannot be detected can be separated. The phantom body has 80% of the body's strength and can be exchanged with the body in battle. This can be said to be a magical skill. The only drawback is that the consumed chakra is too large. Once the chakra is exhausted, the phantom will disappear. After reading it, Hayagachan exited the system space, and Mikoto was about to make a meal. If he didn't go out again, Mikoto would be anxious. After the meal, under Hayagachan's stunned gaze, Mikoto went back to the room to practice. Although Mikoto practices very hard, he won't work so hard. Hayagachan said in astonishment. He naturally didn't know, seeing his powerful figure before, Mikoto was stimulated and wanted to practice hard to keep up with him. Mikoto's talent is very good. Sherinan has been turned on, and it was turned on more than a year ago, and only Hayagachan knows about it. Listen to Mikoto say that her Sherinan was turned on when her grandfather passed away. After hearing that, Mikoto was a little shocked and opened his eyes early, but thinking about it, I can understand that the death of his only relative was definitely not a small blow to Mikoto. Under the mental fluctuation, and Mikoto's talent is already good, it is not impossible to turn on Sherinan. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Mikoto used to chat with him. Now Mikoto is going to practice. Hayagachan sits dry, which is a bit boring, so he also goes to practice. Now that Hayagachan is practicing, he doesn't want to work hard anymore, relying on Tensagen's gravitational force. Directly strengthening the ground's gravitational force on oneself can effectively and quickly improve physical fitness, and it is also an all-round improvement, including the fragile internal organs of the body. The training of ninjutsu was basically handed over to Shadow Clone, and Hayagachan didn't have a lot of ninjutsu, and he had already mastered it all. Tensagen's pupil skills do not need Hayagachan to exercise, as long as chakra is enough. What Hayagachan needs to practice now is armament haki, observation haki, chakra refining, sparkling fruit, and sword art. When practicing swordsmanship, you can also exercise and improve your physical fitness, which can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sparkling fruit needs to improve the cohesion and power of light. This is also more troublesome. Hayagachan is going to put it aside first. This is also the only disadvantage of having a lot of abilities. There is too much to practice. If it weren't for Hyuga-chan's talent, it would definitely be impossible to achieve so many abilities. After a 2-day holiday, the school reopened. In the school, if the lessons taught in the morning were of no use, Hyuga-chan chose to refine chakra. In the afternoon, Hyuga-chan usually walks aside by himself, slowly waving the specially customized short sword. There is no way, Hyuga-chan wants to wield Ryujinjaka, but he is not tall enough. Forcibly wielding Ryujinjaka, it is too funny. I said, Chen, you swing the sword too slowly. Even an ordinary person can easily hide in it. It is useless at all. I really don't know why you insist on swinging the sword every day. Haha. You don't understand, Nawaka. Hyuga-chan laughed twice and said. The reason why he swings the sword slowly is because his body is under extreme gravity. If Hyuga-chan retracts the gravitational force, Nawaka can't even see his swing. What I don't understand, mystery, tell you, I have learned ninjutsu now, and I can use it. Nawaka said proudly. What? Nawaka actually learned ninjutsu. As expected of the Senju family, it's really powerful. Nawaka's voice did not hide, and everyone who heard it looked at Nawaka in shock. Oh? What ninjutsu? Hyuga-chan asked curiously. Let me demonstrate to you, this ninjutsu is very powerful, so you all stay away. Seeing the amazement of many classmates, Nawaka's desire to show off came out. Nawaka, ninjutsu is not allowed in school. Narashika poured cold water on Nawaka. It's okay, I'm watching here now, Nawaka, you use it? Just let the teacher see. When Okuri walked over, Nawaka, who thought he couldn't pretend to be forced, suddenly became excited. This was a great opportunity for him to show off his skills. Walking to the front, Nawaka made a seal with both hands, but the speed of the seal is really not flattering, it can be called a turtle speed seal. Water-style water turbulence. Water spouted from Nawaka's mouth, but everyone who was expecting had a black line across their foreheads. Nawaka is indeed used, but it is. The current is too small, it is estimated that it can drown the ants. Even the ants may not drown. Nawaka, are you sure you are using, not the legendary water-style spitting technique? Hyuga-chan asked suspiciously. Ms. Ueno, will we use this kind of ninjutsu in the future? Can this kind of ninjutsu hit people? Nawaka's face flushed. If there is a mouse hole, he will definitely go through it, which is really shameful. I didn't use it well this time. See if I do it again, I succeeded yesterday. Nawaka defended, and then hurriedly used ninjutsu again. But the more panic, the more mistakes were made. This time Nawaka didn't even spit out a sip of water. It's not as good as the previous one. Chapter 35. The crowd onlookers were even more disappointed, and didn't see the effect they wanted at all. Ahem. Ueno Kumi coughed twice, and then said, Nawaka, you have not yet mastered this ninjutsu. That's why this happens. Don't be discouraged. In fact, you are already very good. As long as you practice more, you can definitely use this ninjutsu, the teacher believes in you. Kuri Ueno encouraged Nawaka. Yes, Nawaka, you are already very strong, and you can use ninjutsu. Although it is a bit low, you can only drown the ants, but I think you can consider changing your job as an ant killer. Hyuga-chan also followed encouragement. Ah-chan, you guy, are you complimenting me or belittling me? Nawaka was very angry. Hyuga-chan looked at him like a fool. It can't be seen. Of course I am belittling you. You said that this ninjutsu you released can be praised. Nawaka was speechless and forcibly defended, this is just my performance disorder. I obviously let it go yesterday, so my sister has seen it. If you don't believe me, go and ask my sister. Do you ask if they believe it? Hyuga-chan pointed to the crowd onlookers. I believe in you, Nawaka. Yamanaka came over and patted Nawaka on the shoulder. Really? Thank you so much, Hiichi. Nawaka burst into tears when he saw someone believing in himself. I believe you will never let it go. After speaking, Nawaka ignored petrochemical and left with a smirk. Damn it. You all wait for me, I will prove it to you, I will become Naruto in the future, just a ninjutsu, and I will be able to release it perfectly in a few days. Nawaka said viciously, and ran to the side to get sulking. Everyone smiled and didn't say anything. They understand Nawaka's character, and it is estimated that they will put this matter down in a while. To put it bluntly, it is a big nerve. Chen, let's play against each other. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly and invited Hyaga-chan. Hey. I said, Minato, you won't have water in your head. Chen's strength is so great, you will definitely be punched into the hospital with your small body. Before Hyaga-chan could say anything, Nawaka, who was sulking alone, jumped up and looked at Namikaze Minato with a foolish look. That's right, Minato. Although you are a recognized genius in our class, when Okuri stopped his words, he was afraid that the latter words would be said to undermine Namikaze Minato's confidence. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. In fact, even though Minato has a good talent, he is definitely behind the top 10 in terms of strength in the entire class. Because Minato came from a commoner family and his parents were not ninjas, he was born later than a large family. Although Minato has a good talent, Minato, who has only practiced for more than half a year, is really not comparable to a family student who has practiced a year earlier than Minato and has various resources. Maybe Minato can surpass them in the past year or two, but there is definitely a gap now. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Mikoto are the two most worry-free students in Wenokuri, and they are very talented. Wenokuri doesn't want him to be devastated because of the blow. Forget it, Minato, go find Nawaka. Both of you are aiming at Hokage, wouldn't it be better to compete together? Hyaga-chan shook his head. It is undeniable that Minato will be very strong in the future, but that is the future, and the current Minato is so weak that Hyaga-chan doesn't even have the heart to abuse food. Yes. Do you want us to discuss it? Nawaka looked at Minato vigorously. Nawaka's gaze made Minato embarrassed to refuse, and he originally wanted to see his own strength, so he readily agreed. Be careful, don't get hurt, let alone hurt your peace. Ueno Shulai had no objection to the two of them, but he also reminded him. And you, the teacher really doesn't understand, what's the use of your cultivation like this, it's just messing around and wasting your talent. After turning his head, Ueno Kuri scolded Hyaga-chan. He had said to Hyaga-chan several times, but Hyaga-chan never listened to him. Obviously he was born with supernatural power, but he didn't exercise well. Instead, he worked hard here. This is the Hyaga-chan in the eyes of Ueno. Hyaga-chan smiled indifferently, and then continued to repeat the slow swing of the sword. His swordsmanship is fast, and now under the strong gravity, it seems to be very slow, but once it is released, it will be shocking. When Ryujinjaka was obtained, all the abilities of Ryujinjaka, including the strokes that the old man Yamamoto could release without liberating Zanpakuto, were all obtained by Hyaga-chan. Although Hyaga-chan's swordsmanship may be a little immature in the world of pirates and Shinigami, but in the world of Hokage, which is not too strong in swordsmanship, he is already at the top. When talking about swordsmanship in the Naruto world, it is Konoha Whitefang Heitake Sakumo, and it may not be comparable to Hyaga-chan. Naruto's swordsmanship, that is, relying on chakra, instantly broke out a bit stronger, but other skills are a bit poorer. Of course, this is also Hyaga-chan's own understanding, he has not really seen Hokage swordsmanship, so it is not easy to comment. After all, there is still an iron country that relies on swordsmanship for food, who knows that there is no hidden swordsman in the iron country. After practicing for 2 hours, Hyaga-chan stopped, and if he continued to practice, his body could not bear it anymore. He quickly retracted his gravity, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. The place where he was training, the solid ground, dropped a little undetectably. Looking at the training ground next to him, Mikoto was refining chakra alone in the corner. A group of people gathered together not far away, watching the competition in the field. Of course it is not Nawaki and Minato, but Akamika Dinza and Uchiha-ken. Although Uchiha-ken is at odds with his classmates, he leaves alone as long as it is after school, but it is class time, so he is naturally here. I saw Nawaki beating Minato very pretentiously before, but I couldn't restrain the pretentious heart. So he went up to challenge Nawaki, who had just defeated Minato, and Nawaki was unwilling to fight against him. Then Nawaki, who consumed a lot of money, naturally lost without accident. Then Uchiha-jiun was very arrogant and challenged several classmates in succession, making them bruised and swollen. Even Hyaga Hisashi was defeated by Uchiha-ken's great fireball technique, because the use of ninjutsu made him even more arrogant and arrogant. His attitude naturally made everyone dissatisfied. If there was no Hyaga-chen, Uchiha-jiun, who looked good, might have a group of nympho. But now, look at the angry gazes of all the classmates, you know. This kind of arrogant, defiant personality, if the appearance is not overwhelming, who would like such a person? Chapter 36. Fatty man, if you still want to beat me, go and practice for another 100 years. Ha ha ha. Uchiha laughed wildly. Anger plus 10,086. Akamika Dingza's eyes are blazing. What he hates most is that others call him fat. He originally saw Uchiha's health, but now he has the heart to kill him. UBD, give me a punch. The big fist of the sandbag slammed Uchiha-ken's face. Huh. Slow fist, I want to hit me too. Uchiha-ken easily avoided. Although his consumption is already a lot, he can still avoid Akamika's fist, which is not fast. Seeing Uchiha-ken avoiding, a light flashed in Akamika's small eyes. Then, his huge body swiftly leaped forward, directly slamming Uchiha-ken, who was pretending to be forced, to the bottom of his body. In terms of strength, Uchiha-ken and the huge Akamika Dingza, but there is no way to compare. Now being pressed under his body, there is no room for dodge. He made a few laps at Akamika Dingza, making Akamika Dingza grin, and then endured the pain, punching Uchiha-ken in the face. Akamika has thick fat, which can reduce injuries. Uchiha-ken is not so lucky and got caught and slapped her face. Okay, you two stop here. Wenokuri came forward and pulled Akamika Dingza away. After Akamika got up and scratched his head, he said to Narakajiu, your method is really effective, see if he dares to be proud. This method can't deal with real ninjas at all. This is because the teacher restricted the weapon, otherwise you will leave a few holes in your body now. Don't really rush up like this in the future. Naralu reminded. Akamika Dingza can beat Uchiha-ken by surprise. Otherwise, Akamika Dingza, who can't keep up with the speed, would have a hard time defeating Uchiha-ken. Teacher, I am not convinced. Uchiha-ken said aggrievedly, having just been pressed under that huge body, there was no room for manipulation at all, and he felt that he was defeated very wrongly. In a real battle, no one will tell you this. If you are not convinced, how about we come to practice? Hyaga-chen stepped over and said. Seeing Hyaga-chen, Uchiha-jiun's eyes flashed with fear. If he still had chakra, he might be tougher, but chakra used up when he defeated Hyaga Hisashi with great fireball. Relying on physical skills, Uchiha-jiun did not dare to challenge Hyaga-chen. Taking a faint glance at Uchiha-jiun, Hyaga-chen walked towards the corner of Mikoto's practice. Mikoto, don't practice, school is going to be over. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Mikoto, who was closing his eyes to refine chakra, opened his eyes and looked at Hyaga-chan with a slightly dull look. Hyaga-chan looked at Mikato's cute look and couldn't help but squeezed Mikato's face. His cheeks reddened slightly, then Mikato stood up, looked at the sun about to set, and couldn't help complaining, "Why time flies so fast." I know that Mikato wants to increase his strength quickly, but the practice is careful and gradual, otherwise it will only hurt yourself. Hyaga-chan's face was slightly serious. "Yeah. I know, Chen." Mikato nodded, but his eyes still showed firmness. Mikato is the kind of character that is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. As long as you make up your mind, you must do it hard. Hyaga-chan knew that Mikato hadn't listened at all, and her small face couldn't help showing helplessness. He and Mikato have lived with Mikato for more than half a year. He also knows Mikato's character very well. In fact, as long as your Shari-nan evolves, you can quickly increase your strength. As long as it evolves into Mangekyo Shari-nan, the shadow level strength is appropriate. Mikato shook his head. The entire Uchiha family, the legend is that there is only Uchiha Madara, evolving that kind of supreme eyes. It is so difficult to evolve into Mangekyo. Hyaga-chan smiled. Hyaga-chan, who has seen Hokage, knows how to open Mangekyo. If Hyaga-chan has Shari-nan, it may not be able to open Mangekyo, but it is a little simple to say to help others open Mangekyo. As long as it is a talented Uchiha tribe, Hyaga-chan can help him open it, but the method is too cruel. Hyaga-chan does not want to use Mikato. If Hyaga-chan now uses illusion and horror reincarnation against Mikato, he can at least let Mikato turn on the three-gold jade. But it is possible that an indelible psychological shadow will be left in Mikato's heart, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Don't worry, Mikato. I have a way to turn on Mangekyo Shari-nan, but Mikato will suffer some crimes by then. I hope Mikato will not hit me afterwards. Hyaga-chan said with a smile. He has already thought of a way to help Mikato turn on Mangekyo, but Mikato will be a little irritated by that time, and this is inevitable. Who makes the Uchiha family such a perverted family? The spirit must be stimulated to start Mangekyo. Really? Mikato couldn't believe it, but Mikato still chose to believe Chen. Of course it is true, but Mikato, I have to tell you something. What? It doesn't matter if Mangekyo can't be turned on. Anyway, I didn't have the luxury of turning on Mangekyo. It's okay to turn on Mangekyo Shari-nan, but Mangekyo Shari-nan has a side effect, that is, overuse can cause vision loss and even blindness. Hyaga-chan looked serious. The side effects of Mangekyo Shari-nan are not a small problem. After a long silence, Mikato looked up and said, if the side effects of Mangekyo Shari-nan are really such a big deal, don't turn it on. Rather than being powerful, she wants to see Chen every day. Don't worry. I should be able to find a way to evolve you into eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan, so that there will be no side effects. Hyaga-chan smiled and comforted. He carries the system, and there is an omnipotent system. It should be trivial to solve the problem of Mangekyo's side effects. Eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan. Mikato looked at Hyaga-chan suspiciously, and she knew Shari-nan. To be precise, all the Uchiha people now know Mangekyo Shari-nan. But she has never heard of Eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan. Hey! What are you two whispering over there? Nawaka yelled in the distance. Nothing. Hyaga-chan replied, and then whispered, after I go back, I will explain Eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan to you. The ninja school is very relaxed. Under normal circumstances, school will be dismissed after 4 o'clock. This makes Hyaga-chan feel happy, much better than the schools in the Tien dynasty. And the ninja school has a very high degree of freedom. As long as your practice scores are good enough, you can freely control the afternoon practice class. Chapter 37. After school, I greeted my classmates and Hyaga-chan and Mikato went home. Although Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hisashi are on the same road as Hyaga-chan, they do not go together, mainly because Hyaga-chan feels uncomfortable with two big light bulbs. After returning home, Mikoto resisted the curiosity in his heart and went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Mikoto looked at Hyaga-chan with cute eyes. Seeing Mikoto's expectation, Hyaga-chan gave a light cough, and then began to show off his knowledge. But when it comes to speaking, Hyaga-chan doesn't know where to say it anymore. Could it be that it started with Pangu? Let's take the Uchiha family first. The Uchiha family is very extreme, and the thinking is more extreme. You should know this, Mikoto. Mikoto nodded. It is true. She has lived in the Uchiha family since she was a child. This is better than Hyaga-chan. Hyaga-chan continued, Uchiha people want to open their eyes, most of them are experiencing major changes or life and death crisis. The opening of Sherinan, in my opinion, is the extreme fluctuation of the spirit, breaking the limits of the body, and then awakening Sherinan, who is hidden in the blood. Sherinan is a bit troublesome to open eyes, but as long as it is turned on, it is relatively simple to evolve from 1 Go Jade to 3 Go Jade. I guess it can evolve by accumulation. Hyaga-chan guessed. He also doesn't have Sherinan, so he can only guess for himself. Hyaga-chan is not sure whether it is right or wrong, but these are not important. With Mikoto's talent, he can definitely turn on the 3 Go Jade. Guya Sherinan doesn't talk about it first, just say Mangekyo Sherinan. If you want to turn on Mangekyo Sherinan, you have to pay a great price, such as seeing the death of the closest person. Hearing this, Mikoto's pupils shrank suddenly. The person she is closest to now is Hyaga-chan. If Hyaga-chan is allowed to die to open Mangekyo, she would rather never open it. Seeing Mikoto's nervousness, Hyaga-chan comforted, don't be nervous, actually turning on Mangekyo is not this way. After that, Hyaga-chan took out 2 small salt water bottles, which contained 2 Sherinan 3 Hook Jade, but the pupil power contained in them made Mikoto feel an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Chen, who are these Sherinan? It was Uchiha who inspired people, and these eyes have evolved into Mangekyo. Mikoto's heart was shocked, Uchiha Kaido actually opened the legendary Mangekyo Sherinan. Yes, I helped him turn it on. Hyaga-chan smiled, without explaining the specific situation. Mikoto didn't shock him to kill Uchiha Kairan, and then went hugging his eyes, which surprised Hyaga-chan very much. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Seeing Hyaga-chan's surprise, Mikoto firmly said, the only person I am closest to is Chen. No matter what Chen does, I will support it. Hyaga-chan was silent for a long time, and then began to continue speaking. He could only remember Mikoto's words silently in his heart. Let's put down Mangekyo Sherinan first. What we are talking about is eternal Mangekyo Sherinan. It is dozens of times more difficult to open the eternal Mangekyo than to open Mangekyo. If you want to open the eternal Mangekyo, you must own Mangekyo Sherinan and transplant your brother's Mangekyo. This condition is very perverted. If you want eternal Mangekyo, you must ensure that you can turn on Mangekyo, you must also ensure that you have brothers and sisters, and then you must ensure that your brothers and sisters also turn on Mangekyo. This chance is really small. With this condition, does anyone really open the eternal Mangekyo? Mikoto's mouth opened. It is true, and you know it, that is Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha Izuna died, he gave his Sherinan to Madara. It was this accident that led to the birth of eternal Mangekyo. But to evolve the eternal Mangekyo, there is definitely more than this one method, there are definitely other methods. Hyaga-chan's eyes shined. Atsutsuki Indra also has the eternal Mangekyo. Although he has brothers, his brother inherits the sage body, so his eternal Mangekyo is definitely not obtained by transplantation. There is also the mysterious Sage of 6 Paths, he doesn't know how to evolve. Chen, you know a lot. This kind of thing, even she, a member of the Uchiha family, doesn't know. I also know that Sharingan can evolve into Rinnegan. Hyaga-chan said secretly. But Hyaga-chan didn't say it. It is estimated that what he said now shocked Mikato's mind. What is Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-opening method? Chen said. Mikato asked curiously. Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, in fact, it is not to see the death of close people. The death of close people is only an inducement. When the death of a loved one is seen, it is possible to open Mangekyo under extreme spiritual fluctuations, but not everyone can open it. Hyaga-chan expressed his understanding. Don't worry, Mikato, I can definitely evolve you into an eternal Mangekyo. Chen said confidently. I believe you. Mikato nodded sharply. But I still have to practice hard, otherwise even 3 Tomo Sharingan can't be turned on. How to evolve Mangekyo Sharingan? After finishing the dishes, Mikato went upstairs to practice in his room. Hyaga-chan shrugged helplessly, and then returned to the room. He wanted to look in the system to see if there was anything that made people evolve into an eternal eye. Open the system store and search for things related to eternal Mangekyo. Sure enough, it appeared directly, and the top one was directly exchanged for eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was also the most expensive, requiring 500,000 exchange points. Adding the 100,000 exchange points given by the system in hand, it is still 500,000. This will take 40 years to accumulate. Abandon it? Abandon it? After seeing the price, Hyaga-chan gave up immediately. Then look at the next one. This is an evolution fluid that can evolve Mangekyo into an eternal Mangekyo. It needs 300,000 yuan, which can be considered. Looking further down, the bloodline is upgraded once. This is more expensive, costing 1 million, but it can evolve to Rinnegan. There are no more below, there are only these 3 in total, and among these 3, the 300,000 evolution fluid is something Hyaga-chan can consider. But it takes 20 years to accumulate exchange points. Don't worry about it now, let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work, just be cheeky and go to the point of exchange with the system. I don't know if the system will give face. With a sigh, Hyaga-chan has nothing to do. Who makes the system not have the function of earning exchange points at all? The abilities of Hyaga-chan are all from the big gift package presented by the system, as well as the lucky draw. Otherwise, depending on the price of this store, he can't afford any of them. Chapter 38. Mikato, you didn't sleep all night, right? Looking at Mikato's big dark circles, Hyaga-chan frowned and said. Yeah. Chen, the amount of information you said before was too much, plus I practiced for a while, and I haven't rested yet. The sky is already bright. Mikato, it's not that I said you. Excessive refinement of chakra will only make your body deficiencies, and may even endanger your life. You will not refine chakra for the time being. Hyaga-chan said with a serious expression. Hyaga-chan absolutely didn't tell a joke. Chakra is different from the internal force in martial arts novels. It is undeniable that chakra is indeed stronger, but in terms of health preservation effects, the difference is too far. I know, but I don't refine chakra. What do I practice? Mikato lowered his head and said. Ninjutsu training. Mikato has been able to use Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Immortal Fire technique, other more powerful ninjutsu. Mikato's chakra is not enough, it can't be released at all. This is also why Mikato desperately wants to refine chakra. I'll leave this to you. I originally wanted to wait a few years for it to be given to you, so I will give it to you directly now. Hyaga-chan gave Mikato all the training methods of Marine 6 styles, as well as the training methods of armament haki and observation haki. What Hyaga-chan can teach Mikato is only physique. Although Hyaga-chan also has a powerful illusion, this illusion is not suitable for Mikato. If you want to use this illusion, you must first understand the illusion. If you give it to Mikoto, she might be frightened. Physique. Mikoto reached out and took it, then put it away. Since Chen let her practice, it must be good for her. She believes Chen will not harm herself. Look at you like this, you can take a break today. I'll ask for a leave of absence, and you can rest at home. By the way, take a look at the physiques that I gave you, but don't practice indiscriminately. After a reminder, Hyaga-chen had breakfast, picked up a lunchbox and went to school. Mikoto did not object, and sent Hyaga-chen away softly before returning to rest. After arriving in the classroom, Noeka, who came early every time, was surprised. "Where's Mikoto? Why didn't you stay with you? It's not like you started messing around and abandoned Mikoto, right? Go. Go." The dog's mouth does not stick out of ivory. Mikoto is uncomfortable today, so he didn't come. Hyaga-chen pushed Noeka away. How can a dog spit out ivory? No. Chen, you guy, you call me a dog. Noeka then reacted, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Wow. Kuromaru in Inyazuka Claw grinned. Noeka looked at Kuromaru, feeling that a dog was taunting herself, and was immediately upset. He glared at Kuromaru. Knowing like a dog, Noeka, you are no one. Looking at this scene, Hyaga-chen laughed. With the arrival of the class members, the whole class became more lively, and it didn't stop until the class was about to start. It's really strange, usually at this time, Ueno-sensei has already come. What happened this time? Is it sick? Noeka said strangely. Maybe there is something. Noeka, you can't expect the teacher to order. Narashikageyo said, lying on the table. Luju, you guy is too unmotivated, just exactly the same as Chen. Hi-yi, it's time for you to speak, don't take me, and Dingzo, you guys eat, can you be quieter, it's so noisy. Hyaga-chen raised his head. So you didn't fall asleep? Yamanaka said awkwardly. Yamanaka glanced at it, and then Hyaga-chen lay down on the table again to refine chakra. In fact, he was also very curious. Ueno-kuri, the teacher, is very qualified. He usually comes early and hasn't been late yet. 30 minutes later, Mr. Ueno arrived late, and two little red-haired girls followed behind him. Looking at one of them, Hyaga-chen felt a little familiar, with red hair. Could it be Uzumaki Kushina? Who is the other one? Hyaga-chen was puzzled. Uzumaki Kushina appeared, he could understand, but who is the other girl? Is it because of him, the butterfly effect? This is Uzumaki Kushina, this is Uzumaki Tomoko, a new transfer student who joined our class. You bastards, you must not bully your new classmates. Ueno-kumi warned. Then to Uzumaki Kushina, the second female said, you are in the class, find an empty seat to sit down. Uzumaki Kushina is careless, as if he doesn't care about anything, while Uzumaki Tomoko, who is at the extremes of Kushina, looks extremely shy. Their hair is so weird. It's red, similar to Ding's hair. Yeah. Look at that Uzumaki Kushina, his face is so round. Just like a flatbread, with red hair, just like a tomato. Uzumaki Kushina had a pound sign on his forehead, resisted his anger and walked down, and then sat down on Mikoto's position. Hyaga-chen couldn't help but look at her. Look at what this lady is doing, do you want to laugh at me? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. Kushina raised her pink fist and gestured towards Hyaga-chen. Did you not see the books here? There are already people here. Hyaga-chen pointed his finger at the books on the desk. So what? I'm sitting with you, it's to give you face, don't you still look down on me, this lady is going to sit here, what can you do with me? Kushina looked stubborn. Only one day. When Mikoto arrives tomorrow, you will leave. Hyuga-chan continued to lie on the table after speaking. Huh? Mikoto classmate? Why didn't you come? I wanted to reprimand these disobedient students, but suddenly noticed that Kushina was sitting in Mikoto's position and asked. Teacher, Mikoto was a little uncomfortable today, so he didn't come to class. Hyuga-chan stood up and said. What's the matter, is it serious? Ueno-kuri asked concerned. It's nothing, but it's just a small problem. Just sleep. Hyuga-chan shook his head. That's good. Ueno-kuri nodded, then turned into an angry face. You little bunnies, how did you tell you just now, in a blink of an eye you talk about new classmates, let me hear it again, look at me how to punish you. Kushina classmates sit down there first. Tomoko classmates go to the back position first, and adjust your positions when you have time. Ah, yes, yes. Uzumaki Tomoko said nervously, and then hurriedly moved to the back position. Student Tomoko, don't have to be so nervous. Ueno-kuri reassured that the two of them are Hokage-sama, who personally ordered to take care of them. Ueno-kuri should not be sloppy. Chapter 39. I have already introduced your names before, and now it is up to you to personally introduce your preferences and dreams, so that the students will know you. Let's start with Kushina. Kuri Ueno knew that Tomoko Uzumaki was shy, so he wanted Uzumaki Kushina to start. Uzumaki Kushina didn't have stage fright at all, and stood up with a beat on the table. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. I like ramen. I hate tomatoes, sissy, and this guy. Kushina pointed to Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan has a question mark on his face. Did he offend Kushina? The dream is to become the first female Hokage. My introduction is over. Kushina sat down with a puffed face. Ha 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 ha. I want to be Hokage, I am so ridiculous. Nawake, Minato, your competitors are here. Girlie, are you talking about Minato? Minato really looks like a girl. And this guy Chan, who is known as a narcissistic fanatic, fascinated by all the little girls, is actually hated. Kushina just finished speaking, and all kinds of ridicule followed, and even Hyuga-chan, Nawake, and Minato were affected by Chayu. Huh. I'm just a female classmate, and I want to be Hokage, so I can't help it. Uchiha-ken coldly snorted. Although he never said, his goal is also Hokage. And Uchiha-jiun also set himself a small goal, that is to become the patriarch of the Uchiha family first. Only I can become Hokage. Nawake's eyes burned with raging fire, and he would be full of fighting spirit when he mentioned Hokage. Let's work hard towards Hokage's position together. Minato, who was originally embarrassed by Kushina's sissy expression, also said with a smile. Huh? Sissy. Looking at Minato's sunny smile, Kushina snorted. The thing she looked down on was the sissy. Minato smiled awkwardly, then sat back. The appearance is stronger than anyone else, but the heart is extremely fragile, and Mikoto, who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, is basically two personalities. Hyuga-chan whispered. Although Hyuga-chan's voice was small, Kushina just heard it and stared at Hyuga-chan with an angry look. Because Kushina's small face is a bit baby fat, it looks round, with red hair, it really looks like a tomato. Sure enough, there is only a wrong name, no wrong nickname. Hyuga-chan muttered to himself. Hyuga-chan got down. Kushina gave Hyuga-chan a vicious look, and then sat down angrily, planning to wait until after school, stop him, beat him, and see if he dare to say that he is weak. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In fact, Kushina is exactly what Hyuga-chan said, just trying to disguise her weakness. She has just experienced the destruction of the country now. In this unfamiliar village, that is, after a few days, only Uzumaki Tomoko knows, and she subconsciously wants to protect herself with a tough appearance. It is an extreme lack of security. But after being broken by Hyaga-chan, Kushina became embarrassed and was planning how to beat Hyaga-chan in her heart. But Kushina didn't notice it. She said she hated Hyaga-chan. In fact, she didn't hate Hyaga-chan. Instead, she felt a familiar breath in Hyaga-chan, which made her feel very close. Tomoko, please introduce it too. Don't be nervous. Uenokuri said, while staring at the class with ferocious eyes. This group of guys simply didn't put him in their eyes, they had already said it, they all took their own words into ears, and let Uenokumi's heart rise to clean up them, and erect their own majestic thoughts. Seeing Ueno's stern look, the students below immediately sat down quickly, looking like a good-looking baby. Tomoko Uzumaki stood up weakly and said softly, My name is Tomoko Uzumaki. I like to do housework. There is nothing disgusting. I dream of spending my life in a bland way. The introduction was well formed, and no one made any trouble or said ridiculous things. Because Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Tomoko are different, they are too weak and they are embarrassed to bully her. If any of you dare to bully Tomoko, I will definitely blow your heads. Kushina said fiercely. But with her little baby fat face, there is no deterrent at all. Wow! Kuromaru yelled to Kushina a few times, feeling that his dog was lying innocently. Kuromaru, be quiet, I took you to school with great difficulty. Inyazuka claw pressed Kuromaru's head. Kuromaru lowered his head in dissatisfaction. There is a black line in the Ueno tree. In the first grade, their class A is definitely the most messy. There were fighting incidents as soon as the school started, and they were well known throughout the school, and then Uchiha Fugaku was beaten to the hospital, and his name became even bigger. Who makes this class have too many family students and it is difficult to manage. Uenokuri was also helpless. Give me a good lesson, especially Hyaga-chan and Naraluyu. If you dare to sleep again, I will throw you out. Uenokuzumi said harshly. These two people are the biggest headaches for Uenoshuri. They sleep all day, but they can get full marks every time. Hyaga-chan raised his head helplessly. With his incomparable mental power, he is simply unforgettable. Learning this theory is very fast, there is no need to listen carefully. He has learned all of it. A lazy guy like you deserves to be a ninja, so just go home and farm. Kushina said poisonously. Bump. Hyaga-chan snapped his finger on Kushina's head, causing Kushina's painful tears to flow out. However, Kushina was very spineless, and she didn't say a word, just clucking her teeth. Be honest this time. Hyaga-chan said with a smile. You guy, wait for me. Kushina gritted her teeth and stood up abruptly. Teacher, he bullied me and hit me on the head with his fingers. Kushina pointed at Hyaga-chan and complained to Uenoshuri. In the Ueno tree who was giving a serious lecture, he snapped off the chalk in his hand with a click. Hyaga-chan, bully the new classmates, you have been able to stand, give me a penalty stop. Then Uenokuri looked at Akamaika Dingza. There is also Akamaika for you, don't think you steal something I can't see, I can see it clearly from above. Hyaga-chan gave Kushina a triumphant look, then walked to Nawaki and snatched the game console he secretly played. Let me play this, Dingzo, bring your snacks, let's go. In Ueno's angry eyes, Hyaga-chan took the game console, Akamaika Dingza held a lot of snacks, and the two walked out swaggeringly. Chen, this is the latest game console I bought after saving money for a long time. Don't you play it badly for me. Nawaki yelled. Senju Nawaki, you go out with them too. Uenokuri yelled. Chapter 40. Don't be so stingy, Dingzo, you gave it to Chen, don't you give it to me, it hurts the feelings of classmates. Nawaki is asking Akamaika Dingzo for snacks. Ding held the snacks with both hands, looked at Nawaki vigilantly, and said unhappily, Chen often asks me to eat, you iron CK, you are not stubborn, so I won't give it to you. Isn't I out of money? My pocket money was snatched by the old sister. I bought this game console after I secretly saved a year of money. Nawaka said with a pitiful face. Seeing that Nawaka was indeed pitiful, Akamika took out a packet of potato chips and handed it to Nawaka. You remember to pay me back in the future. Dingzo did not forget to remind. Don't worry, when I get rich, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. Nawaka patted his chest and said. Haha, you guy, do you still have money? Let's talk about it when you graduate and do assignments in the future. Hyuga-chan looked up and smiled disdainfully. Then I won't give it to you. When Dingzo heard it, he quickly reached out and took the potato chips back. But Nawaka took a step forward and avoided Dingzo's big hand first. It's just a bag of snacks, you see there are so many in your place, don't be so stingy. Nawaka smiled and tore open the package, smelling the scent of potato chips with a look of intoxication. Hyuga-chan couldn't help kicking Nawaka. It's just a bag of snacks, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Nawaka clutched his butt, and said unhappily, why is it gone? The last time I ate snacks was half a year ago. Ha, you are outside, it's really leisurely. Narakajiu, blindfolded, walked out of the classroom. Why did you come out? Nawaka asked. Anyway, the eyes of the painting must have been found, and then they were kicked out. Hyuga-chan said lightly. When he left the classroom, he found that Nara-deer was sleeping for a long time, and in order to confuse the teacher, draw a fake eye. Nara-shiji nodded for a long time, and then took a bag of snacks in Akamika's arms. Until the end of get out of class, Ueno walked out of the tree and looked at the four of Hyuga-chan. That was annoying. Playing games on the Hyuga-chan console, Nawaka watched by the side, yelling from time to time, the ding seat ate and drank, and a deer leaned against the wall to sleep for a long time. You four, Kukaki can't be carved. After speaking, Ueno Kuri left angrily. Ms. Ueno seems to be angry. It's okay. It's okay. Teacher Ueno is angry all day long anyway. Nawaka, the two transfer students who came today live in your Senju family, right? Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. How did you know, Chen? I do live in our Senju family, but I have always lived with my grandma. I saw it once a few days ago. Nawaka nodded. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives, I still know this. After replying, Hyuga-chan threw the game console in his hand to Nawaka, and then returned to the classroom. Humph. Kushina snorted when seeing Hyuga-chan, her eyes full of triumph. Hyuga-chan took a look at her and decided not to be familiar with this little girl. Seeing Hyuga-chan ignore her, Kushina felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart and pushed Hyuga-chan with her hand. You mean, don't you be angry. Do you know who asked you to hit me? It hurts. I won't be angry with a little girl yet. Who do you say is the little girl? I am so young. Kushina said angrily. Hee, where are you not young? Hyuga-chan also took a look at Kushina's chest. Ah, you big pervert. Kushina covered her chest with her hands and looked at Hyuga-chan with perverted eyes. Hyuga-chan's mouth curled up, and said in a disdainful tone, there is nothing, you think I'm rare to see it. Let's talk about it when you grow up. You wait for me. Kushina's angry cheeks bulged, making her small face rounder. Don't tell me, they call you tomatoes, it's really not without reason. Hyuga-chan said softly. UBD. Kushina angrily grabbed Hyuga-chan's arm, and then bit down. You are a dog. Hyuga-chan hurriedly contracted the power that was subconsciously transported. Fortunately, Hyuga-chan reacted in time, otherwise Kushina's teeth would be broken. Hyuga-chan will use Marine 6 Style's Iron Body, which can make the body hard as iron. Although it is not as good as Armament Haki's defense, there is absolutely no problem with breaking Kushina's teeth. Bah! Kushina let go of her mouth, pucked softly, and asked suspiciously, "Look at your skin so white and tender, why is it like cowhide? It can't bite at all." Seeing that after biting for a long time, without leaving a tooth mark on Hyuga-chan's arm, Kushina was quite surprised. "Chen, what's the matter with you?" Noeka walked in and pointed at the arm that Kushina was holding. "Well, you guy, Mikoto just didn't come for a day, you just got together with other girls, it's a scum." Noeka looked at Hyuga-chen contemptuously. Noeka's voice was not small, so that all the classmates' eyes were focused on Hyuga-chen and Uzumaki Kushina, and then all the male classmates showed contempt, mixed with a trace of envy. The female classmates all looked at Kushina with envious expressions. Hyuga-chen shrugged and didn't explain anything. No one believed it anyway. Explain a fart. What's more, for Kushina, he has some kind of good feelings. Otherwise, you can try to bite Hyuga-chen by another person. If you don't break your teeth, it will be considered that your teeth are long and strong. You people, don't talk nonsense. Kushina stood up with a flushed face. Look at her blushing, with red hair, she looks more like a tomato, and she can't compare to the gentle Mikoto. I didn't expect Chen to still like tomatoes. It's simply too tasteless. Me. Kushina's tears rolled in her eyes, and she tried not to let it fall. Enough. Don't say it. Hyuga-chen said blankly. Seeing Hyuga-chan's face, even Noeka, who was the best able to jump, sat down in a jealousy, and the others dared not speak. In fact, red hair is not ugly. You have a fat face with a baby. It is also very cute. At least in the ninja school, except for Mikoto, all other girls are not as beautiful and cute as you. Hyuga-chen said softly. Really? Kushina cried slightly, and asked in a somewhat unconfident voice. Of course it is true. If you don't believe me, look at the class. Even the Uzumaki Tomoko who came with you is not as pretty and cute as you. Yeah. Kushina nodded slightly, and then said seriously, thank you for your comfort. I promise that after school, I will spare you once and not beat you. Hyuga-chen was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that before Kushina, he thought about hitting himself after school. Chapter 41. The lesson ended in the morning, and when it was time to eat at noon, Kushina found an embarrassing thing that she didn't bring a lunchbox. Seeing the embarrassment on Kushina's face, Hyuga-chen smiled lightly, and then took out his stool. Let's eat together. Why did you bring so many things? Looking at Hyuga-chen's stool, even 5 people may not be able to finish it. Because I know you didn't bring a bento, so I brought it specially. Hyuga-chen pretended to be mysterious. Haha, when I was a 3-year-old kid. But since you invited me sincerely, I'm not welcome anymore. Kushina was also welcome, reaching out and taking a bite from the seaweed rice. It's delicious, it's so delicious, this is the best seaweed wrap I have ever eaten. Kushina exclaimed. As expected, Mikoto made a bento. It's so delicious. Can you let me have a piece? Noeki ran over and said with a squinting face. Give you a bunch of balls, hurry up. Picking up a bunch of glutinous rice balls, Hyuga-chen handed it to Noeki. Noeki left happily, Kushina's face was a little worse. Who the hell is Mikoto and what is your relationship with her? Kushina asked deliberately, pretending to be indifferent. Now as long as Mikoto is mentioned, Kushina feels uncomfortable, and inexplicably raises a touch of hostility towards this Mikoto who has never met. Tomorrow you will know that our relationship is of course the most intimate relationship. While talking, Hyuga-chen dealt with the bento in his hand. Kushina bulged her cheeks, took the last bite of the seaweed bag in her hand, and said angrily, I'm full. A seaweed bag, are you full? Hyuga-chen said in surprise, but when I remembered that Mikoto didn't eat too much, I understood. In fact, Hyuga-chan understands a fart, and Kushina is completely satiated by the nameless fire in her heart. To be honest, Kushina doesn't know why he is angry, it's angry anyway. After Hyuga-chan finished eating, Kushina couldn't help being stunned. This is better than pigs. What to look at, although I ate a lot, but I didn't eat your steamed buns. Why are you so irritating when you talk? Kushina looked angry. She found that since entering school for a long time, she has been more angry than she has been in a few years. Soon the noon rest time passed and the afternoon practice class started. Because 2 new students were added, Ueno Shuri had to explain to them separately, so Hyuga-chan and the others were free to move around. Chen, I can already use the water lunar wave technique, do you want to check it out? Nawaka leaned in front of Hyuga-chan, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I said you guy, you always get in front of me when it's okay. Sometimes I really doubt your sexual orientation. I quickly walk away. You will ninjutsu to shut me down. Hyuga-chan pushed Nawaka away with disgust. You guy who cares more about S*X than friends, I'll go find someone else. Nawaka left angrily, looking for Narashika-isa and the others to show off their ninjutsu. This time, the funny thing of yesterday did not happen, and the water turbulence was successfully used. The water volume was not small, and half of the training ground was flooded. The consequences are of course very serious, and they are now being punished under the sun. I can only say the hapless Nawaka. School is really boring. After practicing the sword technique, Hyuga-chan lay on the sand next to him, feeling a little boring. But Hyuga-chan never thought about graduating early, or joining EPUB. EPUB's rules are too strict and Hyuga-chan doesn't want to be controlled at all. The past few years in school have also been the time for him to accumulate strength. When he graduates from the ninja school, he can definitely reach the shadow level according to his budget. When the time comes, Uchiha Madara is asking for trouble, and Hyuga-chan is not afraid, even if he can fight back. However, the success rate will not be great. Even though Uchiha Madara is very old, Hyuga-chan dare not underestimate him, who knows how many methods he has. Cultivate slowly. In fact, such a life is not bad. Looking at the dazzling sun above his head, Hyuga-chan's mouth showed a smile. This kind of life is more than 100 times stronger than the life of 5 to 9 before crossing. After lying down at school, Hyuga-chan got up, patted the sand off his body, and went home alone. Back home, Mikoto has already cooked the meal and is waiting for Hyuga-chan. After saying hello to Mikoto, Hyuga-chan went to wash his hands and then eat. After the meal, Hyuga-chan talked to Mikoto about Kushina and Tomoko's 2 interim students. Then, Uzumaki Kushina, it should be very beautiful. Mikoto looked at Hyuga-chan with a smile, his eyes flashed with cold light, and the whole person was shrouded in black mist. Is this jealous? A cold sweat appeared on Hyuga-chan's forehead. This is the first time he has seen such a Mikoto. It feels so oppressive. It can't be compared with Mikoto. In this world, Mikoto is the most beautiful. Chen said, wiping cold sweat. The jealous woman is really scary, even if Mikoto is still a little girl. Really? You said that if I tell Sister Tsunade the sentence, what do you think will happen to you? Mikoto's face showed a bright smile, but the content of the words was extremely dark. Mikoto, you have changed. You are no longer the gentle Mikoto I knew. Hyuga-chan said with a sad expression on his face. Puff. Mikoto laughed, and then said quietly, actually, as long as you don't forget me in your heart, it's fine. I didn't expect much. Don't worry. Even if I forget myself, I won't forget you. Hyuga-chan looked serious and didn't mean to be joking at all. Oh? In other words, do you admit that you have been careful? Okay, I was joking with you just now, but if you dare to forget me, I will really let you see it. Although Mikoto said it with a smile, Hayagachan could feel her inner firmness. In the future, your life will always be mine. It is impossible to die. We must be together forever and ever. Hayagachan said softly. At the same time Hayagachan touched his own eyes. In fact, it is not impossible for Hayagachan to make himself and others immortal. This depends on Tensagen's time and space control. He still can't control time. As long as he can control time and stop other people's time, then as long as he is not killed, he will never die. So whether it is for himself or for his lover, Hayagachan must work hard to increase his strength and strive for the power to master time as soon as possible. Mikoto didn't speak, but looked at Hayagachan with gentle eyes. The Marine 6 styles I gave you, you should have seen it. Now I will explain to you the difficulties of practice. Mikoto nodded, and then listened carefully to Hayagachan's explanation. Chapter 42. Hello, I'm Uchiha Mikoto, please advise. Mikoto looked at Kushina with a smile. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, just call me Kushina. Kushina said with a bad expression. Although Mikoto's smile is as gentle as water, it makes people feel very comfortable, but Kushina is very upset, and even her expression is not very good looking. He gave a cold snort to Hayagachan, then took his own things and walked to the back to be with Uzumaki Tomoko. Hayagachan has a question mark on his face. He doesn't seem to provoke Kushina. Did Kushina really have a good impression of herself in just one day yesterday? It's not impossible, Hayagachan said secretly when he thought of the prizes he had drawn before and increased his attraction to the opposite S**X. The big wife and the little wife are fighting. Nawaka walked over, put his arm around Hayagachan's shoulder, and said with a wretched expression. Bump. Hayagachan gave Nawaka a brain collapse, a big bag appeared on his head, and Nawaka kept wiping tears in pain. Why do you have so many things? You are everywhere. Hayagachan said uncomfortably. Seeing what Nawaka wanted to say, Hayagachan raised his fist and made a demonstrative gesture to Nawaka. Nawaka immediately wilted, holding his head and returning to the seat depressed. The big bag on top of his head made people laugh. My sister has something to look for you, so you can find her at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and go to Konoha 27 training ground to find her. Nawaka said dully, still angry at the moment Hayagachan hit him. Tsunade is looking for me. Hayagachan was puzzled, then nodded. Tomorrow is the weekend. Speaking of which Tsunade is performing the task, he hasn't seen Tsunade for a long time. Uzumaki Kushina, who was lying on the table, remembered what Nawaka said. Then a few students came in with a blue nose and a swollen face. At first glance, they were beaten, and they looked at Kushina's direction with fear. Seeing this scene, Hayagachan smiled, but didn't expect Kushina to actually do it. Soon Shuri Ueno came and asked the students with swollen noses, but they all agreed that they fell, and they were embarrassed to say that they were beaten by a girl. Ueno-kuri knew that they were lying, but he didn't ask much, and started today's lecture. Today, Hayagachan surprisingly did not sleep, but listened to the class seriously. Because today I'm talking about the layout of traps, there is no harm in learning this kind of thing, maybe one day you will use it. This surprised Ueno-kuri. Hayagachan, who had been lying on the table for a long time, actually took the class seriously today, which made him feel whether the sun is coming out from the west. The morning class ended very quickly. After the noon break, and then the afternoon class, Hayagachan continued to exercise alone and rested as before. The day passed. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The next day was a weekend break. Hayagachan got up early in the morning, moved his body, and started eating breakfast prepared by Mikoto. Let's go, Mikoto. Go and see the big-breasted girl in Tsunade. What can I do with me? Sister Tsunade would be angry if she knew you said that to her. She might even beat you. I really want to see that scene. Mikoto said with a sneer. Mikoto. Do you like to see me so unlucky? Hyuga-chan looked at Mikoto with a bitter look, feeling that Mikoto was getting darker. Sister Tsunade said to ask you to go. I can go there, right? It's okay. Let's go. Hyuga-chan took her hand and went out without waiting for Mikoto to say anything. Stopping all the way, it was already 8:30 when we came to training ground number 27. Hyuga-chan observed and found that Tsunade hadn't come yet. Without seeing Tsunade, Hyuga-chan saw another person, picked up a small stone, and threw it at the distant tree. Ah! Kushina, who was lying on the tree, was startled, screamed, his hands and feet slipped, and then fell off accidentally. You must know that the trees in Naruto are very tall, generally more than 10 meters in length, while the one chosen by Kushina is even higher, nearly 20 meters in height. Kushina couldn't help closing her eyes in despair even if she fell from such a high place. No. It actually fell. Hyuga-chan was stunned for a moment, and then used Sparkling Fruit's ability to turn into a golden flash to catch the falling Kushina. Kushina, who closed her eyes, didn't feel the pain after a long time, but felt a warm breath surrounding herself. Kushina moved her eyelids, then opened her eyes and looked at Hyuga-chan who was close in front of her. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and then they slowly flowed out. Hey! Don't cry. I'm just joking with you. I didn't expect you to fall. I'm sorry. I apologize to you, don't cry. Seeing Kushina crying, Hyuga-chan had a headache. He was a single dog in the previous life. He had no experience and would not comfort a girl at all. Hugging Kushina and falling on the ground, Kushina was still crying silently, making Hyuga-chan feel that he was two big heads and could only stand there stupidly holding Kushina. Mikoto rushed over and asked Hyuga-chan, nothing is wrong, right? It's okay. But she was crying. Hyuga-chan said embarrassingly. He caused all this. If it weren't for his cheap hands and had to throw a stone to scare Kushina, it wouldn't happen. Mikoto gave Hyuga-chan angrily, then consoled Kushina. When she saw Mikoto, Kushina stopped her tears because she didn't want to show her weakness in front of the rival in love. After a long time, Tsunade arrived late, and the arrival of Tsunade also broke the awkward atmosphere. What's going on? Tsunade pointed to Kushina, who was held by Hyuga-chan and had red eyes, like a rabbit. Hyuga-chan smiled awkwardly. Kushina, do you think Hyuga-chan bullied you? If you tell me, I will settle the account with him. Tsunade glared at Hyuga-chan angrily. Kushina is from her grandmother's clan, and it was Tsunade who went to Uzumaki to bring her back with Uzumaki Tomoko. It is also the only remaining clan of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha thinks. Tsunade naturally needs to take care of it. It's nothing, Tsunade's sister, don't worry. I'm fine. He gave Hyuga-chan a fierce look, and Kushina got down from Hyuga-chan's arms. But leaving Hyuga-chan's embrace, Kushina felt lost again. In Hyuga-chan's embrace before, she felt very warm and very comfortable. Even after I came to Konoha, my uneasy heart calmed down, and now I left Hyuga-chan's embrace, I felt as if I had lost something. Sister Tsunade, are you looking for something to do with me? Hyuga-chan quickly changed the subject. Isn't it okay that I can't find you? Could it be that if you have two little girlfriends, you don't want my sister? Hyuga-chan smiled bitterly, it might as well not change the subject. Mikoto made a big red face by Tsunade's words and lowered her head shyly. Sister Tsunade, who is this big villain's little girlfriend? Kushina explained with a flushed face. Huh. I still want to quibble. Nawaka told me when he came home. Tsunade also looked at Hyuga-chan with contempt, but he didn't expect Hyuga-chan to be quite bothersome. Chapter 43. Nawaka, it seems that he has not taught him enough lessons. Hyoga-chan gritted his teeth and decided to show Nawaki a good look. Nawaki, who was refining chakra in the Senja family, suddenly sneezed. For some reason, he felt a bad feeling. Let's not talk about it, I asked you exactly, it is about the physical skills you gave me. Tsunade also glanced at Mikoto and Kushina. I have something to talk with Kushina, so I left first. Mikoto took Kushina's hand, trying to avoid it first. No, it's okay. Hyoga-chan shook his head. Mikoto will do it anyway, and it doesn't matter if Kushina is there. Tsunade was stunned, and then didn't say anything. Is it because of the practice? What problems did you encounter? Hyoga-chan asked curiously. Yeah. The others are fine, but paper arts and observation haki, I have never been able to learn them. Tsunade said his question. Come out Marine 6 styles paper arts, iron body and observation haki. All other Tsunades have been learned. I can't say that I can use them proficiently, but at least I can use them. Among them, iron body Tsunade has no training, armament haki, there is indeed no need to practice iron body, but observation haki, and paper arts, these two perception abilities, she has not learned either. To learn observation haki, there is no need to learn paper arts. If you want to quickly master observation haki, choosing to avoid high-speed moving objects is the best choice. Hyoga-chan suggested. Why don't we talk about it? Tsunade's eyes widened, are you ill? Hyoga-chan chuckled softly, Tsunade, don't underestimate me. If I try my best, I can solve you with one move. Little Chan, being arrogant is not a good habit. Hyoga-chan's words are just a joke in Tsunade's eyes. She didn't say that Hyoga-chan is not ignorant of the heights and heights of the earth, it is already good. Really? Let's try it. Laser. Raising his finger to aim at Tsunade, a golden flash of light flashed across the sky. Tsunade's pupils shrank sharply. The attack just now wiped her cheek, but she did not react. In other words, if the two sides were enemies, she was dead now. Although there are problems that she does not pay attention to, even if she concentrates, it is difficult to avoid it, too fast. What is this type of ninjutsu that can be released without the need for seals? Tsunade asked curiously. This is not ninjutsu, you can understand it as an ability equivalent to the limits of bloodline. Hyoga-chan shook his head and said. Sister Tsunade, don't underestimate anyone, you have committed a ninja taboo. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. It's really uncomfortable to be taught by a kid. Tsunade was a little unhappy. Then let me see, little Chen, your hidden strength. Tsunade clenched his fist, then the ground under his feet split, Tsunade appeared behind Hyoga-chan in a flash. Then he raised his fist and smashed it, but Tsunade didn't dare to push hard, otherwise, what should I do if he really smashed Hyoga-chan? Hyoga-chan smiled at the corner of his mouth, tilted his head slightly, and easily avoided Tsunade's attack. Don't worry about it, use your best. And Tsunade's sister must also be careful to get hurt, I won't pity Xiangziu. To look down on me so much, I will teach you a lesson today. Tsunade said angrily. Shave. Weird punch. This time Tsunade really used his full strength, shaving to move fast, and attacking with strange punches. Although it looks amazing, Hyoga-chan is like a piece of paper. With Tsunade's fist, Tsunade can't hit him at all. Is this paper arts? Seeing Hyoga-chan easily avoiding his full attack, Tsunade's eyes flashed weakly. This dodge method, unless it is a large-scale attack, or your shot speed is several times that of the opponent, otherwise it is difficult to hit the opponent with physical skills. Sister Tsunade, it's time for me to move, you have to be careful. Tempest kick. Quickly kicking the air, a huge vacuum blade cuts towards Tsunade at the fastest speed. This kind of attack, I can avoid it casually. Really? Hyaga-chan smiled. The huge vacuum blade smashed into countless tiny vacuum blades in the air, and shrouded in Tsunade, completely blocking Tsunade's path. The scope was so wide that even Tsunade could not avoid it using body replacement technique. Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly, then wrapped Chakra with both hands, breaking the flying vacuum blade away. It took a lot of effort and finally got it done, but before Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, the sky full of vacuum blades struck again, and Tsunade wanted to scold his mother. You can only try to avoid it. If you can't avoid it, use a strange punch to disperse it. And Kusina, who was watching the battle, was stunned. In her eyes, this was a fairy fight. I didn't expect this bad guy to be so strong. A different color flashed in Kusina's eyes. People in any world admire the strong, and Hyaga-chan is obviously one of the strong. You are useless to me like this, it will only consume your stamina faster. Tsunade said after a blow to the vacuum blade. She will also Tempest Kick, knowing how much stamina is required to continue using Tempest Kick. Hyaga-chan was able to release so many Tempest Kick slashes at the age of more than 5 years, and Tsunade had already sighed the monster secretly. But she can also clearly feel that Hyaga-chan's Tempest Kick is getting weaker and weaker. Having confronted my shadow clone for so long, have you become excited? Hyaga-chan said suddenly behind Tsunade. I saw Hyaga-chan, who used Tempest Kick in the front, suddenly burst into smoke and dissipated, and it was a shadow clone. Before Tsunade could react, Hyaga-chan kicked out, making a harsh air burst, and Tsunade's body was kicked upright. Boom! A burst of smoke exploded and Tsunade's figure disappeared, replaced by a piece of cut wood. Under the foot of Hyaga-chan, the cut wood turned into soy-sized sawdust. You are really merciless with this kick. If I was kicked, I would be dead now. Tsunade wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, she was really afraid. If it weren't for her to perceive the danger and use the body replacement technique in advance, she would definitely be GG now. Hyaga-chan smiled and did not speak. Just now, even if Tsunade couldn't avoid it, he could stop it at a critical time. His ability to control the body was not a joke. You just subconsciously awakened observation haki when the crisis broke out. After Hyaga-chan said this, Tsunade found that it was indeed the case. Her perception of her surroundings became extremely keen. Now Tsunade is confident that as long as it is within 30 meters, any disturbance and disguise will be noticed by her. Chapter 44. Do you want to continue? Of course, I have to take revenge for the kick just now. A flame burned in Tsunade's eyes. Although the kick just didn't hit her, it was definitely the most thrilling one since she became a ninja, and she suffered a loss for the little devil who was only 5.5 years old. But now Tsunade doesn't dare to despise Hyaga-chan at all. After the previous battle, she has regarded Hyaga-chan as a stronger opponent of the same level. As expected to beat Tsunade's sister, she has spine, but spine doesn't mean strength. Hyaga-chan floated in the air, looking down at Tsunade. You think you can stand in the air, moonwalk? Tsunade stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the sky with Kusina's surprised gaze. Facing Tsunade's fist, Hyaga-chan was in the air, swaying from side to side like walking in a leisurely garden, so that Tsunade could not even touch his clothes, kakuzu. Although moonwalk can fly to the sky, it is not as flexible as sparkling fruit, and can only run with Hyaga-chan exhausted. Chen, you have the ability, don't run. Tsunade fell to the ground and shouted angrily. Tsunade doesn't have any long-range attack ninjutsu. It usually relies on strange power to attack. Now it is not as fast as Hyaga-chan, so I can only watch Hyaga-chan jumping around in front of her with my eyes. Easily avoiding Tsunade's Tempest Kick, Hyaga-chan fell to the ground. Knowing that if you use this method to defeat you, you won't be convinced, so let's do it head-on. Hyaga-chan raised his fist, the black armament haki covered the fist, shining with metal light, and chakra burst out, using strange power. The same was true for Tsunade, when Chakra used armament haki, and the two used shaving at the same time, rushing towards each other. Boom! The collision of two fists, one large and one small, formed a gas explosion cloud, destroying all the surrounding objects, and the place where the two collided, forming a large hole of 100 meters. Mikoto and Kushina, who watched the battle from a distance, were both knocked to the ground by the strong wind caused by the collision. A figure flew upside down from the dust. It was Tsunade. After flying upside down for several hundred meters, Tsunade stopped, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The dust dissipated and Hyaga-chan floated steadily over the pit. Obviously, Hyaga-chan won the match this time. This is not surprising. Hyaga-chan has better physical fitness and armament haki than Tsunade, and Tsunade is just a little better in terms of chakra quality and proficiency in strange power techniques. Chen, you little guy, you are really strong, you are an ordinary quasi-shadow, and you will not be your opponent. Tsunade said solemnly, looking at Hyaga-chan with a monster's eyes. Tsunade is now an elite jonin, and she was able to equalize with the ordinary quasi-films before. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. After learning the Marine 6 styles and haki that Hyaga-chan gave her, Tsunade can defeat the ordinary quasi-shadows, and has the same strength as those with the bloodline limit. And if Hyaga-chan can beat her head-on, he can know his strength. That's why Tsunade felt that Hyaga-chan is a monster. This is too abnormal. Think about how she can release sea-level ninjutsu at most when she is more than 5 years old. Compared to Hyaga-chan, she is simply weak, and she is still a genius. If she is a genius, what is Hyaga-chan? Evildoer. Did you admit defeat? Give up? How could it be possible? Quickly kick the ground, and use the shaver to kill Hyaga-chan again. Actually, the gap between the two of us is very big. Hyaga-chan pretended to say something, making Tsunade a little angry. Try it if you don't believe me. Yada mirror. I have accumulated light like a mirror in my hand, and then refract the surrounding reflective objects to form a light channel. Then Hyaga-chan turned into a flash and moved instantaneously in the tunnel of light. Before Tsunade could react, he appeared on the side of Tsunade and punched it. At this time, Tsunade, who awakened observation haki, caught Hyaga-chan's figure, but it was of no use. Consciously noticed, Tsunade, who couldn't keep up with her body, could only take a punch from Hyaga-chan. However, Tsunade was not injured. Hyaga-chan took back his strength when he went out, so the punch was not powerful. But Tsunade was angry, because Hyaga-chan's punch was a bit out of place, and it happened to hit Tsunade's huge appa. Sister Tsunade, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe it? Hyaga-chan smirked. In fact, even he himself did not believe what he said, because it was originally his intention. Otherwise, with Hyaga-chan's control, would such a mistake be made? Tsunade first looked at the two little girls in the distance, Mikoto, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were far apart, and she had already blocked Mikoto and the others, so they didn't see it. You bad guy, little pervert, dare to say that you didn't mean it, you have to teach you little pervert today. Tsunade reached out and twisted Hyaga-chan's ears. Hyaga-chan quickly avoided, then looked at Tsunade pitifully. I really didn't mean it, can you let me go? Impossible, you guys are already so pretty at a young age. If you grow up, you will be the second Jiraiya. Jiraiya lay innocently with the gun. Tsunade is reluctant and unforgiving. One is to conceal his shyness, and the other is to retaliate. Today's competition, but it made her very shameless. Hyaga-chan naturally didn't want Tsunade to catch it, and the two started a cat and mouse game. Hyaga-chan's speed was much faster than Tsunade. Tsunade was panting tired and still could not touch the corner of Hyaga-chan's clothes. This made Tsunade feel very discouraged. If Hyaga-chan directly attacked her at such a speed in the previous battle, she would have been defeated. Seeing Tsunade swearing not to give up, Hyaga-chan could only let go of the water, and was deliberately caught by Tsunade, and then he was educated by Tsunade. Otherwise, with Tsunade's character, she doesn't know how long she will be chasing, so she can just let her vent her anger. Seeing Hyaga-chan's gloomy look, Tsunade chuckles. Who made you so arrogant just now, and didn't show any mercy when you started? I'm sure that I will never hurt you, otherwise how would you awaken observation haki? Smelly boy, Princess Tsunade, do you need to be merciful? Yes, yes, yes. Everything is the strength of Tsunade-sama, I admire him, I can only bow down and surrender. Sister Chen and Tsunade, are you alright? Mikoto and Kushina ran over and looked at them nervously. Of course he's alright, but I was hurt a bit. Tsunade glared at Hyaga-chan. In the previous collision, she was shocked by a powerful force, but it was just a small injury. Chapter 45. Sister Tsunade, you are injured, isn't it serious? Mikoto asked concerned. You big villain, you don't know that Liang Xiangziyu hurt Sister Tsunade. Kushina attacked Hyaga-chan. It's okay, Chen's subordinates should be merciful. Otherwise, I won't suffer a minor injury now. Tsunade shook his head and gave Hyaga-chan a meaningful look. Although I don't know how your bloodline that can emit golden light came from, it is best not to expose it, otherwise it will not do you any good. Tsunade reminded Hyaga-chan. I know. Now, only the three of you know my strength. At most, others think that I am born with supernatural power and strength is a little stronger. Hyaga-chan nodded. Hyaga-chan knows exactly what Konoha looks like. He knows that Konoha is not good at foreign wars, but civil wars. Civil wars are as fierce as dogs. Konoha Shinobi Village is absolutely professional in dealing with its own people. No shinobi village can compare this. At the beginning of the plot, is Konoha Shinobi Village really worthy of being the first shinobi village? In addition to the old man third generation, who else can support Konoha? Is it the gloomy Danzo, or the Kakashi who is dragged down by Sharinan? Konoha's son left the village one after another. Why is this? Is there really no secret? Anyway, Hyaga-chan didn't believe it. If Hyaga-chan shows the ability of sparkling fruit, it will definitely be troublesome. That's the best, you also help Chen keep secret. Tsunade nodded, then looked at Mikoto and Kushina. Mikoto smiled and did not speak. She lived with Chen and was the first to know the powerful strength of Hyaga-chan, but she saw with her own eyes Hyaga-chan defeating Uchiha Karen, the elite Jonin. As long as you promise to obey this lady in the future, this lady will help you keep it secret. Kushina said with her neck back. Kushina, do you know what will happen to a disobedient girl? Hyaga-chan walked towards Kushina with an evil smile. Will, what will happen? That's it? Hyaga-chan grabbed Kushina and then slapped her hips in a series of 3 slaps. Kushina felt the hot pain, and her face flushed. You dare to hit me? Kushina said angrily. What can you do with me? Chen looked smug. My mother said that only the future husband can touch the girl. If you dare to hit me, you will be responsible to me. Kushina said shyly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This seems to be a good thing to me. Hyaga-chan said, squeezing his chin. After Mikoto heard it, he gave Hyaga-chan a white look. The index finger and thumb pinched the soft flesh of Hyaga-chan's waist and twisted it hard. Obviously Mikoto is jealous. Although Mikoto is gentle as water, no girl is jealous of this kind of thing. Unless she doesn't care about you at all. You guy, you are really bothersome. I don't know where Mikoto likes you, and Kushina. I didn't expect you to get stuck in it too. Tsunade said uncomfortably. She herself didn't notice that her words were jealous, and Tsunade would not admit that she would like a kid who was nearly 10 years younger than herself. However, Mikoto and Kushina looked at each other, and they clearly saw Tsunade's mind. Maybe this is the girl's keenness. Hyuga-chan didn't hear anything. Hey. Did you agree? You really have decided? If you know that you won't have the chance to go back in the future, if you want to leave me in the future, I won't be able to let you go. Hyuga-chan stared at Kushina seriously. Of course, what I decided by Kushina will never go back. Kushina looked firm. Although she and Hyuga-chan didn't know each other for a long time, and counting today, it was only 3 days, but she really liked the feeling of being with Hyuga-chan and was very comfortable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here specially today. Well, you will be my Hyuga-chan's woman from now on. I will never let you down in the future. This is also my promise. Hyuga-chan put his smile away and said solemnly. Yeah. At this time, after the relationship was established, Kushina became shy. But Kushina is the Kushina who dared to love and hate after all. She was just shy for a moment, and once again returned to that kind of coquettish appearance. However, Kushina is not only not annoying, but also a little cute. In fact, Kushina is a bit arrogant. From now on, you two, Mikoto and Kushina, have to get along well. Kushina, you will move to my house in the future. Hyuga-chan took the hands of both of them and put their hands together. Mikoto and Kushina looked at each other and didn't know what to say. To say that they didn't mind each other was completely nonsense. This kind of thing Hyuga-chan also knows that it can only rely on the running in of time. The two in the original book are good sisters, and this time they really become sisters. Watching this scene, Tsunade's eyes flashed a little complicated. She felt that she was here, as if she was superfluous, and she felt a suffocating uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Let's talk. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Tsunade turned and left unhappily. Tsunade. Forget it, let's go back to. By the way, help Kushina move. Hyuga-chan said with a helpless smile. The move to help Kushina didn't make any waves on the surface, but the dark tide was already surging in the dark. Whether it is the senior Konoha or the major families, they all focus their attention on Hyuga-chan. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also personally found the patriarch of the Hyuga family and beat the patriarch of the Hyuga family. Kushina is one of the containers of 9 tails. This Konoha executive knows all of them, so they are very concerned about the movements of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Tomoko. There is only one Kushina in the original book, and now there is one more Uzumaki Tomoko, so naturally there are 2 choices. This is the reason Hyuga-chan was able to let Kushina move. Otherwise, third generation would have exploded a long time ago, and then he invited Hyuga-chan to Umbu for tea. There was a glint in the eyes of the patriarchs of other big families, and then let the disciples of the clan go and get closer to Uzumaki friends. If there is a 9 tails to help, then the family will really take off. At the same time, he secretly scolded the Hyuga family for being insidious and acting so quickly. However, the behavior of the major families has annoyed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a bad old man in the future, he is still a bit courageous. Directly ordered that no one is allowed to approach Tomoko Uzumaki with impure thoughts. However, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. You say that we cannot have bad thoughts, but how do you know that we have bad thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen got a headache and sent Umbu directly to teach all those who deliberately approached Uzumaki Tomoko. Chapter 46. Sarutobi, that Hyuga-chan definitely has a bad heart, it's better to monitor it, and leave it to my roots. Danzo found Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo also has his own ideas. He wants to indirectly control Kushina through Hyuga-chan. Danzo has never given up on the idea of 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him, and he knew this old friend better than anyone else. Hyaga-chan is a member of the Hyaga family. This incident can easily lead to internal conflicts in Konoha, so let's stop here. Danzo said unwillingly, he doesn't even have Byakugan. I don't think the Hyaga family will care about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and said faintly, no, I have decided to make Uzumaki Tomoko a Jinchuriki. What? Danzo's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made a decision. After a long time, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to change his mind, Danzo could only leave unwillingly. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In terms of talent, Kushina is the best choice, but Kushina's character Sarutobi Hiruzen has also learned these days. Compared with the gentle and shy Uzumaki Tomoko, it is almost two extremes. Coupled with this incident, let him finally choose Uzumaki Tomoko. In his opinion, Tomoko Uzumaki is easier to control, while Kushina, whose personality is too detached, is not easy to control. Even though Kushina's talent was better, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up. He wanted a Jinchuriki under his control, not an uncontrolled Jinchuriki. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still dispatched Umbu to monitor Hyaga-chan, Uzumaki Kushina, and even the Hyaga family to see if the Hyaga family has any thoughts on Nine Tails. After Danzo returned, he lost his temper and broke several sets of teacups. Sarutobi, I won't give up. Danzo roared grimly. Kushina moved to Hyaga-chan's house, and the classmates also knew about it. The precocious male student looked at Hyaga-chan with envy. Although there is no monogamy in Hokage, most people are monogamous. Hyaga-chan is less than 6 years old now, and already has 2 girlfriends, making their envy and jealous faces distorted. Those envious and jealous eyes, Hyaga-chan gladly accepted, looking at these defeated dogs with the attitude of a winner in life. Your gaze makes me very upset. I really want to punch you if I can. Nawaka squeezed his fist. Howl of a defeated dog? A single dog like you cannot understand a winner in life like me. Life is like me. When you are still crawling slowly, I am already standing on top and looking down on sentient beings. You damn it guy, I think you are more annoying than Uchiha-ken, who has eyes on top of his head. Looking at Hyaga-chan who pretends to be endless, Nawaka became more upset. Ignorance, superficial. I'm just stating a fact. Could it be that you think I'm pretending to be impossible? Hyaga-chan put his arms around his chest, and his tone was flat. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Don't you just have 2 girlfriends? What's so great? My girlfriend will definitely be 100 times more than you in the future, and I will be envious of you at that time. Hyaga-chan looked at Nawaka in amazement and patted him on the shoulder. Just your small body, can you bear it? Senju Nawaka, Hyaga-chan, you two get me back to my position. When Okuri walked in and roared. Today we talk about Konoha's history, and Konoha is made. In the entire class, except Hyaga-chan, including Naralu, listened with gusto. Hyaga-chan feels very boring. This history has been changed at all. There is nothing about Uchiha Madara in the whole story. They are all talking about the Big Pillar, second Hokage, and the current third Hokage. Later, Uchiha Madara was also mentioned, but it was also mentioned in a stroke, still in the image of a big villain, although he was originally a villain. This kind of history modification was definitely not done by Senju Hashirama, it should have been done by Senju Tobirama or Shimura Danzo. With Senju Tobirama's hatred of Uchiha, it is not impossible to make such a thing. Just like before, I spent the day at school again. Apart from Kushina, there was more time to go to school and after school. The school life has not changed much, and it is still a bit boring. Walking on the way back, Hyaga-chan's expression moved, and then he took Mikoto and Kushina and deliberately walked towards the gloomy path. After walking to a quiet and dark path where no one passed by, Hyaga-chan's expression became cold. Get out. Mikoto and Kushina were taken aback, and then they heard footsteps behind them, and a ninja with a dog face mask came over. Mikoto and Kushina were a little nervous, and subconsciously moved closer to Hyuga-chan. Hyuga-chan, Lord Danzo, please. A voiceless voice passed into Hyuga-chan's ears. Hearing Danzo's name, Hyuga-chan's expression became colder. For Danzo, he has no good feelings at all. He kept saying that it was for Konoha, putting himself on the moral high ground, but not doing personnel affairs all day. The typical BCH still wanted chastity Tori. Anyway, there is absolutely nothing good for Danzo to find himself. In that case, Hyuga-chan doesn't mind finding something for him. The next thing may be a bit bloody. If you don't get used to it, close your eyes. Hyuga-chan reminded Mikoto and Kushina. It seems that you refused, so I can only use it. The root ninja, with 3 gouaches in his eyes, looked at Hyuga-chan coldly. Sharinan? A member of the Uchiha family. Hyuga-chan was taken aback. He didn't expect that there was also a member of the Uchiha family at the root, and then Hyuga-chan smiled. Also, this is just what I want. Tensagen puppet control. The root ninja of the Uchiha family was controlled by Hyuga-chan in a flash. Become a puppet controlled by Hyuga-chan, or a puppet with self-awareness, whose mental will and actions are all controlled by Hyuga-chan. This is actually no different from distinguished heavenly gods. The disadvantage is that it can only be used by people who are weaker than yourself. In fact, distinguished heavenly gods is also the same. Put out your own eyes. Hyuga-chan said coldly. The puppet's figure stagnated, and then dug out his eyes without hesitation. Hyuga-chan nodded, then took out 2 Sharinan from Uchiha Kirin and threw them to the puppet. Put these eyes on, and attack their generation. Then you can blame Danzo or Uchiha. Yes. Changing eyes in Naruto is not too difficult, but the premise is to have medical ninjutsu, but this guy does not know medical ninjutsu. Fortunately, Hyuga-chan learned from Tsunade. Although he is not too proficient, it is still possible to help people change their eyes. However, when he replaced him with Mangekyo Sharinan, Hyuga-chan felt that he had made a mistake, and this guy was just like Jonin. It is to change to Mangekyo Sharinan, and under the blessing of Mangekyo Sharinan, chakra has been strengthened, and it is also the strength of the elite Jonin. Counting Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, at best, it was a short burst of shadow-level strength. Among Konoha, it was really not enough. It is estimated that if you hold on for a while, you will be taken by the Konoha people. Isn't this sending Mangekyo to others? Hyuga-chan is tangled. This guy seems to be a bit of a waste material. Do you want to let him go? Chapter 47. If you go, this guy is going to die. There is no luck. If you don't go, then Hyuga-chan's efforts were in vain. The most important thing is that Hyuga-chan wants to trouble Danzo. Danzo has noticed himself, no matter what it is, Hyuga-chan still wants to draw his attention. Although Hyuga-chan is strong, he has not yet reached the point of invincible endurance. He doesn't want to conflict with Danzo, which is not good for him. Isn't it just a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan? Anyway, it's useless to me. If it's gone, it's gone. Hyuga-chan was relieved, and he didn't pay attention to a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Chen, what are you thinking? Mikoto pulled Chen lightly. Oh. It's nothing, let's go. What about this guy? Kushina pointed at the puppet. When Hyuga-chan ordered this guy to gouge his eyes, Kushina was shocked by the bloody scene. I have my own arrangements, you don't have to worry about it. Hyuga-chan took Mikoto with one hand, and Kushina with one hand to leave. Mikoto, Kushina, although we are still young, since we have chosen to become ninjas, we have to adapt. For ninjas, bloody killing is inevitable. Hyuga-chan said to the second girl. Yeah. I know this. Kushina nodded. In fact, she had already experienced more cruel things. When the Uzumaki kingdom fell, countless people died in front of her, hundreds of times more bloody than before. Mikoto smiled softly. She did feel a little unwell just now, but after Hyuga-chan held her hand, her heart calmed down. After returning home with her second daughter, Mikoto went to cook, and Kushina followed to help, but Kushina, who didn't know how to cook, was making trouble. Hyuga-chan went back to his room and used Tenseigin to check Uchiha-ryo's every move. As long as Uchiha-ryo saw the scene, as long as Hyuga-chan wanted to see it, he could also see it simultaneously, which was similar to Pen's 6 paths. Uchiha-ryo is the puppet at the root controlled by Hyuga-chan, which Hyuga-chan knows by probing his memory. When he left, Hyuga-chan gave him an order to refine chakra at all costs. Anyway, it is a chess piece, and it is still a chess piece that is about to be discarded, so it is natural to maximize its utilization value. No matter how bad it is, I have to divert the attention of the high-level Konoha. Before reaching the shadow level, Hyuga-chan didn't want to be paid too much attention. In the past few days, he has clearly noticed that someone from Umbu is monitoring him and Kushina. Although Hyuga-chan is very upset, he can only endure it. Killing someone from the Uchiha family in the village may not be a big deal, but the Umbu people must not move. Even if they really want to move them, there must be proof of their alibi, or someone has a scapegoat. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Hyuga-chan is going to make Uchiha-ryo at the cost of overdrafting his life, forcibly extracting chakra, and then assassinating third Hokage, and then blaming Danzo or the Uchiha family. And it's going to be a lot of trouble. It's best to let the whole Konoha be alarmed, and no one will care about them anymore. As for what will happen to Danzo and Uchiha in the end, Hyuga-chan said that it is my business. After 5 consecutive days, Uchiha-ryo's current chakra volume has reached the quasi-shadow. This is also the limit. If you want to improve, I don't know how long it will take. And Hyuga-chan can't wait. The Umbus outside are really an eyesore. As long as he and Kushina leave Hyuga's house, they will be monitored. What's more, Uchiha-ryo couldn't improve his strength anymore. The side effect of forcibly increasing chakra was very serious. His cell life energy is now dry and his lifespan is less than 1 year. If you try to refine chakra forcibly, you will definitely belch directly. Tonight is the night of the full moon, and the bright moonlight falls on Konoha village, giving a hint of brightness in the dark night. The Naruto building is extremely bright. It is already 12 o'clock in the evening, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is still working in the Hokage office. This is the hardship of being Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a document and was watching the review. At this moment, the door of the Hokage office opened. A man dressed as Umbu walked in with his head down. Huh? Who are you? Why haven't I met you? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at this Umbu member. The one who killed you. Lifting his head, his scarlet eyes looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, full of killing intent and tyranny, and 3 black Guya jades swirled in his eyes. On the order of Lord Danzo, I'm here to take your dog's life and die. Fire style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank, his hands were imprinted, and the earth flow wall blocked the fire dragon that rushed towards him. And Umbu, who secretly protected Sarutobi Hiruzen, also reacted, and instantly appeared around Uchiha-ryo, surrounding him. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy. Although the other party said he came by Danzo's order, he would not believe the information given by an enemy, and the other party had Sharingan. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to believe it. Huh. Dead people don't need so much nonsense. Mangekyo Sharingan, open. Uchiha's cool Sharingan spun quickly and turned into the shape of a wind demon shuriken. An evil aura enveloped the entire building. Some Umbu ninjas were shocked, and the kunao in their hands fell to the ground. This is Mangekyo Sherinan, you turned on Mangekyo Sherinan. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen was really shocked. He almost grew up listening to the legend of Mangekyo Sherinan, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has also seen the powerful Uchiha Madara and knows how powerful Mangekyo Sherinan is. Take him with all his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, and then used a Class B fire-style Da-Yan round. The others set off, Kunao, shuriken and detonation charms, and threw them at Uchiha Ryo. If according to normal circumstances, Uchiha Ryo may really be cold, but if he has Mangekyo Sherinan, if he hangs up so easily, it would be too insulting to Mangekyo Sherinan. A yellow arm appeared, blocking all attacks. Uchiha Ryo was safe and sound. This is Suzanu's initial state. Although the defense is not strong, it is enough to withstand most ninjutsu attacks. As Uchiha's cool chakra was consumed, the skeleton formed by chakra engulfed him, and the rapid growth of blood and meridians on the skeleton, and finally he put on the Wushanggu armor, and grew into the third form. The huge Susanoo is 30 meters long, as huge as a small hill. The Naruto building has burst into pieces, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is blown out. The powerful and evil chakra shocked the entire Konoha village. Countless ninjas woke up from their sleep and looked at Susanoo, who was huge and desperate. What the hell is going on? Could someone attack Konoha? It seems to be the direction of the Hokage building. Go and take a look, Master Hokage, don't have anything to do. Countless ninjas rushed to the Naruto building. Chapter 48. Sarutobi, what's the matter? Old man, are you okay? Two consultants, Mito Kato Homura and Yudatan Koharu, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Umbu Minister Heitake Shomo, the patriarchs of the major families, all rushed here to look at the tall Susanoo. It's okay, this is Mangekyo Sheringan's pupil technique Susanoo, which claims to be a god technique that is unavoidable as long as you see it once with your own eyes. It makes all the ninjas below Jonin retreat, and they have no effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen told everyone. Sherinan. Everyone turned their gazes to Uchiha, with an inquiring look in their eyes, and there was even a hint of suspicion. Uchiha's face turned dark, and then said, I haven't seen this ninja. Our Uchiha family doesn't have this person. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Uchiha, and he was very skeptical of Uchiha. Where's Danzo? I scanned the audience and found that Danzo was not there. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, and at the same time he shook his heart. Is it really Danzo sent? I'm here. Shimura Danzo walked over and looked at Uchiha Ryo, who was enveloped by yellow Susanoo. A flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared without anyone noticed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then said, take him down first. Also, evacuate the civilians as soon as possible, so that they must not be harmed. Boom. A huge sword cut down, a deep gully appeared on the ground, and several houses were destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched a cold sweat. He was just patronizing and giving orders, and he was almost killed by a sword. Stop talking about Sarutobi teacher, attack now. Stop it first, and then talk about it. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. Numerous big snakes bite towards Susanoo. Haha, now Konoha can beat Susanoo. There are really not many people. This time I am afraid I will have a headache. Hyuga-chan hiding in the dark laughed. This is also true. It is very difficult to break the mature body Susanoo with a strong attack, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen makes a full shot, or it takes time. Now Konoha's strength is really not strong, Sunin has not yet grown up, now it relies on Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Heitake Sakumo, 3 movie class figures. The patriarchs of the other major families are quasi-shadows or elite jonin, and there is nothing to do with Susanoo. Looking at it this way, Konoha is really weak. Hyuga-chan complained. Susanoo rushed into the crowd, killing all quarters. In a short time, 4 jonin were killed and even more injured. However, Uchiha cold is not good. There is a saying that ants often kill elephants, not to mention Uchiha cold is not an elephant. Ninjutsu used in combination is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With so many attacks, Susanoo also has a gap. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Although it can be repaired by chakra, the chakra was consumed too quickly, and Uchiha Ryo couldn't hold on at all. Pupil Art Phantom Body. An identical Susanoo appeared on the battlefield, making Konoha even more desperate. Everyone is working together, the enemy can't hold on anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. He had seen Uchiha Ryo shrouded in Susanoo, his eyes began to bleed, and he couldn't hold on anymore. After Sarutobi Hiruzen chanted, other people also saw it. They became excited, the power in their hands increased again, and the ninjutsu was constantly released. Oh! Even though I know that I can't turn over too much wind and waves, but it's too much. Hyuga-chan couldn't describe it. He couldn't lift his head from being crushed and beaten, that is, he just started to rise. Just now Hyuga-chan thought that Konoha was going to have a headache, and now he slapped his face instantly, making noises, and Hyuga-chan felt a pain in his face. It seems that you can't ignore the advantage of the number of people if you don't reach the Super Shadow level, even if you have Susanoo, you can't avoid it. But I can't agree to the end so soon. Hyuga-chan laughed, and then chakra in his body, through Tensagen's connection, poured into Uchiha Ryo's body. Susanoo, who was crumbling, rose again, and two Susanoo attacked wildly. Jonin was hacked to death as if being cut from wheat. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt distressed and quickly removed Jonin. This Susanoo is simply a harvester. Cutting Jonin is as easy as cutting vegetables. Summoning technique Ape Demon. Without giving Saru a chance to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned it into a King Kong wishful stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved the King Kong wishful stick and jumped up and slammed the stick on Susanoo. Click. The sound of shattering sounded, and a spider web-like crack appeared on Susanoo, as if it was about to break. Boom! The huge Susanoo couldn't hold on anymore, and suddenly scattered, countless ninjutsu pouring down at the exposed Uchiha Ryo. Uchiha Ryo's pupils focused on the phantom body, swapping bodies with the phantom body, avoiding this fatal attack, but the phantom body was already shattered to dust. Catch it with your hands. Saying your purpose may also save you from your sins. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an ugly face. In the battle just now, nearly 20 Jonin died, and the elite Jonin died and suffered 3 serious injuries. When Konoha adds up, including the hidden powers of the major clans, Jonin will not exceed 500, which is counted even by the elite Jonin and Zenyage. So although Konoha wasn't hurt this time, it definitely hurt Konoha's flesh. Ha'amadaresu. Uchiha Ryo's gaze focused on an elite Jonin, burning all the black flames, and swallowing the elite Jonin. When the ninja next to him saw it, he immediately released water style, trying to help him extinguish the flames, but instead of extinguishing the flames, the water flow made the fire stronger, and even the water burned. This flame can't be extinguished. Use sealing technique to seal it quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Seeing the elite Jonin who had been burned to death, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart hurt even more, and his eyes became colder. Ha ha ha. My Uchiha clan will live forever. Uchiha Ryo ruined his eyes, then detonated the detonating talisman on his body, and in a burst of sound, it turned into pieces of meat in the sky. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Although the enemy was dead, they felt even more uncomfortable. Patriarch Uchiha, I need an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was as cold as frost. Explanation, I don't know anything myself, how can I explain? Among the people who have just died in the battle, is there no one from my Uchiha family? Uchiha Yi also felt angry. Shuomao, you lead Umbu to check it for me. I don't believe it. This Uchiha tribe came out of thin air. Even if I rummaged through Konoha, he would give me a result. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen is really on fire. He blatantly attacked the Naruto building and caused Konoha's ninja to suffer heavy casualties. There must be a result in this matter, otherwise his face needs more? Yes. Haytake nodded. I hope all the families will cooperate. I think you are also curious about who the assailant who attacked Konoha is. Sarutobi Hiruzen also took a special look at Chief Uchiha. Chapter 49. If there is something most ruthless in this world, it is time, and time passes quickly like flowing water. In a blink of an eye, it was Hayagachan's graduation season. It has been more than 4 years since what happened last time. Haytake Sakumo led Umbu and rummaged through Konoha, but did not find the Uchiha who attacked Naruto. This is also inevitable. The Uchiha Ryo is organized at the root. What is the root? Once entered, there is no future and no past. Danzo has long erased all the information of Uchiha Ryo. The Uchiha family didn't even know about Uchiha Ryo, or maybe he was there, but he was dead in the record. This incident is so big and small, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still counts that incident to the Uchiha family. Danzo has passed there, nothing happened. Hayagachan didn't know, even if he knew it, it wouldn't be strange. The basic relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo means that we can't finish talking about 3 days and 3 nights, so Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not trouble Danzo. But after what happened last time, Danzo also calmed down and didn't trouble Hayagachan anymore. Now Hayagachan is not afraid that Danzo will cause trouble. Now it's different from before. If Danzo dares to come to him again, Hayagachan doesn't mind leveling the whole route. Now his strength, it is no exaggeration to say that there is no problem in picking a village alone, even if Uchiha Madara is here, it is also a proper sling. This is not Hayagachan's swelling, but he is extremely swelling. Even when the 6 paths came, he dared to break his wrists. Okay. The above is pure bragging, but it is still possible to single Konoha village alone. The chakra of the tail beast level, the physique that blasted a hill with one punch, the current Uchiha Madara, dare not say that he can win him. This is the strength he has improved over the past few years, even more perverted than imagined. Regarding the quality and quantity of chakra, among the tail beasts, only 9 tails can beat him. Even 8 tails Jayaki cannot compare to Hayagachan. And the physical skill Hayagachan is definitely the strongest in the ninja world. There is no doubt that Tensagen's abilities can now be used. It is worth mentioning that Hayagachan's Tensagen chakra mode is not green, but blue. It is the same color as ordinary chakra, but the color is darker. That's good. Hayagachan didn't want to be shrouded in forgiveness. Those who didn't know thought it was a green glow. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. In fact, the Tensagen chakra mode of Atsutsuki Shiren is not green, but indigo. After entering the Tensagen chakra mode, Hayagachan can enter the 6th level for a short time, which is a pseudo 6th level. So at this time, Hayagachan is not afraid of anyone. Even if the old man sage of 6 paths comes out, Hayagachan is not afraid of him. Hayagachan's pupil technique, Gao Tianyuan, can be immune to all damage after it is activated. This is Hayagachan's confidence. Unlike Obito's Kamui, Gao Tianyuan did not escape into space, but was immune to all damage. That is, Atsutsuki Kagaya swelled the truth-seeking ball against Hayagachan. There would be nothing wrong with Hayagachan, just so perverted. The pupil technique is abnormal, and the consumption is naturally not small. With Hayagachan's huge pupil power and chakra, it can only be turned on continuously for 10 minutes at most. So now Hayagachan has swelled and is not afraid of anyone. In fact, if you really fight a 6th level enemy, Hayagachan will lose. Although the ability is abnormal, the hard power is a bit worse, unless Hayagachan can liberate Ryujinjaka. In the past few years, Hayagachan has also drawn 4 prizes, but I don't know if it's because of drawing Ryujinjaka, and then ran out of luck. Except for a Mangekyo Sherry non-evolution liquid, everything else is rubbish. But Hyuga-chan is also very satisfied. With this Mangekyo Sherry non-evolution liquid, Mikoto can enable eternal Mangekyo Sherry non. This is worth 300,000 exchange points in the mall. If it weren't for Hyuga-chan's draw this time, it would have to wait more than 10 years before it could afford it. And in a few days, there will be another chance to draw a lottery, and I don't know if I can draw something good. In addition to the improvement of Hyuga-chan's strength, the strength of Mikoto and Kushina is also very terrifying. Mikoto has turned on 3 Tomo Sherry non, and his strength has reached Jonin, and Kushina is also Jonin, and even now Kushina is stronger than Mikoto. The 3 of them are definitely the strongest students in the ninja world, and they are already in the shadow of Jonin, and they are still hanging around in the ninja school. Today is the last day of Hyuga-chan and the others at school. Today is the graduation exam. Those who pass the exam will become true ninjas. If you fail the exam, you will repeat your studies in the ninja school, or choose another industry, and you will not be a ninja. After Hyuga-chan, Mikoto, and Kushina came to the classroom together, Ueno Kuri was already waiting here. Nodding to the teacher, the 3 of them returned to their seats. Ueno didn't speak in the tree, and his expression was a bit ugly, making the class extremely silent. After the arrival of Class A for 5 years, Ueno Kuri said, "I have been with you for 5 years, and it is time to say goodbye. Although I usually feel that you have a very headache, but now you are leaving, the teacher is really sad." Ueno Kuri said his eyes were a little red. Cut. It's not a shame that the teacher is so old that he still wants to cry. Nawaka said disdainfully. Nawaka, what do you mean? It's just that the wind is too strong, and the sand has entered my eyes. I hope you guys leave quickly. Ueno Kuri said with shame. Teacher Ueno, don't worry. We will see you later. Namikaze Minato gave a warm and sunny smile. This time Ueno Kumi was silent, and the whole class calmed down. Namikaze Minato thought he had said something wrong. To be honest, in fact, I really think all of you will not pass the exam. Ueno Kuri said in a heavy tone. Just a few days ago, the country of fire and the country of rain went to war, and the country of wind and the country of earth also joined in. The 2 sides started small-scale trials with the country of rain as the battlefield. Graduation is not a good thing for them now, maybe some people will die on the battlefield. Although Ueno Kuri had never been on the battlefield, he had seen Konoha's tragic scene after the First Ninja War. At that time, he was only 7 or 8 years old, and he watched the triumphant return, but a sorrowful Konoha, a ninja with a broken limb. So he didn't want his students to experience this kind of thing. Teacher, I know you can't bear us, but don't curse us for failing in the assessment. Nawaka said dissatisfied. Haha. The teacher is wrong, anyway, you just need to do your best. Ueno Kuri scratched his head. Chapter 50. The current graduation assessment is more stringent than at the beginning of the plot. It not only assesses the 3-body technique, but also assesses actual combat ability and basic theory. This is not difficult for the people in Class A. No one in the entire class has been brushed down, and all of them have passed the assessment and become a real ninja. Seeing this scene, Ueno Tree showed a wry smile, not knowing whether it was luck or sorrow. If it is in peacetime, Ueno Tree will definitely jump up happily. Now Ueno Tree only wants these students to live safely. After the assessment was over, I was waiting to instruct Jonin. Ueno Kuri left after finishing the division, and the whole class was noisy. Chen, who do you think our teacher is? Kushina lay on Hyuga-chan's back and asked softly. I don't know how to tell the prophet, how do I know this? Hyuga-chan and the 3 of them were divided into one class, and they didn't know whether it was deliberate or lucky. It's so boring, wouldn't you guess it? Kushina said dissatisfied. I only know a few jonin in total. That is, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. How would I know who our leader is? Maybe it is Tsunade's sister. Mikoto interjected. It's a coincidence that we can be in the same class. How could it be that Tsunade is the leader of the team? She has never been a coach jonin, okay. Hyuga-chan murmured slightly. Oh? You are very dissatisfied with me being your guide jonin. Tsunade opened the door and walked in. Sister, you are actually instructing jonin, can you be the leader of the team? Nawaka looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Nawaka, what do you mean? Look down on your sister and me, and don't call me old sister, do I look very old? Tsunade was angry and raised his fist to beat him. Nawaka immediately acknowledged that he knew exactly how violent his sister was. Humph. The three of you, come with me. After saying that, Tsunade walked out of the classroom. Hyuga-chan shrugged, and then said to Mikoto and Kushina, let's go. I didn't expect Mikoto to say it right, it's really Tsunade. Ha ha ha, your guide jonin is my elder sister, I'm here to wish you good luck first. Nawaka laughed up to the sky and looked at the three Hyuga-chan sympathetically. Bump. A stone flew outside and instantly knocked Nawaka to the ground. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Nawaka, if you dare to talk nonsense, I'll make you look good when you go back. Tsunade's voice came from outside, making the classmates all look at Nawaka with sympathy. Tisk tusk. Renhuan's nothing good. Let's go. Don't bother about this second one. Followed behind Tsunade and stopped at Konoha's training ground. We are all so familiar, so we don't need to introduce ourselves, but now we have to fight for it. I want to see your specific strength. Tsunade shook a fist. Okay. I just want to see my own strength too. Tsunade's sister, you have to be careful. Kushina looked eager to try. Come on. Tsunade smiled slightly. Hyuga-chan may not be an opponent, but Tsunade feels relaxed against the little girl Kushina. According to her own special jonin strength when she was 10 years old, according to calculations, Kushina will not exceed the special jonin. She does not think that Kushina's talent is better than herself, this is Tsunade's confidence. But this time Tsunade is really wrong. Kushina is really better than the 10-year-old, and much better. Seal Technique King Kong Blockade. Under Kushina's control, the 5 chakra chains waved towards Tsunade. The chains danced in the air with the sound of breaking through the air, 4 chains blocked Tsunade's retreat, and the remaining one was like a whip, whipping towards Tsunade. Mikoto quickly shot, I am definitely not Tsunade's sister's opponent, Chen, don't help. Kushina wants to see if she can beat Tsunade by relying on herself and Mikoto. Hyuga-chan shrugged, then jumped up and jumped onto the next big tree to watch the play. Mikoto nodded, dressed in a ninja costume, looking a little brave. Wei Wu Si Chen Zi Joyin, Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Mikoto's seal is very fast, 5 seals per second, but it takes more than 1 second to release ninjutsu. Mikoto's ninjutsu, and Kushina's chakra chain, flanked Tsunade, completely blocking all of Tsunade's retreat. Feeling the blazing flames and the chakra chains wielding the after-images of his debut, Tsunade put away his contempt. Kicked out a vacuum slash, greeted chakra chains, then made a seal with both hands, and used water barrier to block Mikoto's fire dragon ball. Although Kushina's chakra chain was not broken, it was still knocked out. Next, Mikoto cooperated with Kushina's 2 daughters. Kushina was in charge of control, and Mikoto was in charge of attacking with fire style. From time to time, illusion attacks were mixed, which actually suppressed Tsunade. 3 Tomo Sharinan has been turned on before he is 10 years old. Looking at the entire Uchiha clan, no one can compare it. Tsunade exclaimed as he looked at Mikoto's scarlet 3 Tomo Sharinan. I started 3 Tomo Sharinan when I was less than 10 years old. This Tsunade has never heard of it? Mikato's future achievements may be comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Tsunade has seen the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even she can hardly break Suzanu's defense. Given time Mikato turns on Mangekyo, her teacher may not be an opponent. Okay, let's stop here. After seeing the strength of Mikato and Kushina, Tsunade called a halt. Huh? Don't you continue. Kushina scratched her head, then put the chakra chain away. No, I just want to see your strength. Your strength is very strong. It is definitely the best talent I have ever seen. Even I can't match it? Tsunade praised without hesitation. Chen is much better than us. Mikato smiled softly. Tsunade glanced at Hyuga-chen who was sitting on the tree, and then said, he is no longer a normal person. Hyuga-chen could beat himself more than 4 years ago, and now Tsunade doesn't know how strong Hyuga-chen is. However, she knew that her quasi-film strength was definitely not Hyuga-chen's opponent. Tsunade, are you complimenting me or taunting me? Hyuga-chen jumped off the tree and said depressed. Haha, understand it yourself. Tsunade turned his head. I don't have anything to teach you right now. You already have the strength, and the rest is experience, but this requires your own understanding and experience, and I can't help you either. Tsunade said with a wry smile. Her guidance, Jonin, should be the easiest. There is no need to teach disciples at all, as long as they carry out tasks and accumulate experience.